Now we slip into a very short break. This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection.
In the Kolkata rape and murder case, Supreme Court resumes hearings. Supreme Court urges doctors to resume work. CJI says poor people can't be left in the lurch. CJI adds that a committee will hear doctors' plight. Bombay High Court hears the Thane molestation case, pulls up the police for inaction. HC says there should have been action taken against the school by now. JPC meet on Waqf amendment bill underway. Waqf board chairman of all states in the part of the meeting. Minority department officials give detailed presentation on the 44 amendments. Congress brass in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of elections in the Union Territory. Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge meet Congress workers in Srinagar. Later in the day, Congress and National Conference to meet on seat sharing. And Talapati Vijay's big political move, actor unveils flag and launches party song. Right, our top focus, of course, on the Supreme Court hearing, which is currently underway in the Kolkata rape and murder case. The hearing is still underway, of course, but what we can hear, there are a few top points which have come out from the Supreme Court hearing so far. Firstly, of course, the Supreme Court once again has reiterated its appeal to doctors to resume work, to resume their duties. Remember that despite the Supreme Court setting up a national task force, the top court had in fact ordered that in the last hearing, in the first hearing in this case, but doctors had continued their protest. The CJI today saying poor people can't be left in the lurch. And in the second important update, which has of course happened just a short while back in court, is that the Supreme Court has in fact started reading the CBI's investigation status report. Right, let's first take a listen at what the Chief Justice of India had to say, urging doctors to resume work.
As per the autopsy report,
No. On
coming in from the CJI in just a bit, but let me go across to my colleague Tanushka first. Tanushka, so if you can just encapsulate some of the important points which have come out from the Supreme Court hearing so far.
Now, as for the FIR,
the Supreme Court hearing is currently ongoing, where
UT case was in the morning,
Justice of India,
1:47 p.m.
said that the people of the country
No,
cannot
that's why I have the
be left in
timeline,
the
Manoj.
lurch,
It's better
and
your
he
lordship.
plead,
I'll give it to my
urged the
lord.
doctors to come back to
One
their
second,
duties.
allow
They've
me.
also given assurances that they will pass a general order so as to ensure that there is no victimization of the doctors. Senior advocate Geeta Luthra mentioned, she appears for the Arjikar Medical College and Hospital, and she mentioned that doctors here are being threatened by members of administration and people in the hospital itself. Therefore, it is imperative for these doctors to give in some sort of an assurance with respect to their safety. As you can see around me currently at the Arjikar Medical College and Hospital, students and resident doctors have gathered here. They're sitting here watching the Supreme Court hearing live. And a lot of discussion, debate is of course still ongoing inside the court hearing, wherein even the state...
Tanushka, please hold your thought there. Let me also bring in my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who's of course at the Supreme Court covering all the updates which are coming in from there. Sunil, what's the latest coming in from the top court?
Well, I think there are three important issues which we must reflect. Is the fact that resident doctors have been urged by the Chief Justice of India, no less, to resume duty. He has said that we will ensure that there is no victimization. We'll pass a general order in this regard, and having full faith on the directors of medical institutions to ensure that those who have been protesting for the last 9 days will not be victimized. So that's one part of it, which is an important part. The second part, the other part is that about resident doctors who have been wanting to be part of the entire process in terms of consultation with National Task Force. That has also been looked into, the Chief Justice of India agreeing to that and saying that the committee will hear their representatives, not all of them, also to look at that possibility of a distress call about the fact that there can be, fast tracking of cases. All those aspects will be looked at its entirety, because this is just not the only case. As one counsel was pointing out, there is a case of a doctor being killed in 2016 in point blank, but yet, as we speak, it hasn't yet seen the light of day in terms of a trial. So these are definitely some concerning issues of speedy justice, which the Chief Justice of India will have to address, just as they've been talking about fast tracking of other courts. So it's in that context we'll have to see how things proceed. The last, of course, is the Solicitor General himself making a submission on behalf of the CBI, saying that the scene has been altered completely, and it's in that context we'll have to wait and see how things proceed, because one, of course, that the FIR was registered after the cremation. Second, that the scene has been altered and that they've only come into the scene after 5 days. And there has been a to and fro about, a complete timeline which the state government has supplied to the Chief Justice of India, its own status report, and these things are being looked at this stage at this.
Right, Sunil Prabhu there giving us the latest from the top court. We'll keep coming back to you for more, Sunil, as the developments take place there. Now, let's also listen in to what the Chief Justice of India had to say during the hearing today.
They also have their heart with the doctors, but they are in a situation where poor people who come to those institutions cannot be left behind in the lurch. Yes, sir. That they take appointments 2 years before the actual date, and then suddenly you're told that you will not be attended to. Let them all resume work. Ask them to first return to work. Once they return to work, then if nobody is going to take any adverse action against the doctors, that all come back to work.
Word from your lordship will work not for them.
Let them first come back to work, and then if there's any difficulty, just talk to us in the court here. We'll make sure that there is no adverse action against the doctors.
Right. We'll keep coming back on the updates, the developments coming in from the Supreme Court hearing, but shifting focus on to another important story that we've been following, and that is the Maharashtra molestation case, the horrific case which took place inside a school in Thane, next to Mumbai in Maharashtra. 2 nursery school children were molested there. Now, the Bombay High Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the matter, and the hearing in that case is also currently underway. But the High Court has minced no words and has pulled up both the Maharashtra government as well as the police there, the Thane police there, and what action has been taken by the police so far. In fact, the court clearly said that the police has not taken the investigation seriously. It's such a serious matter that 2 girls, young girls, small children, in fact, are getting molested inside a school, but the police has not taken that matter seriously. Secondly, the High Court also asked that by now there should have been action taken under the POCSO Act against the school. Why has that not been done just yet? So we are in fact flashing on our screens there some of the top developments which are coming out from the Bombay High Court during that hearing. But let me go across to my colleague Radhika right now for the latest. Radhika, take us through some of the top comments or observations coming in from the Bombay High Court.
That's right. The Bombay High Court took suo motu cognizance of this entire Badlapur incident and the outrage over it. Yesterday was when the Bombay High Court took cognizance of it. Today, the hearing of in this particular matter commenced, in which the division bench of the Bombay High Court did come down very, very hard on the Badlapur police as well as the state government over the shoddy probe that it has conducted so far as the investigations into the sexual assault case is concerned. A lot of pertinent questions being put forth by the Bombay High Court. First, it started by asking for the FIR in this particular case, and then the court perused through the FIR and sought questions as to why the case has not been registered against the school and the school administration where this particular incident happened. This is a POCSO case, so the school must be held accountable is something that the court said. And then later it went on to ask whether the statements of the victim girls have been recorded, and it in fact also came to the conclusion that the second victim's statement has not been recorded as far as the FIR is concerned. And later the court was told it is the second victim's father's FIR that was recorded only yesterday after the court took cognizance of it, which upset the court. In fact, the statement of the first victim not recorded under 164, video recording not taken place. Mandatory video recording is something that must be done under such circumstances, something that the court mentioned. And also the very, very importantly, the statement of the second victim not being taken is something that the court took a displeasure in, and also going on to ask about what kind of legal help, what kind of counseling has been provided to the family members and of course the children, to which there were no satisfactory response from the side of the Advocate General. That this investigations are not satisfactory. Of course, now the investigations has been taken over by the SIT. What has Badlapur police done so far? Looks like Badlapur police took a while to register the FIR, after which it did not register a case against the school or the school administration. It did not take the statements of the victims properly. The second victim's statements not there. 164 CRPC statements not taken. Video recording not done. Counseling not being given to the children as mandated under POCSO. This entire delay is being questioned by the Bombay High Court at this point. So now the court asking the AG to come back with responses, come back with a case diary on Tuesday at 2:30 p.m., ensure that the second victim statement is taken, ensure 164 CRPC statements are taken of both the victims as well as of the family members. So these are some of the directives given by the Bombay High Court, coming down very, very heavily on the Badlapur police as well as on the state administration and the school as well. And also mentioning that legal help and counseling should be given to the,
and the hearing
school
on that
children.
matter, of
Next
course, will
hearing on
continue
Tuesday
next
at
week.
2:30.
Radhika, there, thank you so much. We'll, of course, keep our viewers updated on this very important story that we are following on the horrific molestation case which has been reported from a school in Thane. But for the moment now, let's return to the updates coming in, the live proceedings at the Supreme Court, which is hearing the Kolkata rape and murder case.
Read para 10 in your mind, Page 12. Tell us, is this record correct? Is this correct?
Yes, sir. It's
Correct.
based on the documents given to us by the Kolkata.
Why are they showing us some different time? Which is the document they are referring to?
Sir,
Case diary, I have it with me.
Case diary. Sir, this is based on the GD entries and the documents given to us by the
Correct.
Kolkata police.
But look at the time which you have stated.
It's there, sir, in the GD entries, sir.
Can you show us? Can you show us?
Yes, sir.
Xerox copies. I just put out mark and passing.
They are mentioning the GD of what happened in the entire day, Manoj. If your lordship look at page 2, Manoj. Page 2, it says the application made to the magistrate with the GD and where the UD entry is already mentioned.
You may be right, Mr. Sibal. This is something which even the criminal procedure code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure
Yeah.
which has been followed by your police,
Yes.
police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across.
Yes.
In 30 years of my...
I know. Right. I appreciate it. But Manoj, the facts must be before your lordship's mind. That's the important thing. The real fact.
The first thing we want to confirm is,
yes.
Is it true that the UD case was registered at 23:30 hours and that the post-mortem and everything preceded the registration of the UD?
No, Manoj.
We'll have to answer.
Yes, please, Manoj.
Second question to you, Mr. Sibal.
The second question.
Who is this assistant superintendent non-medical? Who is this person? Is this assistant superintendent a male or a female?
I believe it's a female, but I just make sure. Female.
Her conduct is also very, very doubtful. Why did she act in this manner?
I can't possibly. Manoj, that's number 2.
It's all right. It's all right.
Oh, kindly pardon me. This is the one copy Manoj we have. I have marked on the side flapping is on the right hand side, Manoj. First page.
Well, I've got the entire sequence here. GD entry 542 is at 10:10 a.m.
Manoj, I have if your lordship don't mind, Manoj,
No, I've got your documents. I'm looking at it from your documents.
Yes.
GD entry, it says 542, 10:10 a.m.
Yes.
It says received information over the telephone.
Yes.
From Ajikor MCH Police Outpost that a lady of PG trainee of so-and-so MCH was found lying in unconscious state at seminar room of chest medicine department of 3rd floor of emergency building in half-naked condition. Accordingly informed so-and-so officer in charge and under his order,
yes,
leaving PS with lady police and force for causing inquiry. This is at 10:10 a.m.
Correct.
Just allow me to intervene.
Now, one second.
The doctors are saying unconscious, though she was already dead.
1 second.
You don't need to be a doctor to understand.
This is 542.
Yes.
Now, next is 576. Now, 576 is extremely important. The PM examination over, the dead body of the deceased, the board verbally opined that the death of the deceased was due to the effect of manual strangulation associated with smothering, ante-mortem, and homicidal in nature.
Correct.
Also verbally opined that medical evidence of forceful penetration stroke insertion in her genitalia, possibility of sexual assault. They say possibility. Accordingly, PO has been cordoned under proper guard. Also, several witnesses were examined and the statement was recorded, consulted CCTV footages in and around the vicinity of the PO.
Yes.
One thing, therefore, which is very clear is that the cordoning off and the preservation of the crime scene takes place after the post-mortem report is conducted. This is what the GD entry itself says. So, first, the PM takes place between 6 and 7 in the evening, after which they start cordoning off the crime scene. Now, just go forward. Experts of SFL, WB, have visited the spot under their direction and able guidance. Incriminating articles and documents were seized under videography in proper seizure list after observing all legal formalities by seizure list dated 9th August. Dog squad also arrived on the spot. On the basis of the prayer of investigating agency, learned judicial magistrate conducted inquest over the dead body of the deceased under videography after observing all legal formalities. Accordingly, PM examination was conducted by the Board of Autopsy Surgeons consisting of 3 members under videography over the dead body of the deceased and declared her dead body on 9th August at about 12:44 hours. Meanwhile, so-and-so homicide, officers of homicide section, women grievance cell, scientific wing so-and-so photography, it was learned that the door of the seminar room was in open condition. Then 576. On perusal, 1 blue-colored jeans, etc., found in incriminating articles were found on the mattress, beneath the mattress on the dais. Accordingly, some people were examined. We will not read out her name, which appears immediately thereafter. Accordingly, on-duty RMO of so-and-so examined.
Right, the Supreme Court there, of course, reading the CBI status report. And this is, of course, the investigation status report also includes aspects of what the Bengal police had investigated so far and some important parts that the CJI is reading out. Let's listen in once again to the live proceedings.
Parts and other parts of body. Also found that she wore whatever. After return to PS, under order of OC, and UD case has been registered. Vide Tala UD case number 9th August.
So this is now it is confirmed
very clear
that it was 23:30 hours.
Page number 2. Just see page number 2.
No, but this is the case diary.
No,
it shows that the UD case is registered
that's
after he returns to the police station.
I don't want to contradict. Kindly see page 2.
Okay.
Of the case diary.
These are their documents?
Yes. Has given to us.
We'll part with you for 2 minutes.
And after return to the police station, the seized articles were kept in Malkhana, white MK number 52 of...
Before that, your lordship may see the last page of this.
Would my lord...
Last but one.
May I pleading with your lordship? Look at...
Second last, my lord. After return to PS under order of...
Okay, that we have seen.
UD case has been registered. My lord, that is at 2030.
Make us understand this. The circle portion. What is this?
When he comes back, he records the entire incident and then repeats that. But
oh, Mr. Sibal, I'm sorry, we can't accept this explanation.
It's page 2 in the diary itself, kindly have a look at page 2 if you don't mind, please.
So what is this? He has recorded minutes? The entire day's proceedings?
He has to,
Why has he mentioned this 32 hours, 30 hours?
He's come back at that time, at the police station at that time, He therefore recorded it. There's a lot of...
Okay. Now, show us one document.
Yes, I'm showing.
Prior to 23:30 hours, wherein we find this UD case number so-and-so.
Page 2.
Give it back to us, please.
I'm sorry, Page 2,
Of this compilation?
Diary, yes.
Page 2.
Yes. That's the second last page, Madhus. And there it is mentioned. Second last
page of the case diary.
of the case diary. Page
It's
number
UD,
two.
not GD.
Case diary, Manoj, page
Case diary, page 2.
Case diary.
Will you have it in hard copy?
Yes, we give it to your lordship.
Let us see.
Let us give it to mine. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the magistrate would happen in the afternoon, which happens
That is
in
after,
the afternoon,
much after.
and you will see the diary number, Madhus, 861 of 24. 861 of 24.
Even the order of the magistrate.
Even the order of the magistrate thereafter, Madhus, says that.
Plus page 4.
Let them investigate. This has been inserted later in point of time.
No, page 4.
Yes, prima facie it appears.
Before
Prima facie it appears.
page 4, not
Let
inserted.
them look into it. Let them look.
Ask for the report from the ACGM.
Just give it back to us. I'll share it with my lord.
My request is ask for the report
Yes,
from
my lord,
the
and the
ACGM.
copy may be given to us, my lord. I do not know whether this copy we have or not.
The case diary.
That's okay, but give one more copy. What objection can you have?
Report of the ACGM can come, Manoj. Before the ACGM, the application was made. No.
Lord, this page may be given to us. They may have given. Let another copy be
May
given.
I request your lordship, look at page 4 and ask for the report of the ACGM report.
No, I do not know what is shown. I must say.
Manoj, kindly see page. Manoj, I'm sorry, Manoj, I give. No, Manoj, it
No,
can't
the
be-
copy of print of this page may be given.
Just a minute.
That's the request.
Just give it back to me, please. Only you have a look at it.
We just look at it. Yeah. I understand. Yes, I know. Now, Manoj, your lordship suspicion is right. Now we read page 8.
From where? In this?
Yes, here. That's the inquest report. Give it back. This is the judicial magistrate, Manoj, who carry out the inquest, and see Manoj, UD case 861. Postmortem also mentions it. So, Manoj, these can't be inserted. And this is signed by the magistrate.
Here's this number.
Right, so at this point in time, the justice is there looking at the case files which are part of the CBI status report. One particular contention point which has arisen, of course, on whether or not there was a diary entry on the unnatural death case done ahead of the before 10:30. That is what Kapil Sibal had maintained, but the Supreme Court there initially saying that there should be a probe about that. But let's listen in what the further discussion.
Magistrate's order, Malas, kindly see the magistrate's order. That's Malas also part of the CD. I just give it to your lordship. Just give it to my lord. No, but I think
The magistrate's order is not part of the case diary.
1 second, it's not, but I'm just saying.
Yes.
It's not so. Kindly have a look, Malas. The magistrate's order itself. My lord, Justice Pardiwala, please, Malas, I'm sorry. This is the magistrate's order. And it mentions the case number.
Documents are not with the CBI.
It's not given to us. It's not a part of case diary. That's the simple answer.
Malas, they are, and they are not producing them. They are. And I'm sorry to say, Malas.
Just a second.
Because an impression is being created, Malas, that's contrary to the record.
Ma'am,
He has a-
come to page 8 of your report. Roman 14. I'm sorry, Roman 17. Last 3 lines. Is this still pending?
Roman 17, top.
Yes. Last 3 lines. Is this still pending? Or the High Court has passed the necessary order and you have completed it?
Sir, it's still pending, sir.
Still pending.
It's to be conducted, yes, sir.
This is according to the UD case. This is the time.
Oh.
The form.
He has the court passed.
What time?
Permission of the court, my lord, because that needs permission.
Yeah.
We are awaiting the permission of the court, my lord, because that needs permission.
Then you should pursue it at the earliest.
We are doing.
There's something else we wish to point out, Malas. We're just checking something which will demonstrate, Malas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. The Supreme Court, of course, now hearing the matter there, looking at the CBI status report and essentially asking several questions of the Bengal government, the manner in which the police had carried out its investigation, whether it is about the unnatural death case which was registered in this matter, whether it's about the fact that this case was in fact registered after the post-mortem. So some of these aspects which seem murky is being discussed in the Supreme Court hearing at this point. The Bengal government, represented by lawyer Kapil Sibal, of course, maintaining that due procedure was followed and that the paperwork is in place, and that is what in fact is being looked into at this point in time. There are several aspects which the Supreme Court bench is pointing out in terms of how the Bengal police in fact did not follow procedure, and also saying that they find it very hard to believe the explanation which is being given by the Bengal police at this point. So, the Bengal government there, of course, being represented by Kapil Sibal, essentially saying that the police did follow procedures as much as they could in this case. And the Supreme Court there, one of the justices essentially saying that they have never seen such a case in 30 years of their career there, and that the Bengal government is not being able to explain several aspects of the case, including why it took them so much time to register an FIR on this matter. Just to sum up for our viewers, what's been happening till now, the Supreme Court hearing began shortly after 11 o'clock, and Among the other aspects of the case, which is being discussed after the Supreme Court opened the CBI status report, and which is what the judges are looking into currently. Earlier in the hearing, the Supreme Court bench also talked about the doctors resuming their duties, reiterated their appeal to doctors, essentially saying that poor people, especially in government hospitals, cannot be left in the lurch, and that the doctors should resume their duties, and that a committee has in fact been set up in order to look into some of the issues that the doctors have raised through their protests.
5 case diary. Inquest has everything. All documents have that.
Inquest, post-mortem, seizure list.
Page 25 seizure list.
Case diary. PDF 157 of the case diary.
This is at 8:30. Yeah. This is at 8:30, your lordship notices. All is before 11. So how can anybody, Manoj, even contend? Yeah.
Inquest is at,
I'll substantiate that.
inquest is at 440.
And the inquest is at 4:40, Manoj.
Also mentions.
And the original CD has also been given to them, Manoj. It's a bit unfair to... And the original CD was handed over to the CBI in the High Court, Manoj, as soon as the transfer order came, Manoj. Yes, yes, yes. 1 o'clock after the post-mortem.
Had victim show what additional findings they have.
Right. So the Supreme Court judges there essentially saying that there are several questions that they still have. At this point in time, what they are looking at, if you're joining us right now, essentially the Supreme Court is trying to understand at exactly what time was the case diary filed, what time was the diary entry made as far as the unnatural death case is concerned. Right. So, Bengal government, of course, being represented by Kapil Sibal, is saying that all the paperwork is in place as far as the unnatural death case is concerned. There's been an inquest which had also been set up, and that the documents are mentioning all these details and the exact time as to when these procedures took place. So, essentially, while the Supreme Court is saying that there seems to be a situation where the Bengal government has not followed procedure in this matter, the Bengal government is countering that. Right. These are live proceeding pictures which are coming in from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, of course, remember, had taken suo motu cognizance of this Kolkata rape and murder case, and the currently what we can in fact see is that the Bengal government, represented by Kapil Sibal, is defending the fact that Kolkata police have in fact followed due procedure in this case. The CBI status report, of course, has also been taken up in this matter today. Right. So what we can in fact see is that the Supreme Court looking into several aspects. Remember that there's been a lot of questions which have been put up in terms of whether or not the Bengal government and the Bengal police are above board when it comes to handling of this case. There have been questions raised about whether or not the Kolkata police delayed filing their FIR on this matter. By their own admission, the Bengal government has of course said in court that initially it was an unnatural death case which had been filed, which was followed up with an FIR related to rape and murder. But what we can in fact see is at this point in time, the Bengal government is trying to make it stand clear. Let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu for more on this. Sunil, so lots of questions being raised by the top court in terms of the procedure followed by the Kolkata police and whether or not there was any sort of discrepancy or delay.
That's right. This is about the fact of when was the FIR registered, how was the entire procedure done, was it done after the cremation, as the Solicitor General is pointing out. Mr. Sybil, of course, saying that the seizure list and the entire UD case, unnatural death, inquest, etc., the post-mortem report, all these documents have been done well before the time of 11 p.m. How can anyone contend that the inquest is at 4:40? So these are the points that he's been pointing out, taking on the Chief Justice of India, as well as Mr. Justice Pardiwala, who was saying that, and Justice Pardiwala making a very, very important point that in his last 30 years as a judicial officer, he has not seen a case like this ever before, and even saying that, some pages might be inserted, to which Mr. Sybil countered and said this can't be inserted. This has been signed by the magistrate. This is a magistrate report. He's also shown it to the magistrate, and it's at that context that the case continues to be heard as we speak. Three important points to reiterate to our viewers. One, that the Chief Justice of India and his bench has requested doctors to resume work. There will be no victimization. They will give a general order, and they have full faith in the medical directors of government institutions to ensure that things will not go beyond, and there will be no victimization. Having said that, the second important point that they have looked at the resident doctors to be part of the, to be heard by the National Task Force, and those committee members will hear them and hear their points. And the third, of course, as we've been talking about, that there are certain, further issues that could be added to the 11-point program that has been given to, distress call, fast-tracking of criminal cases against doctors, because this is not the only case. There have been cases earlier, as was pointed out by one counsel, way back in 2016, where a doctor has been killed within the hospital, and yet the case hasn't seen the light of day. So all these matters up before the Chief Justice of India, yes, as they continue to
right. Matter. Right, Sunil, thank you. Let's thank you for that update. Let's go back to the live proceedings in top court.
Can your lordship have a look?
They have this information in the CD. They have this information.
Mr. Sybil, please allow me now.
Mr. Sybil,
please allow me.
Allow me what? You should have shown the CD, given the CD.
Lord, I don't wish to fight,
should have been
Lord,
given in court.
In fact, this also matches with the FIR.
Lord, there is a confusion. Lord, please allow me.
Received date 9th August 24, time 10 hours.
Lord, if your lordship gives me 2 minutes, Lord.
Exactly.
Lord, I may be right, I may be wrong. Give me 2 minutes, Lord. Your lordships have, Lord, this 10-10, my Lord.
Yes, yes.
This is GDE, called General Diary Entry.
Right, at the police station.
At the first floor, yes, at the police station. Please, my Lord, thereafter come to this, my Lord. My Lord, your lordship, I do not know the number of the compilation, but it is page 47 on the top.
Yes, 47 we got.
Correct.
It's the same.
Your lordship, please, Mr. Sybil.
Yes, continue.
There is always a courtesy to each other. Lord, this is 576, 2330. Correct, my Lord? Now read this, my Lord. In reference to Tala PS General Diary Entry number 542 of date, return to PS with so-and-so, please ignore it and come to the next page. After return to PS under order of office something, an UD case has been registered with a Tala PS number so-and-so 861. So this UD case is registered, my Lord. Earlier was GD entry. This is UD case at 2330 And at 23:45, FIR is registered.
Well, see page 40, it just shows Malad,
That's Malad, how the chronology we have Malad presented.
muddy the waters. It's all muddy the waters. That's what you're doing.
Just see 42. Just see 42.
42, Malad.
GD number 542, dated 10:10 a.m. Received information over the telephone from Agikor Medical College Hospital Police Outpost that a lady of PG trainee of
So-and-so was found lying in unconscious state at so-and-so medicine department of third floor of emergency building in so-and-so, according to informed sector 92 OC and under his order, leading PS with lady police. So this is not general diary entry. What is?
That is what DD is. That's
Not
what
somebody has lost the
That's
life.
according to the
Don't
rules.
at least laugh.
One second. According to
at
the
least
rules
laugh.
Maharaj, that we follow,
A girl has
these
lost
regulations
her
we've
life
done in accordance.
in a most inhuman and undignified manner.
These are the rules, and we have followed to the T the rules
Yes,
of the,
I will show that what rules are.
unnatural death end.
My lord, the
Solicitor General. First, a general diary entry is made. Thereafter, the police proceeds to the spot with the case diaries.
Correct.
Case general diary is kept in at the police station. Case diary is carried to the spot.
Yes.
Now, the relevant part would be this part, which is a inquest report. This shows that the information regarding unnatural death was received and registered as case number 861 on 9/8/2024 at 10:10 hours.
That's correct.
Yes.
And this extract is the general diary which the police complete
we will
after
examine
the
this
day is
aspect
over.
and come back to you.
It carries various steps that have been carried out during the course of the day.
That's right.
So that is what
I can assure my learned friend, this is not an attempt to muddy the water, to remove the mud from the water, because we are dealing with a delicate situation. Somebody's dignity is lost.
Come on, we all know that. We are all, it's a tragic incident, it's barbaric, and we are on the same side.
Your side
But
was
let's
laughing.
not muddy the waters on
really
this
unfortunate.
The only one point which we also see is that the UD, I'll read out the relevant part. This is at page 74. Accordingly, PO has been cordoned under proper guard. Also, several witnesses were examined and their statements were recorded. Consulted CCTV footages in and around the vicinity of the PO. After post-mortem and inquest, the dead body of the deceased has been handed over to her mother, so-and-so. After return to the police station, under order of officer in charge, so-and-so, and UD case has been registered by Tala PS UD case number 861, dated 9 August 2024. All concerned, including superiors, were informed. After return to the police station, the seized articles were kept in PS Malkhana, by Malkhana number 52, in the presence of ASI and constable so-and-so. Now, and officer in charge was informed. So it appears that the initial report of an unnatural death was received and which was recorded in the GD at
So not unnatural death, unconscious body. The doctors are informing the police that there is an unconscious body.
Lying in unconscious state. That is
not a you don't have to be a doctor to know that it's not unconscious body, it's a dead body.
At 10:10 a.m.
Yes.
GD 542.
This is from the outpost, Manoj.
Right. The unnatural death is recorded by entry 861, after they return to the police station at night.
That is how we have seen.
And 11:30 in the night, the FIR is registered. In the meantime, the body has been handed over to the mother for the purpose of...
And that too, the father insists for registration of the FIR.
Yes, absolutely.
The hospital does not register the FIR. Father has insisted and registered the FIR.
The father told us, you wait till I tell you, then only register. I will give a written complaint. That's what happened. At least tell us what's been happening in the investigation and trying to say that this happened at 11:45.
The family is here, Manoj.
The is appearing, my lord.
One clarification which we need.
Certainly, Manoj.
If the report of the police indicates that after return to the police station, GD 861 was recorded, In the meantime, the dead body had been handed over to the mother for cremation. If this does not square up with the fact that the inquest refers to GD 861. Inquest takes place. I have the inquest of the judicial magistrate.
Right.
Judicial magistrate says I conducted the inquest at 4:20 p.m. on the 9th of August.
Correct.
That inquest report refers to GD 861.
Yes.
Now, if the police say that the GD 861 was recorded on return to the police station just before, obviously before the FIR is recorded that night, how is it that an inquest at 4:20 refers to 861?
Lord, I do not know how it will turn.
Just recording.
It says UD 1861.
Just not an expression, Manoj. It's just recording.
It says UD 861.
Ask the ACJM, Manoj. Ask the ACJM. He was there. Ask the ACJM, Manoj. Everything is on record. Your memo says 861. Postmortem says 861. And Manoj, the real thing is the investigation. Why are we moving away? What has happened in the investigation?
My Lord, my friends may share the timelines with us.
Do you have the postmortem report? Yes. Just pass it on.
I'm sorry, Manoj.
Postmortem,
yeah.
Lord, the state says father
Manoj.
did not permit registration of FIR. The father's counsel is
page 13, Manoj. Page 13 of the case diary.
So the state will wait for the father.
Page 13 of the case diary.
In this PM note, is there a reference of 861 somewhere?
At the top, Manoj.
Where?
First line, Manoj. Reference
Yes.
to the
Yes. Okay.
Right on top.
Right on top.
Yes.
It's there. It's there. UD case number.
Here's then that at the time when the PMR was when the postmortem was conducted, UD 861 had already been there.
That's right. That's right. There's no doubt about it, Manoj.
The inquest
Manoj,
number is also
people
there.
are using some language, some expressions, Manoj. Bengali speaking people are, Manoj, using some expressions in English.
No, there is no Bengali in the
The record will show.
No, why does the IO then say that after I returned to the police station in the night, I recorded?
Because he has to record. Because he has to record what has happened all this while. That's the point.
He is recording minutes of the meeting, my Lord.
But the investigation.
The point is, we are more concerned about the investigation, what has happened in the last 1 week. At least tell the court that.
He's right. We were more concerned about the investigation, which is emerging now.
Lordship, the PMR talks about 151 mg of semen. It is never in mg. No, it is in ml. It is in.
So please, come on. This is the problem that
we are in the very incipient stage, but don't confuse this.
Yeah.
Don't use social media to make arguments in the court.
I'm grateful, Manoj, for that. I'm grateful.
We have specifically now the PMR before us, and we know what that 151 refers to.
Yes.
Let's not use what we read on social media and then make legal arguments on that basis.
Manoj, 1 second. Now, Manoj, your lordships asked me that you will give me a chance, Manoj, after this is over. I have a very serious issue at hand, Manoj, and I want to hand over an affidavit to you. Just please give it. And I'll hand over that affidavit also to the solicitor, but only to him. Well, let's just give it. Just go through this affidavit, please.
They're only giving.
Only to him.
Yes, I'll give it.
Well, just read through this. See what's going to happen. Para 5 onwards, page 2, Manoj. These are collateral events, Manoj. They are bound to happen.
And this is again on social media, my lord, something on.
No, not social media. We've got the original.
My lord, state filing an affidavit based on social media.
Just let the court please read it. Then para 8 is also important.
Check. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check.
Reading it. Now, Malaj, this is.
There are.
Hold on. Allow me.
Let's not go into it.
1 second. Malaj, this is exceptionally serious because they've planned it for 27th. Now, Malaj, if any protest is to be done, they must tell us which route. They must tell us what.
Tell us. You tell yourself.
Malaj,
I mean,
normal
police will have to
procedure
come to
must
know
be
about
followed.
it.
Must be followed. And Malaj, what they do is they carry flags. Malaj, they take off the flag, it becomes a stick. And there's an SOP, there is a standard operating procedure which has to be followed, Malaj. Because what will happen, Malaj, as your lordship sees, Malaj, the whole purpose is now it's collateral events that are happening. It's unrelated to what, Malaj, the real issue is. And we've got photographs, Malaj.
I support Mr.
We've got
Sibal, no
photographs as to
vandalism
what
should be
really happened.
permitted by the
Malaj,
police.
all this running away from the police, we have actually got photographs. This is all completely wrong. The status report
are
is given.
saying, Manoj,
So
we are
I will want your lordships to go through that status report and pass an order that this can't be done, Manoj, and there must be a standard operating procedure which has to be followed.
We'd like to see, we'll come back after lunch, we just want to see your status.
Yes, Manoj.
Lord, may I just
Deeply obliged.
say,
Come back and see yours, because we've examined CBI's status.
Yes, now your lordship make that.
Lord, may I just say to my friends, CISF is still not there. No, it's not there. I've got photographs of today morning. I have photographs.
Just take instructions.
I received an intimation in writing that they have gone, they have visited along with the Kolkata police and to decide where to post whom. Lord, one thing is to be decided. Kolkata police says that the security should be in the hospital, but we feel that it should be more in the hostel because
Mr. Sibal, we might be just late by 10 minutes or so.
No problem.
No. 15, so all of you
Deeply obliged. Deeply obliged.
Grateful, Lord.
So, solicitor, we'll come back at you.
Right.
Original case diary, Malaj, sir.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends. Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition? All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vazwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the proceedings in the Supreme Court regarding the Kolkata rape and murder case, and also the Bombay High Court taking cognizance of the case in Badlapur. We'll get you all the details. But first, the headlines. In the Bengal horror case, the Supreme Court has resumed its hearing and says that they haven't seen a case like this in the last 30 years. The committee will be hearing the doctors, but is urging the doctors to go back to work, saying that poor people cannot be left in the lurch. It is the Supreme Court that has gone on to ask for the status report post-lunch by the government of Bengal. This is the Bombay High Court hearing as far as the Thane molestation case is concerned. They have pulled up the police for inaction. Action should have been taken against the school by now because it is the school that did not report the case. Also, as far as the FIR, the delay in filing the FIR and also not recording the statement of the family of the second victim, that is also being questioned by the court. And GPC meet on the Waqf Amendment Bill is underway. The Waqf Board chairman of all states in the meet with the Minority Department, giving details as far as the presentation on 44 amendments.
And the Congress brass in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of elections. It's Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge there meeting with Congress workers in Srinagar. The Congress National Conference meet is expected to be discussing that seat sharing ratio. So it is going to be a meeting with Omar Abdullah as well as Farooq Abdullah. Actor Vijay has now unveiled the party flag as well as launched the party anthem. This is after he had in fact launched his political party back in February. A rally is expected in September. Let's get to your top story, and that is that the Supreme Court has resumed its hearing in the Kolkata rape and murder case of the 31-year-old trainee doctor. It's day 2 of the hearing, with the Supreme Court there urging doctors to resume work. They've gone on to say that poor people cannot be left in the lurch, and while it is the RG card doctors who have gone on to say that the doctors are still being terrorized, which is why more action is required. The Supreme Court has gone on to say that they haven't seen such a case in the last 30 years. And the Supreme Court is also demanding that report, that status report by the Bengal government, and that is expected post-lunch. Do remember, it's the CBI and the Kolkata police that have submitted its report in regard to the case. And we have my colleague Sunil joining us to get us more on this. Sunil, in regard to the case, the Supreme Court has gone on to say that they haven't seen a case like this in 30 years.
That's right. That's what Justice Pardiwala said, that it's really something that he hasn't seen as a judicial officer in the last 30 years, a case like this. Of course, there's been a lot of in the contesting about what Justice Pardiwala said, with Mr. Sibal interjecting and saying and showing the case diary, the state case report. And even though Justice Pardiwala said that there has been an insertion, Mr. Sibal has contended, saying that this is from a judicial magistrate. A judicial magistrate council report can't have an insertion. So that being said, as you rightly pointed out for our viewers, there are 3 or 4 important aspects that need to be reflected and to be conveyed. One, that residents who are protesting must get back to work. As you rightly pointed out, and as Chief Justice of India himself said, poor people cannot be left in the lurch, and assuring them that they will pass a general order to ensure that they get back to work and there will be no victimization, and that medical directors will not be penalizing doctors who have been protesting in the last few days. Having said that, he's also addressed the concerns of resident doctors to say that they will be heard by the National Task Force in terms of their grievances and their issues, and they will be also sounded out, not all of them, but at least their representatives, so as to be able to convey that entire task force recommendation as part of that. The third, of course, distress buttons, fast tracking of cases which have happened earlier. As you know, there have been other incidents of doctors being murdered and attacked in the hospitals. Some of them, as one counsel pointed out, way back as 2016, and yet they haven't seen the light of justice as we speak. So in 2024. So it's in that context that 3 important points have been pointed out, but I think the most important is about the fact about the FIR that the CBI, the Solicitor General representing them, Tushar Mehta, saying that the FIR was registered, the cremation, which was contested by the Kolkata police, about the entire scheme of how things have been played out. They have given their own timeline and their own ways. He's also requested the Chief Justice of India, Mr. Sibal, on behalf of the West Bengal, to issue standard operating procedures for, the protests that are planned on the 27th. There will be collateral damage, as he says. It's no more about this incident. People are coming with sticks, and we have videos to show that this is now no more about a particular event. And then, of course, we have seen that Chief Justice of India cautioning a council not to say 150 mg semen, saying that we have seen the post-mortem report, it is something else. Don't use those arguments with us in the court. We have the data with us, we have the information, we have the post-mortem report, and they're saying that we must not try to use social media to argue cases in the Supreme Court.
Right, of course, while urging doctors to resume work, they've also gone on to say that they will prevail upon authorities to not to take any sort of adverse action. A general order, like you mentioned, will be passed, so there will be no victimization. We also have Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, when we talk about what was really said in court today, the court has, of course, questioned the delay when it comes to the registering the case. The Supreme Court, they're also pointing out that the crime scene was cordoned off only after the post-mortem was conducted, and asking why did the post-mortem proceed as an unnatural death. Tanushka. Tanushka joining us to get us more on this in regard to what was really said in court. Tanushka, many questions were raised, including why did it take so much time to register the case, while the Supreme Court, it is the Chief Justice of India, urging all the doctors to resume work, saying that no action will be taken against them. Of course, the AIIMS doctors there, going on to say that they're being marked absent while they're, while they're part of this protest. It is a question of what really happens to them in regard to, them not making it to work. It is the RG doctors who've gone on to say that more action needs to be taken, and because they continue to be terrorized.
Right, Divya, currently right now just after the court hearing, they've gone in for a lunch break, but at the RG Medical College and Hospital, the CISF forces have entered the college premises. As you can see, there's a heavy deployment of these forces right here at the RG Medical College and Hospital as they are entering the hospital premises. This is right after the Supreme Court's hearing, and in the Supreme Court hearing, we of course, as we heard, and also my colleague Sunil entirely explained how the questions that have been raised onto the post-mortem, and also the fact that Justice Pardiwala, he says that prima facie it looks like pages have been inserted into the diary. So there was a long argument that went around about the unnatural death case registration. I am currently joined with 3 alumni of RG Medical College and Hospital. These are really senior doctors who pursued and who studied their medicine right here in this college in the 1970s. Let us get to hear their opinions as well. Thank you for joining us, Doctor. The Supreme Court hearing that just happened, okay, what is your expectation from the courts, being, an alumni yourself?
A proper judgment of the incident occurred here.
Right.
Justice.
Right. All right. And let us go over to another doctor. If you could please tell us your name, doctor. Your name.
Pardon? My name, Dr. Nimai Bhattacharya. Professor.
Yes.
I have worked this government of West Bengal for 33 years.
And when were you an alumni at RG Medical Hospital?
Also, I am an alumnus, alumni of RG Medical.
Back at your time when you were a student here versus now, you've come back here for a cause. What is your expectation from the Supreme Court hearing that just is happening?
No, on the hearing of Supreme Court, I am actually nobody to say anything, because Supreme Court is there. They are going to hear the case and they are going to pass their judgment. But I, as a medical man of this profession, I have never seen, I have never heard, I have not seen the case. Such a heinous and brutal crime and murder in my life, okay? I have never seen in Bengal.
Doctor, what is your name?
My name is Dr. Jagannath Bhattacharya.
Dr. Jagannath, when were you an alumni? When did you study at RG Medical
Yes,
College?
we came to this hospital. We are the student we did our pre-medical in 1969.
All right.
Then we entered the medicals in this medical 70.
Ever since?
And passed in 1977.
So you passed out in 1977. Ever since then and now you're back at the college here for a cause, for a very sad, tragic reason as well. The Supreme Court is hearing the case. What do you make of this case at your alumni college?
We don't want to say anything about the Supreme Court, but we have come because of in our time, In 1978 and 79, we were the house staffs and interns here. Interns first and then house staffs here. We didn't think of those things, you know. The atmosphere was so good. The administrator was so good. The government was so good. But this is I think, the culminative effect of corruption.
So what do you think?
Extreme corruption in West Bengal. Not only here, throughout West Bengal, there is corruption. And so many things are happening. And in this college, I think, in our college, these things happen. This is a culminating and dreadful effect of a corrupted group who have performed these things. We want justice. Not only just one person is arrested. We just want the other person, the whole group, the whole corrupted group to be arrested and to be sentenced to death. I think that will be the proper punishment. And we want to actually, this West Bengal in a dark state. You know, so far the administration is concerned, the corrupted government is running, and this is the end result of the corruption. So it is come to the extreme point.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you for that thought. So we just heard from the doctor here that, he said that West Bengal is in a dark state right now. What your colleague and friend just mentioned here, what he said that a lot has changed from his time. What do you think has changed and why has it changed ever since then?
See, one thing, the total environment in the hospital practice and medical teaching, the scenario has totally changed, particularly in Bengal. See, I am particularly referring why there are isolated cases. I know in some medical colleges in other states, but this is the one of the most gruesome and is a cruelest happening which has happened in our alma mater, Arjikor, and that is why we are so much vocal. We want justice. I fully agree with my friend that there is a nexus, and there is a nexus in different parts of the administration, along with the I must say those who are now they are the students. I cannot say exactly.
We understand. Right. Thank you, doctor. So what we're understanding from these very senior doctors here who passed out from Arjikor Medical College and Hospital in the 1970s, they've come out here to show their solidarity, and they say that back in their days they could not have imagined something like this happening, and who they hold responsible is the corruption, and the corruption behind the administration at the hospital currently, as well as the corruption in the West Bengal government. This is what the senior doctors here and the alumni of the Arjikor Medical College and Hospital claim right now. Back to you.
Right, Tanushka, of course, it is a sentiment that was echoed in the Supreme Court as well, saying that they haven't seen such a case in the last 30 years is what, has been said in the Supreme Court. And of course, while it is the Chief Justice of India urging for the doctors to resume work, let's just listen in to what really was said.
They also have their heart with the doctors, but they are in a situation where poor people who come to those institutions cannot be left behind in the lurch.
Yes, sir.
That they take appointments 2 years before the actual date, and then suddenly you are told that you will not be attended to. Let them all resume work. Ask them to first return to work. Once they return to work, then nobody is going to take any adverse action against the doctors.
That
will come back to work.
Word from your lordship will work not for them.
Let them first come back to work, and then if there's any difficulty, just talk to us in the court here. We'll make sure that there is no adverse action against the doctors.
And now the record reveals the report which we have in our hand that UD was registered after the inquest Panchanama, after the post-mortem. You may be right, Mr. Sibal. This is something which even the Criminal Procedure Code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure which has been followed by your police, police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across in 30 years of my.
I know.
Well, let's also get you the latest as to what really happened in Bombay's High Court today. And the Bombay High Court took suo motu cognizance of the sexual assault case that has taken place in the toilet of a school in Badlapur in the Thane district of Maharashtra. And what was really said today was that if the school cannot provide a safe place, then what is the point of talking about the right to education? That is what was said in the High Court of, in the Bombay High Court. Radhika, many questions were raised regarding the second victim's family statement that wasn't, taken, regarding, the failure, rather the delay in filing the FIR, almost about an 11-hour delay that was seen as far as registering the case is concerned. Take us to what really happened in court today.
That's right. The Bombay High Court took suo motu cognizance in the Badlapur case, raised certain pertinent questions as far as the proceedings in the investigations are concerned. In fact, questioned the delay in filing the FIR, why the statement of the second victim was not taken, why 164 CRPC statement were not taken of either of the victims, and multiple other questions raised as far as the procedure under POCSO Act is concerned, and also whether video recording was done, was there an FIR registered against the school in itself, and also, raising questions on the shoddy investigations carried out by the Badlapur police so far, and also raising the whole point that it was as a result of the outrage that the police swung into action and an SIT was formed. Therefore, questioning, does it have to, will people have to protest and express their outrage for such cases to be taken seriously? I'm joined by one of the interveners in this case. In fact, he tried to intervene in the case today. He was in the court. You have also mentioned certain prayers as far as your application is concerned. But firstly, take us through the proceedings in the court today. The Bombay High Court's division bench did come down really hard on the Badlapur police as well as the state government.
Yes, the division bench specifically mentioned there were many instances which has to be looked upon by the SIT. The SIT specifically was asked to reveal that the statements which are being recorded, there was statements which are till date not being recorded of the parents, statements of 164 not recorded of the parents or the victim. SIT has to now investigate in a very swift manner, has to also sanitize in regards with the POCSO compliances. The court specifically asked that which all compliances have been done in regards with the POCSO. What steps have you taken when the school administration and authority did not inform the act to the police? And there should be appropriate steps taken. If the child is not secure and safe at the school, where will it be? And this question was actually put to the state government. Based on this, the state government made a statement that they will ensure each and every steps will be followed, each and every adherence in regards with the compliances of POCSO, and also the safety of the school and the parents and the children who are studying there will be taken.
So this is on the larger issue of safety and security of students in their own schools, which was what was compromised this time. Two small kids being allegedly sexually assaulted in their own school inside a toilet. And you have been trying to file an application. Take us through the prayers in that application. What have you requested? What are your prayers?
My prayers, in fact, I am in the process of filing the intervention application. My prayers are majorly on the cause of the rise in POCSO cases, the cause which even NCRB states it, even Parliament, Assembly, there are several questions which are being asked is in regards with child pornography and its correlation with POCSO. It has been seen specifically that child pornography is directly linked with the rise in POCSO cases, and there are steps which has to be taken. Has state government taken these steps? Is anyone looking on the cause of action or cause where this POCSO has been started from?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Prashant. So, Prashant here, who is trying to intervene in the case with his application with certain prayers as far as POXO case is concerned. The larger issue of safety and security of children is what he will be mentioning in that particular intervention application. But today, of course, the court pulling up the police, pulling up Badlapur police and the state government over the investigations, over the delay, over the half-baked probe that it had been carrying out over the last few days, and also asking the police to ensure that the case diary is being given to them, the case note is given to them in the next hearing, that they are being counselled, all the legal sort of help is given to the victims, and ensure that both the victim statement as well as family member statements under 164 CRPC is also taken before the next hearing. The next hearing in this matter will be on Tuesday 2:30 p.m. before the same division bench. But the state government definitely have a lot of answers to give as far as the entire investigations in this case is concerned.
Right, lackadaisical attitude and the manner in which the case was handled, that the police did not take the case seriously, and also questioning as to why is it that no case has been registered against the school. Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those details. Now, switching tracks to more news coming in, and this is in regard to the JPC meet which is underway. This is on the Waqf Amendment Bill. This meeting that is being chaired. The first meeting of the Joint Committee of the Parliament examining the Waqf Bill is underway, in which the Ministry of Minority Affairs is briefing the 31-member panel about the proposed legislation. The Joint Committee was formed during the just concluded Parliament session after the contentious bill was introduced in the Lok Sabha amid opposition protests against the move. And this is senior BJP MP who has been named as the chairman of the multi-party panel. In its first meeting, the panel is being briefed by the officials on the proposed amendment to the Waqf Act. And Aishwarya, get us details. I mean, we do know that the meeting is underway, but this is the first meeting of the JPC in regard to the amendment of the Waqf Bill.
Well, certainly, that's the first meeting of the Joint Parliamentary Committee on the Waqf Board Amendment Bill 2024, and this is being chaired by the Bharatiya Janata Party MP Jagdamba Pal, who had been named as the chairperson of this particular Joint Parliamentary Committee. A 31-member panel is giving the recommendations as to what changes that needs to be done, because remember, on August 8, it was Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju who introduced the bill and stated that this will, this will change the entire picture and give an overhaul change in the Waqf board. There had been several amendments, in fact 44 amendments that were proposed by the government, in which there had been one proposal that stated that district collector would be the appellate authority who can look after the property related issues when it was challenged. Any Waqf board property later can be challenged in the Supreme Court and High Court as well, which earlier was completely under the purview of the Waqf board. There would be several of the Waqf board, council in which non-Muslims can be also representative. But importantly, today in the JPC, what we have been told by our sources is that first the Ministry of Minority Affairs officials will be giving a detailed presentation on the 44 amendments that the government had proposed to the 31-member panel. Later, there would be discussions on these amendments. Of course, now the sources also indicating to us that the opposition political parties are not very much happy with the kind of proposals that they have stated, and they have clearly stated that this will directly influence the functioning and the administrating of the mosque as well. The government on their side had stated that there would be no direct intervention on the administration of any mosque, but it will also streamline the process of the properties that is being donated, and a better usage of those properties which is being donated by a common person in the to the Waqf board can be detailed over here, and that will simplify further and bring transparency into Waqf board. So that's what the clear agenda was. The meeting is still underway inside the Parliament, and we'll get to know from the members who will coming out very soon after this meeting ends.
Right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for getting us all those details. And of course, we will keep coming back to you to know more about that meeting, which is underway. And switching tracks now to Andhra Pradesh, and at least 18 people have died. The death toll has increased to 18 and 40 others have been injured after that explosion that took place yesterday at Anakapalli. The explosion took place in that special economic zone, and the explosion occurred at a pharma firm's plant. And the reason behind that is a gas leak, is what is being said by the authorities. We have my colleague Uma joining us on the phone line. Uma, the death toll has now risen to 18. Take us through what are the reason that they've given as far as the authorities are concerned regarding this blast that took place yesterday in the afternoon in Andhra Pradesh.
So Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu is in fact in Anakapalli at Achutapuram, and that is where the inquiry will also be now underway once the entire area is cleared, because as you know, other than the big fire that happened after what is suspected to be a reactor blast, subsequently there was also the first floor of the building, of the 4-story building, that had actually collapsed, and in the debris there was suspected to be people also trapped there, and therefore the first focus was really on rescuing whoever it's possible to rescue. And of course, because such a huge number of people who had suffered fire injuries, burn injuries, and therefore the shifting of those injured to the respective hospitals, because not all hospitals can handle fire injuries, and it's usually the second day after the accident happens that infections come in and the death happens due to severe fire injuries. So therefore the focus was on that. But what I can tell you is that this is perhaps the biggest such industrial accident in the last 10 years. It has happened in the SEZ here. In fact, what we are being told is that something like this, there have been, Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan spoke to the media, and he said that the frequency with which these accidents have been happening is very worrisome. He says every 2 to 3 weeks we are having an accident that's happening, either major or minor, and he cited another accident that had happened just 3 weeks ago in which one life was also lost. So he said safety audit is something that he has been stressing, while people have been warning him that if you talk about safety audit, many industries will be worried that they may be coming close to closure. But he said it is a priority, while the government is very keen on bringing in industry and talk about ease of doing business. That has to be accompanied by safety compliances as well, and that is something that the government is very keen on bringing in. I must point out actually that in May of 2020, there was the LG Polymers, accident at LG Polymers here in the SEZ itself, and in that particular accident as well, there were about 12 people who had died in the accident. After which again, there were regulatory, panels that were brought in. Safety was once again spoken about as a huge priority. And in fact, safety guidelines were also brought in, which were supposed to be, monitoring agencies to find out what kind of safety guidelines are being done. So what the government is now planning to do is very quickly start a safety audit for these industries. They are trying to warn the industries that we are not going to be, breathing down your neck and make their life difficult for your existence here. But no, we do prioritize life. The people, as many as 25,000 people, in fact, are employed in the SEZs in North Andhra Pradesh. As you know, 2 major SEZs, pharma SEZs are there here. One is in the Paidi Bhimavaram area of Srikakulam, and the other in Achutapuram in Anakapalli district of Andhra Pradesh. So both these are big economic drivers for Andhra Pradesh, but safety cannot be an area that can take the back seat, is what the government is now pushing to say. The specific reasons of this accident, responsibility being fixed, is something that will happen. Pawan Kalyan also hinted that there was some confusion about the ownership of this, some dispute over the ownership that could have also led to the neglect of something as basic as safety. Back to you.
Right, the Chief Minister there has ordered a high-level inquiry into the incident while taking stock of the situation there. He is visiting the victims of that blast that took place yesterday in the afternoon. And with that, we're slipping into a short break. On the other side, we will get you the very details of the Prime Minister's visit in Poland. You remember that he's going to be taking off to Ukraine tonight. He's going to be embarking upon a train journey, which is going to take 10 hours for him to reach Kiev, the first Prime Minister to do so in over 30 years as far as Ukraine is concerned. We'll get you all the details. For now, we're slipping into break.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends. Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition? All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back. It's day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Poland. These are live shots coming on your screen of the Prime Minister there, meeting with the Prime Minister there, Donald Tusk. And this is the first meeting as far as the Prime Minister is concerned. This is a visit to Poland after 45 years of an Indian Prime Minister. There, the Prime Minister has also spoken about how India and Poland are more than 6,000 kilometers apart from each other, separated by continents, seas and oceans. But they have a single thread which is in common, and that is the sport of kabaddi. The game that originated in the country is now an upcoming sport and has caused the imagination, caught the imagination of Polish youngsters as well. So there you can see visuals on your screen of live visuals coming from Poland of the Prime Minister. Do remember that he is going to be taking on that journey to Ukraine, and that's going to happen later tonight. Before that, let's just go across to my colleague Vishnu, who's joining us from Poland. Vishnu, take us through the agenda of the day before the Prime Minister leaves for Kiev.
Well, I am in Kiev at the moment, not in Poland, but it's an important two-part visit of the Prime Minister. He is in Poland, as you say. It's a critical part of this visit, and I'll talk about Ukraine subsequently. But in terms of what is happening today, there's a restricted meeting with the Prime Minister of Poland, Mr. Tusk. Later on, there'll be a bilateral meeting with President Duda of Poland as well. There'll be a wreath laying at a tomb of the unknown soldier. Remember, Indian and Polish soldiers that fought together in the Second World War. There'll be press statements and interaction with business leaders. So a lot which will actually be done over the next several hours. But the second part of his visit will be later on this evening, when he starts what's going to be a long journey to Kiev, where I'm reporting from at the moment. I was in fact on the very last flight which attempted to land in Kiev 2 years back. It was an Air India relief flight to try and bring back students. That flight couldn't actually land And since then, there has been no attempt at a civil flight landing in Kiev because airspace has been completely shut down, and that remains shut down even today. So it's going to be a long, most likely train journey that the Prime Minister will take. Several international leaders have come to Kiev in that way. But will there be an out-of-the-box solution that India has to offer? That's what we want to know. We do know that it's going to be a very high-powered Indian delegation which features several prominent faces who will be over here. Given the impetus being given to this visit, the fact that India has responded to that invitation of President Zelensky, there is a real hope that India might have some suggestions on how the war between Russia and Ukraine can actually end. It is also an example of India's foreign policy, that you've got a government, a Prime Minister who was in Moscow a few weeks back, where he had a very clear message for President Putin that, look, respect the territorial sanctity of states, understand what the UN Charter has to say, respect that, and at the same time coming over here and saying that it is important to get on the table and start talking. It's going to be a short visit of the Prime Minister, perhaps less than 10 hours. There will be a press statement which should be expected as well. Certainly an Indian one, perhaps a Ukrainian one, possibly a joint one as well. But all that is going to happen tomorrow, a day of hectic developments expected here in Kiev.
Right, Vishnu, of course, like you mentioned, that visit would be perhaps be all of 7 hours, and it's going to take him longer to get there. He's going to be traveling by train, and it's going to be a journey which is going to take him perhaps 10 hours. But let's also talk about what was said yesterday when he said this is not the era of war. He'd also gone on to say how India is with everyone and thinks about everyone's benefit.
That's right. And, this is not the era of war is a statement which Prime Minister Modi made to President Putin on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization a couple of years back. It's been a line that India has now repeatedly been saying that, look, stop the fighting, end the fighting, get onto the table, get into a negotiated settlement. This is a war which has resulted in the loss of tens of thousands of lives on either side. The entire world, not just the people of Russia and Ukraine, need this to end. This has resulted in huge uncertainty at so many levels. It's meant deaths, it's meant displacement, it's meant economic ruin for both Russia and Ukraine. This has to come to an end, which is why India, the voice of the global south, a leader among the G20 nations, and certainly a country in our own independent right as a very large economy and democracy, trying to stress both to Russia and to Ukraine that please do end all of this and let's think about a way to start. But will there be an out-of-the-box solution which is suggested? I suppose we'll have to wait and see.
Right, Vishnu, also what is, of course, India believing in diplomacy and dialogue is something that, India finally took that stand when it comes to Ukraine. And given the fact that India has a great relationship when it comes to Russia, and take us through what is it that we can expect in those 7 hours, what's on the agenda?
Well, there's going to be a one-on-one meeting between President Zelensky and Prime Minister Modi. There'll be delegation-level talks as well. There'll be a small meeting with the Indian community who are going to be outside the hotel, which the Prime Minister is going to be in for just the couple of hours that he's visiting. He might just sort of be in and out of the hotel before he has his engagements. We do expect possibly a small interaction with President Zelensky in terms of a press conference. That's not yet been finalized at this juncture. And by the end of the day, we should get a pretty clear idea of what this visit is all about and how Ukraine sees this relationship. In as much as we talk about the war, it is important also to focus on the fact that India has had historically a very strong defense relationship, not just with Russia, but with Ukraine as well. The gas turbine engines of Indian frigates and destroyers are Ukrainian. The Antonov 32 medium transport aircraft of the Indian Air Force is a Ukrainian product, Antonov, a Ukrainian company. And therefore, India needs to ensure that supply chains for these engines, for these aircraft, need to be sustained. So that might also come up at some level in these talks.
Right, of course, Vishnu, thank you so much for getting us all those details. And of course, the Prime Minister is in Poland. He will be in Kiev, like Vishnu was mentioning. And just before leaving for Kiev, of course, the Prime Minister has gone on to say that as a friend and a partner, we hope for an early return of peace and stability in the region. So, Vishnu, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. For now, live visuals on your screen of the Prime Minister in Poland meeting with the Prime Minister there, Mr. Tusk. And of course, also, you know, the two leaders are expected to address the media, and that's expected later today. So we will keep tracking that story. For now, we're switching tracks to Jammu and Kashmir, and there Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are there. They got to Jammu yesterday on Wednesday. Today they are in Srinagar. They're expected to meet with Omar and Farooq Abdullah. What's really on the cards? Well, seat sharing and alliance dynamics is something that is going to be discussed in the meeting. Do remember, elections are coming up in Jammu and Kashmir, a three-phase assembly poll, which is going to start on the 18th of September, followed by the 25th of September, and then finally on the 1st of October, before the results are counted on the 4th of October. So these are elections since 2002, and Jammu and Kashmir has thrown up a huge hung verdict with no party winning an absolute majority. So Rahul Gandhi, they're saying that if anyone has worked in Jammu and Kashmir with courage, it has been the Congress party, and that he can understand the plight of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. So a lot on the agenda there, a very crucial visit there. Of course, Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi, they're expected to be having that meeting with Omar Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah. And to get more on this, my colleague there, Nazir, joining us. Nazir, from that visit in Jammu to the visit in Srinagar yesterday, we had, you know, pictures of Rahul Gandhi there enjoying that dinner, relishing that ice cream at one of those famous restaurants. And today, a very crucial meeting regarding seat sharing and also, you know, the alliance dynamics that are going to be discussed in that very crucial meeting that's coming up with the Abdullahs.
Well, for last about 1 hour, a meeting is underway at Farooq Abdullah's residence. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are meeting both Abdullahs, Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah. It's happening amid the reports of stalemate in talks between National Conference and the Congress about seat sharing formula, and there have been certain, you know, hiccups and roadblocks. There have been, both the parties have been demanding more seats, and both are not willing to blink. We have to see who will blink first. Rahul Gandhi, during his address to the party workers an hour ago, said alliance will happen. But at the same time, he said he had conveyed to the JKPCC president that the respect of Congress leaders and workers has to be maintained, kind of assuaging the feelings of leaders. Last night, there was a third round of negotiations between the Congress and the National Conference. It ended on a bitter note. There was a walkout of one of the leaders, and he was really agitated and protesting. Look, they are giving more seats to the National Conference. Well, as National Conference is not ready to actually concede or more seats in Kashmir Valley. There are reports that Congress has been asking for around 17 seats in Kashmir Valley and almost, you know, more than 30 seats in Jammu. So that is something, that formula is not accepted to the National Conference. They are saying it is a party which has a base across Jammu and Kashmir, so they will not concede more seats. So there were 3 rounds of talks. Senior leaders of the party were there. In fact, then the observer, one of the central leader, was also brought in yesterday's meeting with the National Conference, Congress's central leader. So in a hotel in Srinagar. So there was a lot of, you know, heated argument during that meeting. So that has caused certain bitterness, and that was also a sign if there would be a meeting between Rahul Gandhi and Abdullahs. But finally, before Rahul Gandhi leaves for Jammu, he is here for last 1 hour holding meeting with Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah, and seeing what sources are telling us that wherever there is also a third option, which is there could be a friendly contest on some seats where both parties say, look, they have more prospects of winning. So it's all that what would happen in this meeting. Rahul Gandhi has already conveyed to his party workers and leaders that there will be alliance and their respect will be maintained. We have to see, because this clearly shows that if the talks had failed, then this meeting would not have been possible. And also it a wrong message for the India alliance. They may be talking about India alliance at the country level, but here in Jammu and Kashmir, where Congress needs an alliance and needs it badly, Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are here at Farooq Abdullah's residence for last 1 hour holding closed doors meeting to finalize the seat share in this alliance arrangement for these elections.
Right, just ahead of the upcoming elections. Thank you so much, Nazir, for joining us. The National Conference and the Congress there likely to form a pre-poll alliance in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the Assembly polls. We will keep tracking that story and getting you all the very latest. For now, we're switching tracks, and this is in regard to the road rage that's taken place in Bengaluru. A biker has been killed after a car that chased the bike. This is footage of that incident that took place in Bengaluru. The CCTV camera that captured that road rage horror. Minor collision that escalated into a road rage, and the biker has died after the car driver chased and hit him, the car ramming into his bike, and it is the youth that has died due to his injury. He's come to his injuries, and now finally some arrests have been made in the case. The Bengaluru police have gone ahead and arrested 2 suspects. So a biker was killed after a car that allegedly chased him on the streets of Bengaluru. And we have Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, what details do you have for us?
A tragic incident that took place at Bengaluru's Vidyaranyapura police station limits, leading to the murder of a biker named Mahesh. It seems that the two-wheeler did accidentally touch the car, and some heated words were exchanged on the way, and the car driver then began to chase the biker, and the latter even tried to escape. In fact, there were 3 people on the bike, is what we are given to understand, but Mahesh managed to drop 2 of them on his bike while passing through, but then the chase continued, and after both were dropped off, Mahesh rammed onto a compound wall while passing through one of the narrow roads, and Arvind's car too, Arvind, the man in the car, too rammed into his bike from the rear, and as a result, Mahesh succumbed to head injury on the spot. Now, a case has been registered, murder case has been filed under 302 and 103 of the BNS, and since the accused had the knowledge and deliberately chased them, and that is why he has been charged, a murder case has been filed, and the 2 in the car have been arrested.
Right, thank you so much, Pratibha, for joining us. Of that road rage that has resulted in the death of this very young man who was chased on his bike by a car. Eventually, he has come to his injuries. Moving on now, a bill in Assam to regulate the Hindu-Muslim land deal. The Assam government there tabling the amendment bill to Land Revenue Regulation Act, the law to regulate land deals between Hindus and Muslims. So the government to scrutinize the land sale according to that bill, and the opposition there opposing the amendment and walking out because of that. So this is in a very significant move that the Assam Chief Minister has announced that his government will introduce that bill for the compulsory government registration of Muslim marriages and divorces in the upcoming autumn assembly session. The bill, known as the Assam Compulsory Registration of Marriage and Divorce Bill, aims to address and prevent child marriages in the state. The Assam cabinet approved the Muslim marriage registration bill, which stipulates that marriage registrations will be handled by government authorities rather than qazis. Now, speaking to the media ahead of the monsoon session, it was the Chief Minister saying that the new legislation will prohibit the registration of marriages involving individuals under the age of 18. And to get more on this, we have Ratnadeep joining us. Ratnadeep, take us through the details.
Well, today is the first day of the autumn session of the Assam Legislative Assembly, and on the first day the state government has tabled an amendment to the Assam Land Revenue Regulations, where now the government is trying to bring in new legislation through an amendment where the sale and purchase of land between people of 2 different faiths will go through a government scrutiny. That's what the new legislation that the government has tabled today actually aims to do. And this, when this bill was introduced in the floor of the House today, a section of the opposition MLAs, mostly from the all AIUDF as well as Congress, they actually opposed the idea. They claim that the government is trying to their allegation is that the government is trying to play up communal politics, while the government says that this is all about land reforms. So there was an argument in the floor of the House, after which some of the opposition MLAs actually walked out. The government says that they are going to go forward with this bill. However, all eyes will be also on this session when the Assam Assembly actually, in the Assam Assembly, the government tables the new law that would come in terms of the Muslim marriage registration, where the Assam government now says that Muslim marriage registration will be done by the government and not by the qazis, and there would be punitive action, legal actions in terms of if any marriages of minors are registered. This is also something that the opposition is opposing. The opposition is again labeling the government of and accusing the government of getting involved in communal politics. That's what the opposition is saying. But definitely now first this the amendment to the Land Regulation Act, which has been already tabled, and the new bill with regards to the Muslim marriage registration, which is likely to be now tabled on August 27. These two bills are going to become the new political flashpoint between the ruling BJP and the opposition parties like the Congress and the AIUDF in Assam.
Right. Of course, this is in regard also in context of Assam speaking to the media ahead of the monsoon session. It was Mr. Sarma, the Chief Minister, stating that the new legislation will prohibit the registration of marriages involving individuals under the age of 18. So it is the bill known as the Assam Compulsory Registration of Marriage and Divorce Bill, aiming to address and prevent child marriages in the state. The Assam Cabinet approved the Muslim Marriage Registration Bill, which stipulates that marriage registration will be handled now by the government. Let's just listen in to what the Chief Minister had to say.
देखिए, हमारे जो मुस्लिम विवाह होते थे उनको काजी रजिस्टर करते थे। आज से ये सरकार में रजिस्टर होगा और उस बिल में पहले प्रावधान था कि माइनर का भी मैरिज भी रजिस्टर हो सकता है। आज से माइनर का शादी रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं होगा। तो बेसिकली यही दो प्रोविजन है।
And staying with news of the northeast, 10 people have died and more than 34,000 people have been displaced amid a worsening disaster situation in Tripura. Now, officials have said that over 34,000 people belonging to more than 6,600 families have so far been taken into shelter in camps across 8 districts, while over 1,000 houses have been damaged due to the way it has been raining. There is an orange category warning which is in place. Do remember there was a red category warning in place as of yesterday. So over the last 2 days, it has been incessantly raining. It rained overnight as well, which is what is coming in the way as far as the rescue operations are concerned. Do remember that they have sought deployment of additional NDRF personnel in order to assist in the rescue operations in Tripura. And I have my colleague Ratnadeep joining us. Ratnadeep, take us through the rain situation on the hand. Is it coming in the way as far as rescue operations are concerned?
That's right, the rains are hampering the rescue operation. In fact, even now, moments before we went on air with this broadcast, I did speak to a senior official and he said that it's still drizzling and water levels in the rivers are very high. They're much higher than danger level in the main rivers in Tripura, like the Howrah, like Gomti River, and in fact in many areas there is fresh inundation and therefore rescue operations are being carried out. In fact, the Indian Air Force has airlifted contingents of NDRF to the state capital Agartala, and the NDRFs have been now sent to the affected areas. The state government had asked Centre for more help. Assam Rifles have been deputed to help the state forces in the rescue operations since yesterday. Remember, the road transport has also been disrupted within the state, and also the national highway that links Tripura to Assam has water logging in several places, so the road link is disrupted. The train link has been very badly hit by landslides. Several trains have been cancelled. In fact, the air link is the only link which is operating, but even in the airport there were massive inundation, and what we are getting to hear that the authorities had to actually break the boundary walls of the airport to make an outlet for the waters to drain out so that the air airport remains operational, because remember, Tripura is a landlocked state, and therefore if the rail link and road link has already disrupted, so the air link is the only means, and therefore the measures had to be taken to drain out water from the airport so that the airport remains operational. At this moment, the focus remains in terms of the rescue operations. 10 people have already died, 34,000 people have been rescued since yesterday. That number must have gone up. By this evening, we'll get more the new numbers from the authorities, but at this moment, rescue operations are continuing there, even as the rains at this moment have weakened a bit, but overnight there have been very heavy rainfall, and there is still orange alert which has been issued by the Met Department. So therefore, Tripura perhaps is bracing for a very tough time.
Right, a very tough time indeed, of course, Ratnadeep, because it's rained 1,200% above normal as far as the rainfall that's been recorded over the last 2 days. Let's just get you a ground report.
An ambulance forcing its way through the raging floodwaters in Tripura. The tiny northeastern state is facing its worst flash floods in decades, caused by unprecedented rain over 1,200% above normal over the past 2 days, resulting in death and destruction and widespread flooding in all 8 districts. NDRF, Assam Rifles and state forces are rescuing thousands. Over 200 teams are on the field, but more help is needed.
I have already talked to him in the morning, and the status of the state I already informed him, and I told him that please send some NDRF team as early as possible. So I heard that from Arunachal Pradesh 4 NDRF teams are coming, and another already have reached from Silchar.
The government has asked schools and colleges to remain shut till Thursday. The national highway is waterlogged, and even rail link has been hit by landslides. The South Tripura and the Gomuti district are the worst hit. Even in state capital Agartala and its suburbs, there is massive inundation. Hundreds are marooned.
बहुत गंभीर है अभी पानी के यहाँ पर बहुत सा आदमी बहुत तकलीफ में है।
कुछ मिला सरकार की तरफ?
नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं, अभी तक कोई आया ही भी नहीं है, तो मिलेगा क्या?
दिक्कत है सबको, खाना वाना का भी दिक्कत है, ये सभी चीज का दिक्कत। कहाँ रह रहे हैं लोग? कुछ लोग तो गाड़ी में अपना घर बनाए, जो लेबर लोग हैं वो अपना गाड़ी में घर बनाए, और बाकी कुछ लोग जो है वो मतलब ऐसे आसपास के स्कूलों में गए।
If the rain continues as forecast, Tripura will have to brace for tougher times. In Guwahati, Ratnadeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative.
Bengal horror. Supreme Court resumes hearing
Top court questions the Bengal government over procedural lapses. Supreme Court says, see Bengal government status report after lunch. Supreme Court urges doctors to resume work. CJI says poor people cannot be left in lurch. Committee will hear the doctors as well. Bombay High Court hears Thane molestation case. High Court pulls up the police for inaction. High Court says action should be taken against school by now. JPC meet on Waqf Amendment Bill underway. Waqf Board chairman of all states in the meeting. Minority Department gives detailed presentation of the 44 amendments. Congress top brass in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the polls. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge meet Congress workers in Srinagar. Congress National Conference meeting today on seat sharing formula. Day 2 of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Poland visit. Prime Minister holds bilateral talks with Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk. Good afternoon and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Let's very quickly take you to our top story that we are tracking at 2 p.m. The hearing which is going on in the Kolkata rape and murder case in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court today, on day 2 of the hearing, has urged the doctors once again to resume work. The CJI, D.Y. Chandrachud, said poor people cannot be left in lurch. Meanwhile, the Arjikar doctors are saying that they still are terrorized by what had happened on the premises of the hospital. The Supreme Court has also asked to see the status report of the government of West Bengal post-lunch. This is the second day of the hearing, and the court, in fact, asked some very, very tough questions. The court said, never seen such a case, many questions unanswered. The Supreme Court also spoke about a committee that will hear the doctors. The Bengal government is unable to clarify on the case's registration time, and we cannot accept government's explanation on the probe.
They also have their heart with the doctors, but they are in a situation where poor people who come to those institutions cannot be left behind in the lurch.
Yes, sir.
That they take appointments 2 years before the actual date, and then suddenly you're told that you will not be attended to. Let them all resume work. Ask them to first return to work.
Yes.
Once they return to work, then if nobody is going to take any adverse action against the doctors.
That
all come back to work.
Word from your lordship will work not for them.
Let them first come back to work, and then if there's any difficulty, just talk to us in the court here. We'll make sure that there is no adverse action against the doctor.
And now the record reveals the report which we have in our hand that UD was registered after the inquest Panchanama, after the post-mortem. You may be right, Mr. Sibal. This is something which even the criminal procedure code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure
Yeah.
which has been followed by your police, police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across.
Yes.
In 30 years of my...
I know.
Let them investigate. This has been inserted later in point of time.
No, page 4.
Yes, prima facie appears.
So once again, the Bengal government put in the dock by the Supreme Court. Important hearing, ladies and gentlemen, going on there. Let me bring in my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who is joining us with more details on this. Sunil, once again, tough questions to the Bengal government. Specifically, so far the confusion remains, or at least the Supreme Court's biggest contention is on the time lag between the incident and the FIR that was then registered.
That's right. As you rightly pointed out, there has been a to and fro between the CBI as well as the West Bengal government, and I think we'll get further clarity when the hearing resumes this afternoon again at around 2:10 or so when the Chief Justice's bench resumes. The issue, of course, continues to be about the fact that there was an inquest done. How could it have been done? And when there is an unnatural death without an FIR being lodged, and all those issues which you've heard Justice Pardiwala speak. So that's going to be explained. The Kolkata police has its and Kolkata government point and contention on how they want to deal with this entire matter. They've also asked the CGI to come and give a standard operating procedure for the protests that are planned, because they say it's now collateral damage. It's a more of politics and how things have to be played out. But more importantly, about how could a post-mortem report be done, an inquest, a whole lot of issues that unnatural death and the other things. How did all this happen? And the Solicitor General on behalf of the CBI said after the time of the cremation. That of course is being contested by the Kolkata police, who said all this was done prior to that. The FIR was lodged after that because of the whole entire procedure, and that the father said to wait. So that's something, and the victim's father is also present in the proceedings. So I think the Chief Justice of India and the bench will hear all of them. But the politics are part of, and hopefully we'll be able to also get a status of where the investigation is going forward. There are three other issues that need to be discussed. One, as you heard, Chief Justice of India saying that the poor cannot be left in the lurch. So asking doctors to resume duty. The second, that they will be heard by the National Task Force. And third, most importantly, that their suggestions, for example, a national distress, that there has to be fast tracking of crimes against doctors. This is not the first incident. There are many, many incidents before. A council, gave an example of 2016 where a doctor has been killed within the hospital, and yet trial is not yet started or anyway is seeing the light of day in terms of justice. So these are issues which are in focus by the Chief Justice of India. He himself also telling and counseling a a lawyer not to depend on social media for arguments in Supreme Court. Because they were talking about 150 milligrams of semen, which is not there in the report. He says, we have it in the PMR and we know what they're referring to.
Okay. Sunil, thank you. Important point Sunil raising there. And once again, at 2:10, in next 5 minutes or so, when this entire hearing starts, we'll go back and keep getting you the latest on this. Sunil, thank you for joining us. But like Sunil was saying, the court today very clearly, once again, requested the doctors to come back and resume work. The court also said that the common people cannot be left in lurch. So what has been the reaction to this appeal of the Supreme Court? Let's just listen in to my colleague Tanushka, who spoke to the protesting doctors in Kolkata on the hearing which is going on in the Supreme Court.
I have worked this government of West Bengal for 33 years.
And when were you an alumni at RG Medical Hospital?
Also, I am an alumni of RG Medical.
Back at your time when you were a student here versus now, you've come back here for a cause. What is your expectation from the Supreme Court hearing that just is happening?
No, on the hearing of Supreme Court, I am actually nobody to say anything, because Supreme Court is there. They are going to hear the case and they are going to pass their judgment. But I, as a medical man of this profession, I have never seen, I have never heard, I have not seen the case. There's such a heinous and brutal crime and murder in my life. Okay, I have never seen in Bengal.
Doctor, what is your name?
My name is Dr. Jagannath Bhattacharya.
Dr. Jagannath, when were you an alumni? When did you study at RG Medical
Yes,
College?
we came to this hospital. We are the student. We did our pre-medical in 1969. Then we entered the medicals in this medical 70.
Ever since?
And passed in 1977.
So you passed out in 1977. Ever since then and now you're back at the college here for a cause, for a very sad, tragic reason as well. The Supreme Court is hearing the case. What do you make of this case at your alumni college?
We don't want to say anything about the Supreme Court, but we have come because of in our time. In 1978 and 79, we were the house staffs and interns here. interns first and then house staffs here. We didn't think of those things, you know. The atmosphere was so good, the administrator was so good, the government was so good, but this is I think, the culminative effect of corruption.
So what do you think?
Corruption in West Bengal. Not only here, throughout West Bengal there is corruption, and so many things are happening. And in this college, I think in our college, these things happen. This is a culminating and dreadful effect of a corrupted group who have performed these things. We want justice. Not only just one person is arrested. We just want the other person, the whole group, the whole corrupted group to be arrested and to be sentenced to death. I think that will be the proper punishment.
I mean, now to another important story that we've been tracking for the last few days. The Bombay High Court today made very strong observations as it took suo motu cognizance of the sexual assault of 2 minor children last week at a kindergarten in fact, Badlapur area of Maharashtra's Thane district. The court said if schools are not safe, then what's the point of talking about the right to education? The High Court also asked that unless there is a strong outburst, the machinery doesn't seem to be working. The court reprimanded the local police for failing to register a case. Why are you suppressing facts from us? Questioning why was the family of the second victim statement was not recorded. School chose cover up over helping parents. Some very strong words coming in there from the High Court in yet another case of sexual assault, of molestation that took place in Thane. From Kolkata, then to Maharashtra, east to west, all the sides that you see, crimes against women on the rise. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika, who is joining us at this moment with more details as far as this case is concerned. Radhika, quite an important hearing, and more than that, the court underlining the basic problem as far as the policing is concerned. While the government says that they have been proactive, the fact remains the court very quickly saying that you were trying to suppress the facts, also pointing out to many loopholes in this investigation.
Absolutely. Bombay High Court took suo motu cognizance of the Badlapur sexual assault case, and it came down very heavily on the state government as well as on Badlapur police over the way it conducted the investigations in this case. It questioned the police over the delay in registering the FIR. It questioned the police on the procedures followed in registering the FIR under POCSO Act, saying that most of the procedures were not followed while taking over this case. In fact, it also asked why the second victim statement was not recorded. Under 164 CRPC, statements of neither of the neither of the victims were recorded, nor the family member statements were recorded. Why is it so, is the question that was asked by the Bombay High Court. Also, speaking about certain other procedures as well, including how victim girls were not counseled. Why were they not offered counseling when it is mandated under provisions of the POCSO? Also speaking about how the statement of the second girl were not recorded. Instead, when the court was told that the second victim girl's father's statement was recorded, which was just done yesterday, the court pointing at the fact that it was after suo motu cognizance was taken by the court that the investigating officers decided to go ahead and take that particular statement. And court also questioning why video recording of the statements have not been done so far. So yes, court pulling up the state government as well as the police over the shoddy probe in this entire case, and also very importantly asking why a case has not been registered against the school. It is inside the school premises that this unfortunate incident happened. Why is it that there is not a single complaint against the school, nor a case registered against the school, when again it is mandated under POCSO Act? So now, of course, the next hearing will be on Tuesday at 2:30 p.m., by which time the court has asked the police to give it all the important details as far as the investigation updates are concerned, all the case files in connection to it, making sure that they should be given, the victim family should be given all the legal counseling,
right.
as well as general counseling, and
Besides that, 164 CRPC statements of both the victims must be taken as well as of the family members.
Okay.
This is something the court has in fact told. So now we'll have to wait and see what kind of investigation update will be given. The court also pointing at how,
Right, Radhika.
how is it this right to education when students are not safe in their own schools.
Thank you for joining us with all those details. Remember, the government is also under the fire from the opposition as far as this case is concerned. On 24th, the Maha Vikas Aghadi collectively is also protesting as far as this case is concerned across Maharashtra. Let's just listen in fact, to some reactions that my colleague Radhika took on this story.
Today, the court was heavily down on the police, the Badlapur police. There was a delay in the registration of FIR. The parents were kept waiting. The court said that we had taken cognizance based off of the news reports that were coming in and the protests that soon followed. The court expressed its disappointment, saying that if the protesters are having to rail roko and because of that, the court has to take action. There's not going to be sense of the RTE, the right to education.
Will you be seeking more prayers in the days to come? Of course, suo motu has been taken, but will there be any intervention from your part in the days to come?
Currently, I mean, we are looking into it. We are not very sure. We trust the SIT investigation so far, and we trust that the court is going to look at the larger picture and ensure the safety of the children. They might also issue, we are expecting that the courts also might issue guidelines pertaining to children's safety with regard to POCSO and even without, I mean, even irrespective of POCSO, and those statewide schools would have to follow it. That's what we have expected.
Any particular directives that you'd like the court to be issued? Because you had mentioned this a couple of days ago.
The court has today mentioned that we are going to look into the matter. We are going to look at the larger picture, and essentially the state schools would have to comply by the POCSO rules, and the court is going to ensure that there are...
In terms of larger safety and security.
Yes, in terms of larger safety and security of the children, whether the POCSO guidelines are being complied by the schools or not of the state, that the court will look into.
Sad news coming in from Andhra Pradesh, where at least 18 people died and 40 others were injured after an explosion in Andhra Pradesh, Ankapale. In fact, the explosion took place at the Special Economic Zone. The explosion occurrence at the Cynthia company, a pharma company, in fact, at their plant in the Special Economic Zone. The injured have been shifted to the NTR hospital. Now, the statement which has been released says the incident happened not because of a reactor blast. The district collector has said officials suspect it to be an electricity-related fire. Around 380 employees work in 2 shifts at this plant. At least 17 people died and more than 41 were injured after this explosion. The explosion, in fact, took place and now the treatment is going on. My colleague Uma Sadhir joins us with more details on this story. Uma, you know, once again, a very sad incident, but so far, as the investigation go on in this case, what is the condition of the victims and what is the district administration saying about this?
No. So here now we have actually the team which is going to be conducting the audit and should I say the probe into what went wrong that caused this accident that has taken away 17 lives at least and at least 40 people are injured. I have with me BJP leader and the local MP, Mr. CM Ramesh. The Deputy CM has actually gone on record to say that accidents have been happening repeatedly every 2 to 3 weeks almost, and there is a lack of safety audit because of which these accidents are getting repeated.
Yeah, this is not. I've seen this place and all. This is not a call accident. This is a human error. Monthly safety audit has to be done. Since last 3-4 years, no audit has been done. You have to see the records, what the reports has been done. Now investigation is going on. We have to see this is the biggest incident, 17 deaths and about 35 people injured. And if you see the place, really anybody who's work tomorrow onwards there, it is very scary. And investigation is going on. CM has announced for death persons 1 crore rupees for ex gratia and 50 lakhs major injured and 25 lakhs partial injured. This is a big amount, but it is not the amount where we have to get the lives tomorrow. Here surrounding, lot of employees are working. Tomorrow one side we have to industrialization also has to come and we have to see main safety of the employees.
ACZ is obviously an economic driver for the state and for the country, and we're talking about pharma, for which again this is an area that is of big interest economically as well. But somewhere are you, while trying to provide ease of doing business, are you not insisting enough on safety? That is what is the question.
Now this government has come since last 2 months. Now Chief Minister is very strict. Today he is going to make a review on the safety audit and all the factories inspection, including we also will go. We will find out what is the issues are there. We will ask the employees. We will ask the fire services people. We will ask the pollution people and safety people. Everybody. We also now conduct the inquiries.
Okay, thank you so much. I actually also have with me the DG Fire Safety and also an expert who is going to be part of this team, Mr. Pratap Reddy Garu. What is this? This is a wake-up call for sure, because we are talking about the biggest number of deaths in many years in an accident here in the ACZ.
It's definitely a very tragic incident involving large amount of human loss in the state in the recent times. We are taking it very seriously. We are going into each and every aspect of the incident, find out the root causes and address them. And that is why the are here. And Mr. Subbarao Jetty is from Jain Pharma City, which is also closely located. Normally small incidents keep happening also there. And we want to see that these kind of tragedies are not repeated.
Was safety regulation in some way compromised? You understand the science more than any of us. Tell us what seems to have gone wrong from what you know as of now.
This is not the neglect of the safety. This is the more precautions is taken. Particularly this case is the different study learning for all of us. This design of this facility is the lot of learnings from all the industry members or co-industry members also. Definitely it will be go for detailed investigation. Then will be assess the exact root cause for this failure.
Were there enough people who knew about the subject to be able to handle it? What went wrong really? You were earlier mentioning engineering design could be a reason for this.
This is the failure of one part, particular failure of part.
All right, Uma, I'll have to leave it there because we are cutting back straight to the Supreme Court, where the hearing has resumed as far as the Arjikar Hospital rape and murder case is concerned. Let's listen in.
So we follow this to the T.
Except that this doesn't justify registration of your FIR at 11:30 at night.
But everything started earlier. All the investigation was done.
Body was recovered in soon after 9:30.
But Manoj, all the investigation was done in accordance with law. Manoj. There's no as far as delay in the investigation. The procedure is the same, Manoj. We have not, Manoj.
Procedure and other things is a separate issue, but the point really does remain that what is the reason? I mean, now we've already highlighted that. We needn't go over it all over again. What is the reason why the FIR is lodged almost 14 hours after the discovery
because we asked the parents, he says we'll give a formal complaint. That's all on the record.
Second, further investigation is also required.
One
counsel is here.
Please, if you don't mind.
Parents' counsel.
Sir,
he's waving his hands.
1 second, if you don't mind.
He's waving his hands.
Second, most important.
It's not an issue that the parents should have requested them to delay the FIR.
He was the principal of the college. He should have come straight away to the college and directed the filing of the FIR. Who was he in touch with? What were his connections?
That's for him, Manoj, to decide why he didn't do it. Manoj, I'm just telling your lordship that as far as we are concerned, we follow this procedure, be that as it may, Manoj.
Now, the moment he tenders a resignation, he's appointed as a principal of another college.
Yeah, but we respond to that separately.
What is the purpose? I mean,
yes, I appreciate that part of it.
A lot of
we appreciate that part of it.
We're still investigated by the by
now, of course, Manoj, each of us, Manoj, who are appearing for the state have now got Swiss bank accounts which are doing the rounds, Manoj, because we are appearing for the state. That's all that's happening now, Manoj, outside, and we are
Initially, that Swiss bank account came, Manoj, from your client, present client.
Anyway, we don't have to really go into all this. We have to.
Let's not. What we will again, you know, instead of concentrating on the investigation, you're concentrating on the state of West Bengal.
CBI submitted its status report to us of the investigation. You have also submitted a status report of the investigation. We will have a look at your report. We'll take it on the record. Let the investigation continue. There are two different things. CBI in respect of the actual death, and insofar as you are concerned, the vandalization which takes place the day after. So
and the future protest, Manoj, your lordships have to protect us for that. That future protest.
Protest?
How can
Protecting the state?
How can we protect the state?
No, your lordships may Manoj, SO, the standard operating procedure must follow. We will designate area they can hold the protest. They can go there.
So why do we have to do all that? Your district magistrate.
Yeah, your lordships will only say, Manoj, because your lordships have said no peaceful protests should be interfered with, Manoj. Now, if they don't follow the standard operating procedure, don't tell us what the leader is. Manoj, what will happen is what your lordships have seen.
We have not for a moment said that the requisite provisions of law should not be complied.
That's right. That should be clarified. That's all.
The only thing is that what we meant was that stop arresting people who are...
Yes, absolutely. Your lordship may just clarify that.
Manoj, an additional small clarification.
We have never said that irrespective of the normal procedures for conducting
protests.
That's
being done, Manoj. That's why I saw those audio clips, Manoj.
Right now we will just say this. A status report has been submitted by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Likewise, a status report has been submitted on behalf of the police of the state of the investigation.
Kolkata police.
By the
Kolkata police.
By the Kolkata police. On behalf of the Kolkata police. Full stop. As already noted earlier, the investigation into the circumstances relating to the death of the postgraduate student at RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital is being conducted by the CBI. Full stop. The Kolkata police is looking into the investigation following the vandalization of the hospital after the protests of the after the protests at the site.
No, it was vandalism, not protest.
After the protests at the site.
Yes. Vandalism after the protest. Yes.
Full stop. Next. From the material which has been produced before the court, it appears that a request for conducting the polygraph test has been submitted. Test of the accused has been submitted to the ACJM Sialda, which is stated to be under process. Full stop. The ACJM Sialda shall pass orders on the application no later than by 5 p.m. on 23 August 2024. Full stop. During the course of the hearing, a number of counsel have appeared on behalf of diverse stakeholders, including the associations representing the resident doctors. Full stop.
And other doctors, Manoj.
Resident doctors and other doctors. Full stop. Among others. Full stop. The council who have intervened in these proceedings, together with the parties for whom they have intervened, are set out below. ये पूरा statement ले लीजिए. In the previous order of this court, while constituting a national task force, this court had specifically clarified that the NTF should engage with diverse stakeholders. Full stop. Consequently, we hope and trust that the NTF shall hear the representatives of diverse stakeholders so as to enable it to have inputs from all those who are likely to be affected by the process which has been initiated by this court and who have a vital stake in maintaining safety and well-being of the doctors and other medical professionals in their workplaces. In their workplaces.
I give it.
We have not said no. We have said all stakeholders. During the course of the hearing, learned counsel have place some additional suggestions which may be taken into account by the committee, including bracket 1, the installation of distress call systems, the institutionalization of distress call systems, semicolon, bracket 2, regulation of duty hours, comma, and 3, the lodgement of the constitution of a compensation distress fund. Next, the above suggestions would, it is needless to note, be considered by the National Task Force, whose remit has been couched in broad terms by this court. It is undoubted that the views of diverse stakeholders would be taken into account by the task force before its final recommendations are made. To facilitate the filing of suggestions before the National Task Force, we direct the Secretary in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the Union Government to open a specific portal on the website of the Ministry, on which associations, or as the case may be, different stakeholders can submit their suggestions for consideration before the committee. Mr. Kapil Sibal, Learned Counsel appearing on behalf of the State of West Bengal, the Kolkata Police, submits that this court may clarify, submits that while this court has permitted peaceful protests, the order should not be misconstrued to mean that the authorities are precluded from exercising their regulatory powers in accordance with law. This court has not injuncted the state from exercising such lawful powers as are entrusted in terms of the law. However, we categorically reaffirm that peaceful protests shall not be disturbed, nor shall peaceful protests shall not be disturbed or disrupted, and the state shall not take any action against those who are protesting against who are peacefully protesting.
That's correct.
Against the incident which took place at Rajikor Medical College.
Just one hold on. Allow me. Whether your lordships may take my affidavit on record. Take on record. And two things. We have filed the status report, but the pen drive is not being taken, which has the videos. That pen drive may be taken on record.
My lords, with
They are
regard
in extras.
One second. Should we keep it after a week for the next status report to be filed before us? Because we just like to.
That's fine, But the pen drive may be taken because they are the annexures, Yes, deeply obliged.
my lords,
Just
with
give it
regard
the pen drive.
Karuna, this is.
And also, let me finish.
we'll finish the
Protest.
Where?
Well, let me just finish this. My timeline was on the events.
Only one request I have to make.
1 second, hold on, please. Let me make my request.
Yeah, of course.
The timelines. What master, just take that.
So request is this. Request is this, my lord.
In view of the fact that this court has taken measures to ensure the institutionalization of the concerns of the medical professions in terms of the previous order dated so and so, it is only to be expected that the doctors would now return to work. Full stop. Pending the submission of the report to the National Task Force, all state governments and union territories shall ensure that wherever the need arises in terms of the exigencies of work, the state shall be alert to any apprehended violations of a breach of apprehension, violations, or breach of safety in medical establishments within that.
My Lord, doctors are with the court on that. My Lord, with backlash we can be protected against.
Timeline of events as they happen,
Lord, can the timeline at least be shared with us?
We'll give
Give a copy to the...
Yes, yes.
This can never be secret.
What? Nothing.
Of
course not. Nothing.
Also give the or your status report. Yeah. Well, that can be shared with the CBS.
Of course, it can be.
Investigation is pending, Malad. How can the status report be shared? That cannot.
But one aspect may be considered.
Yes, his status report is not shared.
The CISF has been deployed at...
yes, Malad. Yes, Malad.
The Solicitor General states that in compliance with the orders of this court, the CISF has been deployed at RG Medical College and Hospital so as to ensure the safety of
just one small submission.
All other medical professionals.
My Lords had said in the morning an additional line, my Lords, with regard to protecting our doctors from backlash. They will, of course, rejoin. But my Lords, and they have never suspended emergency services. But my Lords, there is a concern, already a backlash.
Ms. Nandi, there's no question of only doing emergency services. In a place like, say, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, people take appointments 2 years in advance. If doctors are not available on duty for a day, that means that person loses a slot which was booked 2 years in advance.
Absolutely, my Lords. And during lunch, we spoke to our doctors, and this is what has been said, and this is what has absolutely been agreed to. My Lords, just the backlash, though, there is the health department and the medical council, we are being told that the action is being taken against our doctors. These are under control of the West Bengal government who are protesting, the protesting doctors. In addition, private and public harassment is happening from the police.
Next week.
Yes, my Lords.
Once the doctors get back to work, please come back to us and tell us.
Lordships, may I just point out?
Come back, my Lords.
Lordship,
Lordships, there is an order.
Record this in the order.
An apprehension has been expressed on behalf of the doctors, stating that they are likely to be, or some of them are already being proceeded against.
Not to interrupt, in Delhi there is FIR registered against us.
Right. For the protests which took place in the past. Full stop. We are expecting compliance with the assurance which is now given to the court that the doctors would join normal duties. Full stop. In the meantime, if any adverse action has been taken against any protesting doctor for protests which have been carried out prior to the date of this order, no coercive steps shall be taken on the basis of any action.
There is an order of a college in Ujjain where my learned
friend... nothing hereafter, because now after this order, everybody must be
doctors have been told for contempt, not even to go on a token strike. My learned friend wants...
I just received
I'll tell you one thing. Get back to work now. If any doctor is proceeded against for a protest which took place in the past, we have already said no coercive action will be taken.
This is for the future, actually. We are saying that you cannot go for the token protest.
But future now, you must come back to duty.
The problem is that
if we judges that will stand outside the Supreme Court, no.
Yes,
because justice and medicine can't go on strike. Everybody has to come back.
To the proper measure, it should be done. And
another
that's for the contempt.
another aspect.
One second.
Look, first, establish before us next time that everybody has come back to work. Once we are satisfied that everybody has come back to work, please rest assured we'll make sure that no adverse action is taken. What happened in the past.
The other thing is, your lordships have taken now the status report on record and a separate affidavit on record. Now, Malaj, the only thing is, and this is a request from everybody, that Malaj, normalcy should try and be, Malaj, the people should not take advantage of the situation. Normalcy should return, Malaj, and we are investigating in their hands now. Responsible is in their hands now, the investigation.
Vandalism is stopped, everything will be normal.
And therefore, we have requested the doctors to come back to work.
Yes. No statements, Malaj, that are being made of the
nature. The investigation is going on. We are assessing the status reports which are being filed in the course of the investigation. I think now, for the family, there's no question of normalcy because the family is deeply affected.
Correct.
But insofar as the community is concerned, including the community of doctors, we have to return back to our duty.
And the statements and the,
just
the
one
statements
sentence.
made of the nature that we have placed before you.
I appear for the
Lord,
Doctors
only a
Association
minute,
of...
my lord. Let this thought, my lord. Lord, we are not against, my lord, and nobody should make any statement.
That's correct.
We have a statement of a sitting minister of the state of West Bengal saying that, no, not all, there's something very serious, that if anybody talks anything against our leader, his fingers will be chopped off.
Well, then I will read the leader of the opposition statement.
Go into it. Nobody should speak.
Bullets will be fired. Bullets will be fired is what he said.
What we would also expect,
yes,
please don't politicize.
Exactly.
So Bindu has said bullets will be fired.
Across the political spectrum,
yes,
parties have to realize, don't politicize.
That's
exactly.
The law will take its course. The law will take its course, and we are ensuring that the law does take its course after a quick and efficient investigation.
Deeply obliged. Deeply obliged.
Second, we are also concerned about the welfare and safety of doctors for the future. We want to institutionalize this.
That's right.
Yes. We are not just going to lay down guidelines. We are going to pass an enforceable direction that the recommendations of the task force will be implemented by the state governments by hospitals under the authority of the union government.
My introduction, I prevented a political dialogue by giving this instance.
Mine is not, just 10 seconds. We are grateful. I appear for the Resident Doctors Association of AIIMS, Delhi. We are grateful Lordship's taken so much. What has happened is we have taken a peaceful protest. I registered, I get the General Secretary of the association. Now, as it is, emotions are running high. The office bearers are sensible. They're trying their best to convince the large body to get back to work. Now, these kind of FIRs, etc., sets back the process. Just tell them to hold their hands. Delhi police.
Why don't you do this? Ask the doctors at AIIMS Delhi also to get back to work. Insofar as the FIR and other things are concerned, we are seized of it. When we are seized of it, nothing is going to happen.
You registered yesterday, my lord. General Secretary accused
now
in the
tell us
FIR.
one thing. Since when have you been abstaining from duties? Tell us, how long is it back?
From the time the incident, for last 7 days, 7 days.
So the incident took place on the 9th.
Yes, my lord.
Right? Today we are now on the 22nd. Imagine 13 days doctors from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences don't go to work.
Absolutely. As an officer of the court, as lawyers, we've been talking to them after your lordship's taken so much cognizance. We've told them.
Democracy does not mean indiscipline.
I understand, but these FIRs aggravate. Lordship understands the 1,500 doctors, office bearers are sensible. They are trying.
Tell the doctors. Yes. Once they get back to work, we will put it to the director. The director is a member of our task force.
Yes, madam.
We put it to the director that all right, and we'll tell the police who are here before us. Nobody wants to pursue the doctors.
Yes, that's
right.
But what happens is
they have to get back to work.
Let them just hold their hands till the lordship is FIR registered for a peaceful protest, and after the last order, my lord.
But therefore, we have just said that no coercive steps will be taken. That we have already protected the doctors.
Yes,
but. Now, if they don't get back to work.
I understand. I completely convey the sentiment.
May I just say, your lordships?
One submission, lordship. One submission.
Nobody should say acid bombs will be used, this should be done, bullets will be fired. It's all wrong, Malad.
Well, God knows you have these kind of elements everywhere on all sides of the spectrum. Exactly. Now tell us, we don't know who has said that.
We have got the clips.
You have given that to us, but
yes,
what is the idea?
and the leader of the opposition has done this.
I am also getting, my lord, many things.
Stay home, there's a protective order. We can't lodge an FIR.
Responsible way of not placing it before the court.
Therefore,
it is to be ignored.
That when we said that peaceful protesters will not be disturbed, that is equally subject to compliance with the other requirements. Intimation to the district matters.
Lordship, may I say one thing, Lordship? Lordship, because of two investigating agencies are investigating, the vandalism is being investigated by the police and other side is investigated by the CBI. Lordship, there is an apprehension that conflict will be there. Lordship, because vandalism.
Don't worry about it. We are here to resolve any conflict.
What is here on the next list?
That's a thing, Lordship, because
media trial also must be banned. Media spreading rumors, it is insulting the victim, my lord. Kindly stop.
We've already passed that order.
It is alleged.
CBI may not.
One more thing, if you stop filing all those publicity interest litigations that I come every day before this court, I think the media trial will stop. Constantly filing some PIL or the other before us. All right, we'll see.
Lordship, may I just finally say that this hearing has provided a healing touch to the doctors. The doctors who felt they had nobody to vent their grievance with. Your lordships have heard it so patiently, and there's a sense of satisfaction among the doctors that they now feel that they've finally been heard. So we would just like to thank your lordships.
We thank Saprajita, we have also said that today that the doctors would be heard by the committee. So
yes,
I must tell you, Lord, I must tell you, Lordship, Lord, when,
Change, my lords.
Mr. Karun,
Your lordship.
Lord, when the Secretary, Lord, Secretary Health,
yes,
Director General of Health Services came, they also shared this concern with that doctors are exposed to patients and patients' relatives, and their temper is also going high because doctors have their own duties, their own compulsions. The patients would expect something. So there is always a friction kind of a situation. So doctors are kind of more vulnerable. But this has really given a healing touch and an assurance coming from the highest court of the country, that the highest court of the nation is looking after their interest.
Well, really thank you, Mr. Dr. Rajiv Joshi, I think, is on the line.
It's Dr. Rajiv Joshi from Medical Legal Society of India, sir.
Yes.
I represent a body of doctors which has got 70 lawyers and 120 members, doctors who have done LLB. So this is the association which has worked research for 5 years about the problems of violence against doctors. And you'll be surprised to know that you have mentioned there are 7 acts of 7 states. Actually, there are 21 states have different acts for violence against doctors.
Yes.
So that is first part. Second part is, in spite of having these acts, vandalism and the violence against doctors does not decrease because there is no deterrence. You can understand my statement that out of 1,381 accused people in Maharashtra from 2015 to 2020, only 4 have been convicted and rest have been given go by because of certain laws which help the doctors to help the accused to get away. Now that problem is to be sorted out by the legislation. And what we seek from your honor is the protection of law and not only the protection, physical protection that is being offered by your order, which has been given in detail on the day before yesterday. So what we would like to inform you is that Ministry of Health and Family Welfare had drafted a legislation at 2019, and that was rejected by Home Department, that this legislation cannot be done because of certain reasons, whatever may the reasons be. After that, when there was epidemic, rather pandemic, the Home Minister assured IMA that they will form a central legislation. But only thing that they did was they amended the Epidemic Diseases Act, and it is now as the epidemic has gone by, the act has the truth of the act has gone by. So what I want to tell you is, out of these, I have filed a public interest litigation in Bombay High Court, and in 2020 we filed a public interest litigation. And as you formed a committee of various doctors, the Bombay High Court Chief Justice formed a committee of people from Maharashtra state, and the committee had 3 meetings, and the meetings have been concluded in a statement which says that the Maharashtra 2010 Act has to be amended. Now, I will read the statement of the Honorable Advocate General of Maharashtra State, which is reproduced in the order of the court, and you will realize what is happening about it. We have further, the court says that we have further been informed in the course of hearing today that the appropriate authority of the government has discussions with the petitioner, and a draft of amendments required to be incorporated in the Maharashtra Medicare Services Act has been prepared. However, Mr. Kumbhakoni submits that he has himself pursued the draft and found that the same to be clumsy. He therefore submits that the government ought to be given liberty to considering whether to introduce a new legislation or to amend the act, for which he has time. This order of the court is dated 13th of July 2021, Your Honor. More than 3 years and 1 month has passed after this order. The Maharashtra state government has not done anything about the report of the committee. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure that the recommendations that your National Task Force will give will have to be implemented on the ground. The other statement which I would like to make is we had filed intervention application in Kerala Private Hospital Association versus State of Kerala. And in this case, on the court, Kerala High Court.
Your Dr. Joshi, your PIL is pending before the Bombay High Court, but you're not leaving it at that. Once the report is submitted by the task force, as you rightly said, the next step would be the implementation of the recommendation.
Now, please hear me out for 2 more minutes, Your Honor.
You can assist us at that stage on what steps should be taken to implement the report of the task force. We require
that is one part. Second part, I'll give you
what's happening in Maharashtra, Kerala, because that's not really going to carry this matter any further.
Please give me 2 more minutes. We filed an application Kerala High Court, and the Kerala High Court passed an order of golden hour of filing FIR. Your Honor, please give me 1 more minute. The Kerala High Court passed an order of 1 golden hour for filing FIR, which is similar to golden hour doctors use to treat patients of stroke or cardiac arrest, so that the patient doesn't die or come with permanent disability. Now, this FIR was to be filed within 1 hour, and I have filed 5 instances of this order being disrespected by the police. And the Kerala High Court has taken cognizance of our applications, and they have asked the commissioners of police to file affidavits or superintendent of police to file affidavits, after which the violence in Kerala has come down by 75 to 80%. Subsequently, we'll be aware of the brutal murder of Dr. Vandana Das, who was stabbed 11 times in chest in early morning. And on that day, the High Court of Kerala asked the government what we are going to do about the act. And within 7 days,
you can assist us after the report comes in. These are important issues on implementation, which we'll look at later on. Let the report first come, and we'll then see. We'll require your assistance, and we'll be happy to have your assistance on what steps should be taken to including your suggestion on the golden hour for
Your Honor, Advocate Sneha Kalita has got copy of my submission. Kindly permit us to submit that document with her.
Request, but thereafter there are 2 holidays. 30th is Friday, 31st is Saturday, and Monday is 2nd. Second on 3rd, my lord. Subject to
Your Lordship, there's only one.
Your Lordship, kindly take the note.
Yes, you can prepare us a note, Dr. Joshi.
Your Lordship, there's only one suggestion, Your Lordship.
The special bench on the 3rd. Can you have it earlier, please? There's a special bench on the 3rd. Or later, either earlier or later.
Mr. Sybil, come on the 3rd. We can adjust the time between both of you. There's no difficulty.
No, but there's a special bench that is listed, matters are listed for 3 days.
Because then 4th, I don't know how we will be paid.
No, but 5th, my lord, can it be 5th?
We'll take it.
5th is all right.
5th
all right. But that original case diary be returned to us.
Another request, my lord.
Photocopy of the original.
Lord, another, my lord, the status report may be sealed again, my lord, and retain in your lordship.
Status report to be
Same for us.
CBI state.
And same for, yes, obviously.
That's right.
Your Lordship, there is one suggestion, last suggestion.
Same for us. They've seen this.
Mandatory filing of institutional FIR by the institution within 2 hours of the cognizance of the office.
For the last 6
Yes, Your
minutes, you are
Lordship.
making
3
that
minutes.
point.
Yes, Your Lordship. That's
We'll issue directions even on
Your
that.
Honor,
deeply obliged. Your
Well, there's one submission which is important at this stage, Manoj, which was, I'll just take 20 seconds. Well, I'm appearing for the National Federation of Resident Doctors of AIIMS and the Federation of All India Medical Association. Well, they have got letters from different resident doctor associations have written letters to them that we are ready to join. However, if some degree of interim protection, some basic degree of interim protection by the time the recommendation of the NTF has been implemented, which includes only the CCTV footage at the entrance and the exit of the hospitals and the hostels, and also a distress call facility. They are requesting for this interim protection, my lords, because they are petrified after this horrific incident which has happened. And
Well, the government has already implemented this. West Bengal has already implemented this.
On behalf.
2 days back, we've implemented it as far as West Bengal is concerned.
panic button.
So on day 2 of the hearing in the Supreme Court in the Kolkata rape and murder case, and of course this is what is being said in the case regarding many questions that are being raised in the next hearing is going to be coming up on the 5th of September. But, you know, what is the reason for the 14-hour delay in filing the FR is the question that has been raised.
What in the meantime? What are the steps which the state governments can take in the meantime pending the report of the...
What I would suggest, apropos what is in furtherance, the health secretary can have a meeting with the chief secretary and the director general of police instead of health secretary of the state, and convey that you take care of this apprehension. This apprehension appears to be justifiable apprehension, because law and order would be a state subject. We can only accelerate or we can assist.
During the course of the hearing, counsel representing several resident doctors associations have indicated to the court that the doctors are willing to go back to work without any condition. However, it has been submitted that, don't say without any condition, are willing to go back to work and their duties. However, it has been submitted that the state governments may take a considered view on putting into place at least some safety measures to assuage the concerns of the doctors. Full stop. In order to enable this exercise, full stop, we consider the suggestion to be fair. Full stop. In order to facilitate this, we direct that the Secretary and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the Union Government shall engage with the Chief Secretaries and the Directors General of Police so as to ensure that the state governments, stroke UTs, put into place certain basic minimum requirements pending the receipt of the report of the task force to assuage the concerns of the doctors over their safety at the workplace.
With their lordship permission.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. Up ahead, all the top news stories. We'll get to the latest in the Supreme Court as it hears the Kolkata rape and murder case. Also, the latest on the Prime Minister's visit to Poland. Let's take a look at the headlines. On the Kolkata rape and murder case, the Supreme Court wraps the Bengal government. Had some tough questions on the probe lapses and questions on the delay in filing of the FIR. The Bengal government and CBI submit a status report on the case. The Supreme Court also makes an appeal to protesting doctors to end their strike. The Bombay High Court made strong observations today as it took up the sexual assault of 2 kindergarten children in a school in Badlapur in Thane last week. It asked why no action against the school and pulled up the police for shoddy handling of the case. A biker was killed after a car that he allegedly chased him on the streets of Bengaluru rammed his motorcycle from the back on Wednesday night. The police say the incident took place after an argument between the two escalated into road rage. It was caught on camera. The UP government's diktat to all the government staff. The Yogi government says declare your property or lose your salary. The Yogi government has set a 31st of August deadline and nearly 18 lakh UP government staff will be impacted. The Assam government tables a land amendment bill. This amendment to the Land Revenue Regulation Act to regulate Hindu-Muslim land deals. The opposition protest walks out. The Congress top brass in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of elections. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge meet with Congress workers in Srinagar. Also, a Congress and National Conference meeting on seat sharing. Rahul Gandhi hits out at the BJP, says democratic rights will be restored to Jammu and Kashmir. And it's day 2 of the Prime Minister's visit to Poland. He holds a bilateral talks with Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk. Later today, the Prime Minister leaves for Ukraine. Our top story now in the Kolkata rape and murder case. The Supreme Court wraps the Bengal government and had some tough questions as well for the police in Kolkata over the delay in filing of the FIR. In fact, the Supreme Court, the CBI submitted its status report to the Supreme Court on its probe into the rape and murder of a junior doctor that took place in a Kolkata hospital, the incident that has sparked nationwide strike by doctors. In fact, both the CBI and the Kolkata police submitted reports while the CBI is handling the investigation. The Kolkata police is examining vandalism that took place following protests at the site. It's the second hearing that is taking place today, and several tough questions were asked to the Bengal government on procedures followed in the investigation in this entire matter. The Supreme Court pointing out what seemed to be multiple procedural lapses. Justice Pardiwala said he had never seen such a case in 30 years of his career. The Bengal government, represented by Kapil Sibal, claimed that due process was followed and that there was a delay in filing of the FIR on instructions of the father of the victim. Now, the Supreme Court also appealed to doctors to finally end their strike and said that people are suffering.
They also have their heart with the doctors, but they are in a situation where poor people who come to those institutions cannot be left behind in the lurch.
Yes, sir.
That they take appointments 2 years before the actual date, and then suddenly you are told that you will not be attended to. Let them all resume work. Ask them to first return to work. Once they return to work, then if nobody is going to take any adverse action against the doctors,
That
let them
will
all
be-
come back to work.
Word from your lordship will work not for them.
Let them first come back to work, and then if there's any difficulty, just talk to us in the court here. We'll make sure that there is no adverse action against the doctors.
And now the record reveals the report which we have in our hand that UD was registered after the inquest Panchanama, after the postmortem. You may be right, Mr. Sibal. This is something which even the criminal procedure code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure
Yeah.
which has been
Your
followed by your police,
Yes.
police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across.
Yes.
In 30 years of my,
I know.
let them investigate. This has been inserted later in point of.
No, page 4.
Yes, prima facie, prima facie it appears.
All right, let's go across to Tanushka now for more on this entire matter. And Tanushka, some very, stern observations by the Supreme Court pulling up the Bengal government, questioning the manner in which this case was handled by the police, but also, the CBI submitting its report, the Supreme Court making an appeal to doctors to finally call off this strike. You've been covering the doctors for the last couple of days, and I can see you're at a protest march right now. Doctors waiting to see what the final Supreme Court, what it decides to make that decision on calling off strike?
Right, Gargi. So as you can see around me, the BJP is leading a protest here. There's a huge crowd gathered here in the protest. All of these are BJP leaders, and the protest is being led by Shukantu Majumdar, Shuvendu Adhikari and Dilip Ghosh. These are really important names in the BJP in West Bengal, and there are also other BJP leaders present here like Agnimitra Paul. All of these leaders here are protesting against not just the gruesome murder and rape of this young trainee doctor, but also mainly against the West Bengal government led by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool Congress. The BJP protest here, as you can see, is clearly highly politically charged, and this also is, in addition to the political tussle that anyway goes on between the BJP and the TMC right here in Kolkata and West Bengal. And the protest march that they have led out here, their main, slogan here being that of resignation of Mamata Banerjee, claiming that this whole case and the way that the investigation has been going on has been a complete mismanagement and neglect on her part. This is what the BJP leaders here claim. And we know that earlier in the day, Abhishek Banerjee, TMC leader and MP as well, he came out with a statement on his social media platform X, saying that, there are a lot of rape cases that happen every single day, and he numbered the number of rape cases, and he also said that, there needs to be a cohesive, long-lasting solution. There need to be stringent laws. So this statement comes, is, really strong statement, considering that Abhishek Banerjee has been silent on this unfortunate crime since many days, since when it happened. And what we also know is, of course, that the Supreme Court in its hearing today has come down heavily upon the West Bengal government, the Kolkata police. We know the questions that the Supreme Court and the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, has asked to the West Bengal government as well as the Kolkata police. Justice also said that he's never seen such a case in the last 30 years. And as you can see here, this is the procession of the BJP led by Shukantu Majumdar and Shuvendu Adhikari here. A lot of security forces also present here, and many BJP workers with placards saying that they want West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to resign.
All right, Tanushka, thanks so much for joining us. Tanushka reporting from a BJP protest. But let's go across to Sunil Prabhu now to find out, details of what took place in the Supreme Court. And Sunil, a very detailed hearing, really going into the nitty-gritty, some tough words that the Supreme Court had for the Bengal government, for the police, for the entire handling of the case. Take us through what, the final, what the Supreme Court read out, what its orders were.
Well, as you rightly pointed out, Gargi, and I think no less than the Chief Justice of India saying you can't justify the delay in filing the FIR, even though you might have done all the mandatory things that you wanted to do. The fact is that the FIR was lodged only at 11:45. Why the delay for that? And as you heard Justice Pardiwala say that I haven't come across a case like this in my 30 years as a judicial officer. That being said, as you rightly pointed out, 3 or 4 important issues which have been reflected. One, that doctors must resume work. And as Chief Justice of India himself said, we can't have justices protesting outside the court. We have to have doctors back at work. And I think that's clearly something that they have done. They have also asked the State Director Generals of Police as well as the Chief Secretaries to have a discussion with the Health Secretaries for safety of doctors, especially in government hospitals. So that also has to be looked into. The other, of course, that there will be no coercive action. Thirdly, and most importantly, they have also said very categorically their suggestions, distress call, the NTF will look at all those matters at in the CBI as well as the Kolkata police in their affidavits to the court. And of course, we got a glimpse of what Tanushka was reporting, but here in the Supreme Court, to and fro, the Solicitor General arguing and saying that there is politics behind it and that the state is refusing to act. Mr. Sibbal responding by saying Mr. Suvidya Adhikari is talking about acid bombs, about bullets against the Chief Minister. So we have had a glimpse of the political battle too. But ultimately, a polygraphy test has to be done by the CBI. They look at that CBI report on the 5th of September and have asked the ACM, the additional Chief Judicial Magistrate of Sialda, to give its report by tomorrow for conducting the polygraphy test.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with those details. Let's now go across to Warsaw, where the joint statement is being read out as Prime Minister Modi held bilateral talks. Let's listen in.
और भारत के बीच ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है कि हम अपने जो पारंपरिक अच्छे संबंध हैं पोलैंड और भारत के बीच इनको मैं रेखांकित करूं। हमारे देशों के बीच में कोई विवाद नहीं है, कोई संघर्ष नहीं है। हम एक दूसरे को अच्छी तरह से समझते हैं, भौगोलिक दूरी के बावजूद और अलग-अलग परंपराओं और इतिहास के बावजूद हम एक दूसरे को अच्छी तरह से समझते हैं। और लेकिन इतिहास जो है, जैसे कि प्रधानमंत्री ने रेखांकित किया, इतिहास ने हमारे दोनों देशों को सिखाया कि हम सिद्धांतों का आदर करें, कि हम सीमाओं का आदर करें, क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का आदर करें, संप्रभुता का आदर करें, सभी राज्यों का कानून के शासन का आदर करें। पूरा विश्व जो है भारत की प्रशंसा करता है, क्योंकि भारत एक उसका शासन जो है बहुत ही लोकतांत्रिक है। ये बहुत उस विश्व के उस क्षेत्र में हम ये ज्यादा नहीं देखते हैं, ये हमें स्थिति नहीं मिलती है। एक बार फिर प्रधानमंत्री जी, मैं आपको बधाई देना चाहूंगा आपकी चुनावी जीत के लिए। ये बहुत ही संतोषजनक है और मैं भी जानता हूं कि आपके देश में आपके लोगों की इच्छा के अनुसार शासन को चुना जाता है। और प्रधानमंत्री जी, तो हम भी बहुत संतुष्ट हैं। आज हमने निर्णय लिया कि हम अपने संबंधों ही हैं, इसके पीछे जो है वो हमारा संकल्प है एक दूसरे के साथ सहयोग करना विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में। हमने एक स्पष्टीकरण के साथ शुरू किया कुछ ऐसे मुद्दों पर जो काफी भावुक मुद्दे हैं पूरे विश्व में, और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने अपनी तत्परता की पुष्टि की कि वे व्यक्तिगत तौर पर शांतिपूर्ण, न्यायपूर्ण और त्वरित इस युद्ध की समाप्ति के लिए वे तैयार हैं। हमारा मानना है कि भारत एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभा सकता है। तो ये घोषणा जो है बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है हमारे लिए। प्रधानमंत्री जी 10 घंटों में आप यूक्रेन की यात्रा करेंगे। हमें यकीन है कि ये आपकी जो यूक्रेन यात्रा भी बहुत ऐतिहासिक होगी। और जहाँ तक भारत और पोलैंड के बीच आदान प्रदानों का सवाल है, हमने कई विषयों पर चर्चा करी। हम अपने सहयोग को मजबूत करना चाहते हैं। रक्षा उद्योग के क्षेत्र में हमारी कई साझी संभावनाएं हैं तालमेल के लिए। पोलैंड पूरी तरह से तैयार है भारत के सैन्य उपकरण के आधुनिकीकरण में भाग लेने के लिए। हमारे पास आवश्यक तकनीकी क्षमता है, विशेषज्ञ है हमारे ये। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि हमें न केवल रक्षा के क्षेत्र में लेकिन सैन्य मुद्दों पर भी नहीं, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में भारत एक वैश्विक नेता है कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता के क्षेत्र में। और जो मानव जो इन तकनीकों का उपयोग हम कई क्षेत्रों में कर रहे हैं, रक्षा समेत।
और हमें आपने जो हमारी कंपनियों को और आपने देश में आमंत्रित किया है उसके लिए भी हम बहुत आभारी हैं। हम जानते हैं कि इससे के रक्षा क्षेत्र में भी काफी निवेश हो और हम एक दूसरे के साथ मिलकर सहयोग करें। और अगर हम ऊर्जा ट्रांजिशन की बात करते हैं तो ये भारत और पोलैंड दोनों के लिए लाभकारी हो सकता है। और हम चाहेंगे कि हमारी कंपनियां जो है वो भारत में काम करें ताकि वो हरित तकनीक, हरित विकास के मुद्दों पर मिलकर एक दूसरे के साथ सहयोग करें। पोलैंड इस क्षेत्र में भारत को काफी कुछ दे सकता है और उनके साथ साझा कर सकता है। और हम काफी चीजों पर हमने बातचीत करी है और इन सभी को हम आगे लेकर जाएंगे। अगर हम एग्री फूड क्षेत्र की बात करें तो हम एक सहयोग पर हमारी सहमति बनी है ताकि पोलिश के जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं वो भारत में आ सके और भारत के एंटरप्रेन्योर्स पोलैंड में आ सके। इस क्षेत्र में खास तौर पर हमने कई बातों पर जो सूचना है वो साझा करी। हमने वीजा की नीति के बारे में भी प्रधानमंत्री को बताया है और उन्होंने इस पूरे मुद्दे को अच्छी तरह से समझा है और वो पूरी तरह से सहमत है कि हमें इन सभी का समाधान मिलकर ढूंढना होगा ताकि हम वीजा के क्षेत्र में जो एक तरह का जो जटिलताएं आ जाती हैं या मुश्किलें पैदा हो जाती हैं उनको हम अच्छी तरह से उनका हम निफा कर सकें। हम भारतीय जो नागरिक हैं उनका हमेशा से ही पोलैंड में स्वागत करते रहे हैं और करते रहेंगे और उनसे हमें बहुत ज्यादा लगाव है, लेकिन हम वीजा की प्रणाली को बेहतर करना चाह रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आज मैं काफी सकारात्मक हूँ। मुझे लगा कि आपसी जो हमारी बातचीत हुई और जिस तरीके से हमने अपने सोच विचार एक दूसरे के साथ साझा किए तो उससे हमारी समझ जो है वो काफी बड़ी है, ना सिर्फ युद्ध के क्षेत्र में लेकिन और बाकी बहुत जो क्षेत्र है उनके बारे में भी। प्रधानमंत्री जो है वो पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है पोलैंड के साथ अपने संबंधों को आगे ले जाने के लिए और यूरोपीय यूनियन के साथ भी वह सहयोग करना चाहते हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप प्रधानमंत्री जी एक बहुत अहम भूमिका निभा सकते हैं और हम आशा करते हैं कि हमारा सहयोग जो है वो और भी बेहतर होगा। मैं आपको माइक देता हूं। धन्यवाद। मैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं कि वह अब अपनी स्पीच दे। धन्यवाद।
Your Excellency, प्राइम मिनिस्टर डोनाल्ड टस्क, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। वारसो जैसे खूबसूरत शहर में गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत, भव्य आतिथ्य सत्कार और मित्रता भरे शब्दों के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री टस्क का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आप लंबे समय से भारत के अच्छे मित्र रहे हैं। भारत और पोलैंड की मित्रता को मजबूत करने में आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। फ्रेंड्स, आज का दिन भारत और पोलैंड के संबंधों में विशेष महत्व रखता है। आज 45 साल के बाद किसी भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री ने पोलैंड का दौरा किया है। मेरे तीसरे कार्यकाल की शुरुआत में ही मुझे यह सौभाग्य मिला है। इस अवसर पर मैं पोलैंड की सरकार और यहां के लोगों का विशेष आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आपने 2022 में यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में फंसे हुए भारतीय स्टूडेंट्स को निकालने के लिए जो उदारता दिखाई, उसे हम भारतवासी कभी नहीं भूल सकते। फ्रेंड, इस वर्ष हमने अपने राजनयिक संबंधों की 70वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। इस अवसर पर हमने संबंधों को स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में परिवर्तित करने का निर्णय लिया है। भारत और पोलैंड के संबंध डेमोक्रेसी और रूल ऑफ लॉ जैसी साझा मूल्यों पर आधारित है। आज हमने संबंधों को एक नई दिशा देने के लिए कई इनिशिएटिव्स की पहचान की है। दो लोकतांत्रिक देशों के रूप में हमारी पार्लियामेंट के बीच आदान प्रदान को बढ़ावा दिया जाना चाहिए। आर्थिक सहयोग को व्यापक रूप प्रदान करने के लिए प्राइवेट सेक्टर को जोड़ने के लिए काम किया जाएगा। फूड प्रोसेसिंग के लिए क्षेत्र में पोलैंड वर्ल्ड लीडर्स में से है। हम चाहते हैं कि पोलैंड की कंपनियां भारत में बनवाए जा रहे मेगा फूड पार्क से जुड़े भारत में तेज गति से हो रहे शहरीकरण से वाटर ट्रीटमेंट, सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, अर्बन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ऐसे क्षेत्रों में हमारे सहयोग के नए अवसर खुल रहे हैं। क्लीन कोल टेक्नोलॉजी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस भी हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता के विषय हैं। हम पोलैंड की कंपनियों को मेक इन इंडिया एंड मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड से जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करते हैं। फिनटेक, फार्मा, स्पेस, ऐसे क्षेत्रों में भारत ने अनेक उपलब्धियां हासिल की है। हमें इन क्षेत्रों में अपना अनुभव पोलैंड के साथ साझा करने में खुशी होगी। रक्षा के क्षेत्र में करीबी सहयोग हमारे गहरे आपसी विश्वास का प्रतीक है। इस क्षेत्र में आपसी सहयोग को सुदृढ़ बनाया जाएगा। इनोवेशन और टैलेंट हमारे दोनों देशों की युवा शक्ति की पहचान है। स्किल्ड वर्कफोर्स की भलाई के लिए स्किल्ड वर्कर्स की भलाई के लिए और मोबिलिटी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए दोनों पक्षों के बीच सोशल सिक्योरिटी एग्रीमेंट पर सहमति बनी है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और पोलैंड अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर भी करीबी तालमेल के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम दोनों सहमत हैं कि वैश्विक चुनौतियों का सामना करने के लिए संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ तथा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थानों में रिफॉर्म वर्तमान समय की मांग है। आतंकवाद हमारे लिए एक बड़ी चुनौती है। मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले भारत और पोलैंड जैसे देश ऐसे और अधिक सहयोग आवश्यक है। उसी तरह क्लाइमेट चेंज हमारे लिए साझा प्राथमिकता का विषय है। हम दोनों अपनी क्षमताओं को जोड़कर ग्रीन फ्यूचर के लिए काम करेंगे। जनवरी 2025 में पोलैंड यूरोपियन यूनियन की अध्यक्षता संभालेगा। मुझे विश्वास है कि आपके सहयोग से भारत और ईयू के संबंधों को बल मिलेगा। फ्रेंड, यूक्रेन और पश्चिम एशिया में चल रहे संघर्ष हम सभी के लिए गहरी चिंता का विषय है। भारत का यह दृढ़ विश्वास है कि किसी भी समस्या का समाधान रणभूमि में नहीं हो सकता। किसी भी संकट में मासूम लोगों की जान की हानि पूरी मानवता के लिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती बन गई है। हम शांति और स्थिरता की जल्द से जल्द बहाली के लिए डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी का समर्थन करते हैं। इसके लिए भारत अपने मित्र देशों के साथ मिलकर हर संभव सहयोग देने के लिए तैयार है। फ्रेंड्स, पोलैंड में इंडोलॉजी और संस्कृत का बहुत पुराना और समृद्ध ट्रेडिशन रहा है। भारतीय सभ्यता और भाषाओं में गहरी रुचि से हमारे संबंधों की मजबूत नींव रखी गई है। हमारे गहरे पीपल टू पीपल टाइज का एक प्रत्यक्ष और जीवंत उदाहरण कल मैंने देखा। इंडियन पोल्स के दोबरे महाराजा और कोल्हापुर के महाराज की याद में बनाए गए मॉन्यूमेंट्स पर मुझे श्रद्धांजलि देने का सौभाग्य मिला। मुझे खुशी है कि आज भी पोलैंड के लोग उनके परोपकार और उदारता का सम्मान करते हैं। उनकी स्मृति को अमर करने के लिए हम भारत और पोलैंड के बीच जाम साहब ऑफ नवानगर यूथ एक्सचेंज प्रोग्राम शुरू करने जा रहे हैं। हर वर्ष पोलैंड के 20 युवाओं को भारत यात्रा पर लेकर जाया जाएगा। फ्रेंड्स, मैं एक बार फिर प्रधानमंत्री टुस्क और उनकी मित्रता के लिए हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूं और हमारे संबंधों को नए स्तर पर ले जाने के लिए अपनी प्रतिबद्धता दोहराता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister Modi's statement there after talks were held, bilateral talks between the Prime Minister as well as the Polish Prime Minister, talking about the long and significant relationship between the two countries. A strategic partnership is how he described it. The Polish Prime Minister also spoke about easing up the visa process between the two countries. Now the Prime Minister later today will be leaving for Kyiv. He will be in Ukraine, where he will be meeting with Zelensky. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And in
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to
Welcome back. The Bombay High Court today had some very strong observations to make as it took up suo moto the sexual assault of two minor children last week at a kindergarten school in Badlapur in Maharashtra's Thane district. Remember, this had led to that massive protest at the railway station for several hours as protesters had blocked the train tracks. Now, the High Court said if schools are not a safe place, what is the point of talking about right to education? Unless there's a strong outburst, the machinery doesn't work. It reprimanded the local police for failing to register a case. Why are you suppressing facts from us? Questioning why the family of the second victim's statement was not recorded and the school chose to cover up over helping the parents is what the High Court observed. Remember, this outburst of anger and the protest had taken place after initially the police did not file an FIR, and also there were several lapses by the school where this sexual assault occurred allegedly by the cleaner of the school.
Today the court was heavily down on the police, the Badlapur police. There was a delay in the registration of FIR. The parents were kept waiting. The court said that we had taken cognizance based off of the news reports that were coming in and the protests that soon followed. The court expressed its disappointment, saying that if the protesters are having to rail roko and because of that, the court has to take action. There's not going to be sense of the RTE, the right to education.
Will you be seeking more prayers in the days to come? Of course, suo motu has been taken, but will there be any intervention from your part in the days to come?
Currently, I mean, we are looking into it. We are not very sure. We trust the SIT investigation so far, and we trust that the court is going to look at the larger picture and ensure the safety of the children. They might also issue, we are expecting that the courts also might issue guidelines pertaining to children's safety with regard to POCSO, and even without, I mean, irrespective of POCSO, and those statewide schools would have to follow it. That's what we have expected.
Any particular directives that you'd like the court to be issued? Because you had mentioned this a couple of days
The
ago.
court has today mentioned that we are going to look into the matter. We are going to look at the larger picture, and essentially the state schools would have to comply by the POCSO rules, and the court is going to ensure that there are...
In terms of larger safety and security.
Yes, in terms of larger safety and security of the children, whether the POCSO guidelines are being complied by the schools or not of the state, that the court will look into.
All right, joining us for more on this story, we're joined by Advocate Anubha Srivastav Sahai, child rights activist and advocate Bombay High Court. Thank you so much for joining us. And you know what the High Court said today was very true. It talked about how, you know, just because there has been a hue and cry, this massive protest where train tracks were blocked, is the reason that now suddenly the entire machinery authorities have swung into action, questioning, you know, how the police handled this case, the fact that it's under POCSO, and the case was not even filed against the school, nor was the second victim in this matter even questioned. All right, we will try and go across to Anubha Srivastav for more. But as you saw there, the High Court, the Bombay High Court had some very tough questions for the police over how this entire matter was handled. Bhuvan Ribhu, a child rights activist, also joining us for more. And Bhuvan Ribhu, if you can just comment on this, because, you know, the kind of observations the High Court has made, saying that if there's no, big protest, then the authorities don't seem to take it seriously. And the way this particular case, children 3 and 4 years old were molested in the bathroom of the school, and yet it took, you know, a whole protest. It took many hours before the police even filed a case.
It is shameful. And not only is it a responsibility of the state, it's a larger responsibility of the state government. The guidelines issued by the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights that mandated safety and security protocols that have to be followed up by all schools across India have not been notified by the state of Maharashtra, despite Supreme Court directions, despite 4 years having been passed. Secondly, the law is very clear that any public servant who is not following a direction of law in matters pertaining to child abuse, rape, in matters pertaining to sexual assault, sexual harassment, that public servant also needs to be made accountable. And that is what is needed in this particular case, unless and until we start booking the police officers who are not filing the FIRs on time, who are not completing the investigation on time, and also the process that is going to be undertaken now of compensation, of rehabilitation, of psychological first aid, and of the trial itself. The trial must be completed in the mandated time period so that the deterrent of law is there. Currently in India, as of January 2023, we have 2.43 lakh pending POCSO cases across India, despite having 1,023 fast-track special courts. And on top of that, only 8,898 people have been convicted in the year 2022 for POCSO-related offenses, which means that a mere 3% of people who are assaulting our children have been convicted. So that needs to change. It will take 9.5 years, as per a report by the India Child Protection Team. It will take 9.5 years to complete the POCSO backlog. States like Delhi will take 27 years to clear the backlog. These are larger issues that also must be taken into account. And in this particular case, action must be taken against the police officials that have erred, and the investigation should now be completed immediately. The trial should begin, and the trial should be completed within the next 2 months or so.
Absolutely. And, this is why I wanted to talk to experts like you, and we're joined by Advocate Anuba Srivastav Sahai also, because people should realize that it can't take a protest like this. Train tracks shouldn't have to be blocked every time to get the law to, ensure justice, isn't it? Anuba Srivastav, your comments on this, and now an SIT has been formed that's going to look into this matter, but we can't have an SIT every time. The police, the law, it should all react the way it's supposed to in cases of child molestation.
Yes, actually, it's a very horrifying incident, and if law enforcing authorities, if they're not able to take care of our children, then I'm really shocked how our children are going to be safe in days to come. So whatever has happened, whether the police has not taken action or even the CCTVs were not working, administration was at fault, not only school administration, even the education department, the municipal commissioner, he has all the right under Right to Education Act. The education officer has to conduct inspection of all the schools, whether everything is in place or not. Why that has not been done? Because of all these lacunas, because of non-implementation.
All right, Bhuvan, back to you on this entire matter, and also about POCSO, and these certain cases are meant to be, dealt with in a particular way. And the High Court very rightly asked also about what kind of support is being offered to these children, what kind of, counseling is being offered to the family and the children. And people need to know that all this is a part of what should take place under POCSO.
This is the time when the people's demand should expand from 1 or 2 cases onto a larger issue of protection of our women and children. This is the time when we should be asking ourselves how many cases are actually being reported and the investigation being completed on time. In how many cases are we actually providing the compensation, the support persons? 2 days ago, we had such an important statement given by the Honorable Chief Justice of India that we can't wait for another rape to take action. But at the same time, we are faced across India that the institutions that are supposed to ensure the responsibility of implementing these laws are either not present or not accountable. Whether it is a case that was taken up today morning by the Honorable High Court of Delhi, where the child welfare committees have not been appointed for a year in New Delhi, or it is a case of the state of Maharashtra, where the guidelines for 4 years for ensuring safety and security, transparency in the accountability of police, of our judiciary, of our child welfare committees, of the rehabilitation frameworks that are supposed to ensure education, rehabilitation, and mental health support. And support persons have to be appointed as per the Supreme Court directions immediately across India in all POCSO cases, which have not been done for the last 1 year. The state of Maharashtra should also be asked this question. Right. Why are support persons not being appointed there till now?
All right, so lots of lacunae, lots of gaps really in the entire system. We're out of time. Thank you so much both for joining us on the program to talk about this very important issue, as the Bombay High Court took up this matter itself and had some really tough questions and comments on how the police handled this entire matter. But returning now to the Kolkata rape and murder case involving the junior doctor in a government hospital there in Kolkata, and today the Supreme Court second day of hearing took place today, but also protest is taking place in Kolkata. Let's just listen into what BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari had to say.
খুনি মমতা স্বৈরাচারী ধর্ষকদের নেত্রী খুনি মমতা দফা 1 দাবি 1 স্বৈরাচারী নিপাত যাক খুনি মমতা ধর্ষকদের নেত্রীকে ধর্ষকদের নেত্রীকে টেনে হিচড়ে হিড়িট করে এখানকার ডিসি মিস্টার অনিশ দাস তুললো। ঠিক আছে, ঠিক আছে, এই লড়াই চলছে। আমরা 5 জন স্বাস্থ্য ভবনে যেতে চেয়েছিলাম, অনলি 5। আমি সুকান্ত মজুমদার, দে আর নট অ্যালাউড। টেনে হিচড়ে তুললো।
All right, so there you can see BJP leaders being taken away, Suvendu Adhikari being taken away after the BJP held this protest march, really upping the ante against the Mamata Banerjee government. Remember, the BJP and the Congress, in fact, have also been targeting the Mamata Banerjee government over its handling of the rape and murder of a junior doctor in a government hospital there in the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital in Kolkata, while doctors too have, of course, been protesting across the country, demanding better safety for doctors in all government colleges. Politics over this entire matter as well, and the BJP has used it to attack the Mamata government over its handling of the case. Today there was also a Supreme Court hearing where the Supreme Court too had some tough questions for the Bengal government as well as the Kolkata police over its handling of the rape and murder of a junior doctor in Kolkata. So the BJP there holding a protest march today, yesterday as well. They held a march in Kolkata, and there you can see Suvendu Adhikari and other leaders being taken away in buses. All right, moving on to news now from Uttar Pradesh, where the UP government has put out a diktat to all government staff, asking them to declare their property or lose salary. The Yogi government has now set an August 31st deadline to all government staff to declare their property, and this will impact nearly 18 lakh government staff in the state. Only 26% of the employees have so far declared their property, and the UP government, Yogi Adityanath government, now giving them a deadline by the 31st of August. The employees have to upload all details of their property on a portal, details of their movable as well as immovable property, and the order applicable to all category of staff. And if they do not give these details in, then they will not get their salary for the month of August. So they must upload these details by the 31st of August. News from Andhra Pradesh, where at least 17 people died and 40 were injured after an explosion in Anakapale. The explosion took place at the Achutapuram, a special economic zone, and it took place in the SCNTIA company, a pharma firm's plant in the special economic zone. I remember Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has also visited the hospital and met with those who were injured in this blast. The injured were shifted to the NTR hospital for treatment, but the district collector has said that it happened not because of a reactor blast, and officials suspect that the blast was related to it was an electricity related fire. Around 380 employees worked in 2 shifts at that plant, and 17 people died while 41 were injured in the explosion. News now from Jammu and Kashmir, where senior Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, party chief Mallikarjun Kharge and other leaders are visiting today. It's a 2-day visit to assess the party's preparations for the upcoming assembly polls, which are to take place finally in the Union Territory. And the Congress also exploring its alliance with the National Conference, also meeting with Farooq Abdullah and Omar Abdullah. The 3-phase assembly polls are scheduled to begin with the first round on September 18th. The other 2 rounds are on 25th and the 1st of October, while the votes will be counted on the 4th of October. Rahul Gandhi hit out at the BJP and said democracy will return to Jammu and Kashmir.
हमारे लिए जम्मू और कश्मीर के लोगों का रिप्रेजेंटेशन, उनका स्टेटहुड सबसे जरूरी चीज है. गठबंधन होगा मगर कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता की इज्जत, रिस्पेक्ट मेंटेन करके होगा।
It is our priority in the Congress party and also in the India Gathbandhan to restore statehood to Jammu and Kashmir as soon as possible. We had expected that this would be done prior to the elections. We are hoping that statehood would be restored as soon as possible and the rights of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, democratic rights, will be restored to them. A priority for us that the people of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh get their democratic rights back.
News now from Karnataka, where the BJP held a protest today against the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, pushing for his resignation. They said they will protest till the Chief Minister resigns. The Congress claiming hypocrisy by the BJP. So this protest was held in Freedom Park in Bengaluru after the governor has given his sanction for the investigations to take place against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who's under the scanner for the Muda land scam related to land in Mysore, in which the BJP claims his wife is implicated. The governor had given a prosecution nod for Siddaramaiah to be prosecuted. However, the Congress saying this is hypocrisy by the BJP, as the governor had also given the prosecution nod against BJP leader Yediyurappa.
It is a fight against the corruption. It is a fight against it. It is a fight for justice. Impressing upon this Congress party, urging upon this Congress party to take action against this Congress Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah. Immediately ensure he has been dismissed.
Last time when Yediyurappa ji was given the governor's sanction for prosecution, BJP stages anti-governor protest in Karnataka. They called for a Karnataka Bandh when they were in power.
And staying with news from Bengaluru, a biker was killed after a car that allegedly chased him on the streets of Bengaluru rammed his motorcycle from the back. This took place on Wednesday night and, as you can see, caught on CCTV. The police say this took place after an argument between the two escalated. Let's go across to Pratibha for more. And Pratibha, really very shocking. What are the details? What was the argument about? And this young man has died after this car rammed into his motorcycle.
Well, it was basically an accidental touch. While the biker was riding behind the car, he accidentally touched the car, and that led to heated arguments between the two parties. And soon after that, the biker apparently had two other pillion riders with him. And the guy in the car was chasing him soon after. This happened at the Vidyaranyapura police limits. And as he began chasing, the biker managed to go through the narrow roads of that area and managed to drop the other two. But then in the meantime, towards the last moment is when he rammed against a compound wall there, and the car also touched him then, and that's when he was succumbing to head injury. And the police have booked a case against the car driver as well as another person who was in the car, and both of them have been arrested at this point in time. Now, what is interesting is that this incident comes close on the heels of another road rage incident that was witnessed in Bangalore a couple of days ago, where a biker was pretty much upset when the family inside the car did not put the indicator while turning left, and that led to the biker leading to a small bit of an accident there, and the biker was completely enraged there and he tried to break the windshield of the car. So these kind of incidents have definitely come into the limelight as far as Bengaluru is concerned. Of course, Bengaluru's traffic has always been known for the wrong reasons, and now we have such kind of a road rage incidents that are seeming to be increasing day by day. Back to you.
Right, a very shocking case, and that too from Bengaluru. Thanks so much, Pratibha, for joining us with the details. With that, we'll slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Tripura, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi.
टेक जायंट स्नैप और मेटा AR ग्लासेस की दुनिया में अपना लेटेस्ट आइट्रेशन रिवील करने वाले हैं। नेक्स्ट मंथ बोथ कंपनीज अपने AR ग्लासेस शोकेस करेंगी और हमें वो फ्यूचर दिखाएंगी जहां AR कुड बी एन इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ आवर डेली लाइव्स। पहले बात करेंगे स्नैपचैट के पेरेंट कंपनी स्नैप इंक की, जो 17 सितंबर को लॉस एंजलिस में अपने एनुअल पार्टनर समिट में स्पेक्टिकल्स AR ग्लासेस की नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिवील करेंगे। A week later, Meta भी अपने AR glasses कोड नेम Orion को अपने Connect कॉन्फ्रेंस में लॉन्च करेगा। Snap has been working on its spectacles line for quite some time now और 2021 में उन्होंने प्रॉपर AR capabilities के साथ अपना previous generation लॉन्च किया था। Now in the next generation और भी advanced AR features देखने को मिलेंगे। Meta भी Ray-Ban Meta Smart Glasses के साथ AR में आगे बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन अब तक उन्होंने डिस्प्ले या सेंसर्स ऐड नहीं किए हैं। This could all change with Orion. हाँ, दोनों कंपनीज AR ग्लासेस को मेन स्ट्रीम बनाना चाहती हैं, but these new devices might not yet be ready for mass production. पहले ये डेवलपर्स को टेस्टिंग के लिए दिए जाएंगे, फिर कंज्यूमर वर्जन मार्केट में आएगा। दोनों कंपनीज का अल्टीमेट गोल है AR ग्लासेस बनाना जो विजन प्रो और Quest 3 जैसे डिवाइसेस के इमर्सिव एक्सपीरियंसेस को कंपटीशन दे सकें।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Tripura, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Watching NDTV, I am Vedanta Karwal. In a major development, the doctors' body has decided to end their almost 2-week-long protest after the Supreme Court has assured doctors that there will be no victimization. What are the doctors asking now? Why have they decided to end their strike? We'll get you the latest on that. But first up, the headlines. In the Kolkata hospital rape, the Supreme Court asks tough questions to the Bengal government. The Supreme Court says a Bengal affidavit doesn't explain the delayed FIR. This, as the Supreme Court reminds the Bengal government and asks the Bengal government not to take any coercive action against those protesting peacefully. The Bombay High Court made strong observations as it took up the sexual assault of 2 children last week at a school in Badlapur in Thane. It asked why no action against the school and also pulled up the police for shoddy handling of the case. In tragic news, a biker was killed after a car that allegedly chased him on the streets of Bengaluru rammed his motorcycle from the back on Wednesday night. The police say the incident occurred after an argument between the two escalated into road rage. UP government's diktat to government staff. The Yogi government says declare property or lose salary. The Yogi government has set an August 31 deadline. Nearly 18 lakh UP government staff will be impacted. They've been asked to release all their data and details about movable and immovable assets. Top Congress leaders in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the polls, and all eyes on Congress and national conferences meet amid potential seat-sharing talks. Rahul Gandhi says democracy and democratic rights must be restored in Jammu and Kashmir. Prime Minister Modi on a crucial visit to Poland and Ukraine. He recounts Poland's help to India in Warsaw. He says Poland helped India in evacuating students amid the Ukraine war. He also says the conflicts in Ukraine and West Asia are concerning. All right, breaking news coming in on top of the bulletin. Well, the doctors' body has decided to call off their strike. This, of course, after the Supreme Court's tough observations in the hearing today as far as the Kolkata hospital rape and murder horror is concerned. The Resident Doctors Association have said that they will resume their duties. This, of course, after the Supreme Court said that the doctors must return to work. In fact, the Supreme Court, in a strong appeal, also assured doctors that there will be no victimization and said that the poor cannot be left in the lurch. Now, remember, the resident doctors have been protesting for almost 2 weeks across India in top metropolitan cities, including in Delhi here at AIIMS, Safdarjung Hospital and many other hospitals in Delhi, and top metropolitans, including cities like Mumbai, also Lucknow, where protests have only been intensifying. But the Supreme Court came down heavily also on the Bengal government. The Supreme Court said the Bengal government has not been able to specify as to why there was a delay as far as the registration of the case is concerned. So an important observation there. The Supreme Court also cautioned the West Bengal government, saying that there cannot be any coercive action on those protesting peacefully. Now remember, doctors, nursing staff, paramedics and particularly resident doctors, junior doctors have been protesting on the streets of the national capital and all metropolitan cities. Their overarching demand is for a central law against or central law on violence against doctors. Now remember, a couple of important developments have happened, including the constitution of the National Task Force, and now the Supreme Court, in fact, in today's hearing, importantly, had asked the Health Ministry to open a portal, to invite suggestions as far as the National Task Force's working is concerned. The Supreme Court has said that all stakeholders must be represented. Remember, the National Task Force, top doctors, including women doctors, have been given a place in that body. Now, remember, the Supreme Court today also said that ultimately it's a larger question of atrocities as far as doctors are concerned. Remember, the Supreme Court had said that resident doctors must return to work, because remember, we have seen that services have been impacted, particularly post-op services, in which residents play a very crucial role. They've been impacted, as doctors from across the country have been talking about. Our senior colleague Sunil Prabhu is now joining us live. So, Sunil Prabhu has been reporting on the proceedings in the Supreme Court. Sunil, it's important there that the resident doctors have now decided to call off their strike, and this after the Supreme Court made a strong appeal and also assured doctors that there will be no victimization.
That's right. Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, will be very, very pleased to hear that the resident doctors have withdrawn their strike. I think every step was taken by the Chief Justice of India to assure the doctors, one, that no coercive, no victimization. More importantly, that the health secretaries will speak to the respective chief secretary as well as DGPs to ensure security of health workers as well as doctors in government hospitals, and all steps in that direction will be taken. And now that the doctors have called off the strike, I think for the Chief Justice and his bench, after taking suo motu cognizance, they are feeling very reassured, extremely pleased and happy that its orders have been taken, and welcome by no less than the doctors themselves who are they working. As you are well aware, it's been a day of heated exchanges in the Supreme Court. One, of course, about the to and fro between the West Bengal and Kolkata police versus the CBI and the centre. No less than the Chief Justice of India having to say, please don't politicize this matter, when there were barbs against when the Solicitor General said that a minister said that anybody who speaks against our leader will be chopped off, for which Mr. Sibal retorted saying that the leader of opposition is talking about acid bombs and hitting with bullets. Finally, the Chief Justice of India saying, please don't politicize it. I think from this morning, Chief Justice of India making it clear that we can't allow the poorest of the poor to be left in the lurch. That if you delay an operation or a medical, it goes back by days, if not years, and that is something which is a great amount of concern for them, and that is why they wanted doctors to resume. So they'll be very pleased with this aspect that has taken place, and let's wait and see how the investigation goes on. The Chief Justice as well as the Supreme Court have directed the additional Chief Judicial Magistrate to report and give its clearance for a polygraphy test of the accused, as well as various other things to be done by tomorrow. And they will take a status update on the 5th of September before, hopefully, as he says, a fast and efficient way of dealing with this entire issue.
Yes, and also one of the concerns as far as the resident doctors are concerned was that there is no adequate representation in the National Task Force that has now been constituted by the Supreme Court. Many resident doctors say that, the junior level doctors as well as the nursing staff should also be made a part in some sense of the National Task Force. So how is the Supreme Court planning to address that? Because today, of course, the Supreme Court has also asked for this portal to be opened. So that's a welcome step as well.
Well, one, of course, as you rightly pointed out, a portal, but for the resident doctors, they can't put them on the panel of the National Task Force. This is a very high-level committee with top directors and, doctors on the board. What they have asked them is to definitely ensure that various stakeholders, not only resident doctors, anybody concerning with the health workers. You saw a lot of presentations being given on this about how there has been a really lack of implementation because this is not something that is new. Attack on health workers or the horrific incident that has happened and which has created a public outrage in Kolkata is not the first. There have been many incidents earlier and not many of them have been able to fast track. So the Chief Justice of India has asked the National Task Force to speak to all various stakeholders and hopefully address their concerns, apart of course from that portal which will be put up by the Health Ministry, by the Health Secretary to be able to get
former
all
director of
kinds
AIMS, is joining us live on the phone line. Mr. Guleria, Dr. Guleria, thanks very much for being with us. The doctor's body has decided to call off the strike. This, of course, after the Supreme Court, in a sense, made a very impassioned appeal and assured doctors as well that there will be no victimization. What was the thinking behind calling off the strike?
So first of all, I would like to really say that it's good that the doctors have called off their strike because a lot of patients were suffering. But at the same time, I think it's very important that their movement and what they wanted is not sort of left behind. Their demands are really justified, and there is a need for us to really look at it in a serious manner. I think the Honorable Chief Justice of India and the Supreme Court has assured them of that. Keeping that in mind, I think it's a good move that they have withdrawn the strike and have sort of given full faith on the what the Supreme Court is going to do.
Dr. Guleria, what is the National Task Force's plan of action now? Because, of course, the overarching demand was for a central law on violence against doctors. But in which direction is the National Task Force now planning to work?
So I think the mandate of the National Task Force has been clearly given by the Supreme Court in its decision, and they would follow that mandate. They need to also talk to all stakeholders, and I'm sure that they will come out with a very comprehensive document which will help to resolve this issue in a sustainable manner, and which will also address all the issues which are both in government hospitals, in state hospitals, and in the private sector also.
All right, and Dr. Guleria, you know, the resident doctors in fact had raised this concern that there is no adequate representation of junior level doctors in the National Task Force. Of course, the Supreme Court said that it's not perhaps a plausible or reasonable proposition to put junior level doctors on the National Task Force. But do you think that this body will be able to reinstate the faith in junior doctors who feel that they will not be represented adequately as far as the Central Task Force is concerned?
Yes, but the task force can take opinions from stakeholders, which includes the junior doctors. We must remember that junior doctors is a moving population. They are residents for a short duration, 3 years, 6 years, and they move on. So there has to be people who have seen the evolution of the whole process, and that is why I think members of the task force are those who have seen, are senior people who have seen how the residency program has evolved. And therefore, they can take advice and consult all stakeholders, but they are probably better positioned in being able to develop a long-term strategy.
And Dr. Guleria, as somebody who has headed AIMS and somebody who's been in the profession for so long, do you think there's going to be consensus as far as various resident doctor bodies are concerned? Because we had seen, you know, a couple of days back, the FODA had called off the strike, but there seemed to have been some sort of miscommunication. Various state resident doctors said that this has not been done in wider consultation, and they continue to protest. Do you think this time around there will be wider consensus on calling off the strike?
I think with the appeal that the Supreme Court has made, it is quite likely that there will be wider consensus, and doctors would want to wait and see what the task force comments are and how they are implemented. So I think this is a time to sort of give an opportunity for policymakers and the Supreme Court to implement what the doctors have been demanding, and to see that this is done in a proper manner. If it's not done, then there are other issues that will come up in the near future.
And lastly, Dr. Guleria, you know, all of you veterans have been, you know, working relentlessly and, you know, talking about very articulately
about the central law as far as violence against doctors is concerned. Ultimately, that is the bottom line. The resident doctors say it's about time that we have an ordinance, we have a central law to protect doctors and sort of take into account the larger issues of safety as far as doctors are concerned. Where does the fight for this central law on violence against doctors stand as we speak?
So I think there is a need for all, everyone, including senior doctors, residents, and other members of society, to really try and push for this. It will take some time to get a consensus on this, but I think there is ultimately a need to develop some sort of a central law for which will address the situation of violence against doctors, because that is something which is a demand going on for many, many years now.
All right, Dr. Galera, really appreciate your time and thanks very much for being with us as we break this very important story at this hour. The resident doctor's body has decided to call off the strike. This has been going on relentlessly for the past 2 weeks almost. My colleague Tanish Punjabi is also with us, is joining us from Lucknow. Of course, Lucknow has also been one of the epicenters of the protest because, you know, the doctors in KGMU have really been at the forefront. Tanish, last time around when FODA had decided to call off the strike, many state resident doctors' body were not in agreement. They said that there is no consensus as far as this decision to call off the strike is concerned. What are you picking up from doctors in UP, in Lucknow? Are they in agreement this time?
Well, Vedant, you know, the UP RDA, the umbrella body of all the RDAs in Uttar Pradesh, will be holding a meeting at around 7 or 9 p.m. today, and then they will be discussing whether or not to call off the strike. Of course, you know, when the first time when FODA called off the strike, all the RDAs of each medical college said that they want to continue the strike, they want to continue the momentum, and they basically were upset that that FODA did not consult with RDAs before coming to conclusion of calling off the strike. So then at the first time they decided to continue the strike. Now, after the first Supreme Court hearing, which was held a couple of days back, there was again a lot of deliberation within the RDAs of Uttar Pradesh, of all the medical colleges, and all the medical colleges presented their opinion. Some said that they want to continue the strike. Some said that since now Supreme Court has intervened and made very strong remarks, they can call off the strike. And some said that we could continue, we can resume the services by wearing a black band on our shoulders. But in the end, it was finally decided that the protest will continue, and the strike will continue. Now again, after today's Supreme Court hearing, there will again be a meeting. Again, there will be deliberation on whether or not the strike should be continued.
Stay on with us. I'm also being joined by Tanushka. I'm being told, dramatic visuals coming in there from Kolkata. Tanushka, going across to you, the protests have become extremely political, though the Supreme Court has said that we must not politicize the protest. But over to you, I can see a lot of action. Go ahead.
Yeah, right, exactly, Vedant. Out here at the BJP protest, right outside the Health Minister's office, as you can see, there's a scuffle going on between the BJP leaders, party workers here. There is Kolkata police present. There is rapid action forces present here. They're not being allowed to pass this point, as this is the entry point into the Health Minister's office. The crowd out here has gone very unruly, and the protesters are in a violent struggle with the police right now, as you can see around me. There are BJP leaders also present here. Dramatic visuals that we're getting you here from here. And Bindu Adhikari has also been detained by the Kolkata police in this BJP protest. This is a politicization of the issue here, which is that of the rape and murder case of this young trainee doctor at Arjikar Medical College and Hospital. And ever since then, the BJP and the TMC has been in a constant blame game with respect to the issue in the incident. The BJP protest that started off from kilometers away from this point, it started off near the CGO complex, and they walked down this entire way. There is also BJP leader Loket Chatterjee who is present here. Remember that Loket Chatterjee was called in by Kolkata police a few days ago because she the Kolkata police had issued her a notice for spreading misinformation and fake news with respect to the case. So the BJP leader is also present here. Many of the BJP workers here have also sat down in protest as they're not being allowed to cross this point into the health minister's office. This is the Swasthya Bhavan's gate, and as you can still see, the crowd here, the protesters here have gone very unruly and violent. They're trying to get past the rapid action forces as well as the Kolkata police forces.
That's right, Tanushka. In fact, as you show us those dramatic visuals, even yesterday, we saw how, a resident doctor's body wanted to submit a charter of demands to the health minister there in Bengal, and they were not allowed. But, speak to some of them, some of the BJP leaders. What are they demanding? Go ahead, over to you. All right. So, Tanushka there reporting from ground zero. Many top state BJP leaders, as I can see there, Loket Chatterjee, Shubhendu Adhikari was detained just a while back. So, dramatic scenes unfolding similar to what we saw yesterday. Though, of course, yesterday there were more of resident doctors who were protesting outside the health ministry office there in the state. They said that they wanted to hand over a charter of demands to the state health minister. Today, of course, the BJP protesting. Tanushka, if you can hear me, speak to some of those BJP leaders. Give us a sense of what they're demanding now. All right, we'll try and reconnect with Tanushka there. But of course, as I said, the BJP has been protesting on, with all those placards. They've been demanding the Chief Minister's resignation. In fact, this, of course, the protests have intensified ever since the Deputy Superintendent of the RG Kar Medical Hospital actually said that there are various corruption allegations as well against the former principal of the medical college, including he made rather damning allegations saying that various unclaimed, unidentified bodies were sold off as well, pointing to some sort of a racket, some sort of a human trafficking nexus within the RG Kar Medical Hospital as well. Those, of course, allegations which will be probed as well. But these protests seem to have become extremely political, and I can see Tanushka there trying to speak to some BJP leaders. We'll try and cue some of those bites as and when we get them. But as I said, these protests have become extremely political. The Supreme Court this morning, in fact, said that we must not politicize this matter after Kapil Sibal representing the Bengal government. Let's try and listen to the audio.
जब तक विचार नहीं मिलेगा, जस्टिस नहीं मिलेगा, हम लोग रास्ते के ऊपर ही रहेंगे। आज पुलिस रोक रहे हैं, लेकिन पूरा जनता, 10 करोड़ जनता को, पूरा देश को कैसे रखेंगे? हम लोग का ये आंदोलन जारी रहेगा और कंटिन्यू रहेगा जब तक जस्टिस नहीं मिलेगा।
Sat down here on the protest. कब तक आप यहाँ पे रहोगे? मेन एजेंडा क्या है अभी?
देखिए, अभी पहले वही वांट जस्टिस से शुरू हुआ था। अब चीफ मिनिस्टर का रिजाइन मांग रहे हैं, पदत्याग। तो ये जन रोष जो बढ़ रहा है, पब्लिक अभी आंदोलन का हाथ में ले लिया है, और ये सरकार या तो जो दोषी उनको सजा दे या तो अपना जगह छोड़ दे, क्योंकि इस प्रकार नहीं, और जब तक ममता बनर्जी सत्ता में होंगे तब तक जस्टिस नहीं होगा।
Anushka there speaking to BJP leaders in West Bengal, including Loket Chatterjee and various other BJP netas who have been protesting there. They say that it started with we want justice, it started with the demand for justice, but now, of course, it's about the Chief Minister's resignation. These protests have only become more political after the mob violence and the vandalism that we saw at the RG Kar Medical College a couple of days back, in fact almost a week back, all these allegations of the crime scene being destroyed, of the evidence being tampered with, all these allegations which were heard by the Supreme Court as well. The Supreme Court in fact said that the main point here is, which the Bengal government has failed to answer, is that when was the case actually registered? Why was there a delay in the registration of case? That is a big, most important question, something that the Bengal government and the Supreme Court failed to answer. But on the streets, these dramatic visuals coming in, a caveat there, these are BJP netas, BJP karyakartas of the state protesting against Mamata Banerjee. These are visuals from outside the health ministry, the Swasthya Bhavan there in Kolkata. It's the same place where we saw resident doctors yesterday wanting to meet the health minister, wanting to submit a charter of demands But they were not allowed to pass the barricades either, and now these protests becoming extremely political, with the BJP taking on the Mamata government. You had the Mamata government on the other hand say that the BJP is trying to play vulture politics, but of course this political face-off aside, the fact of the matter is that the Supreme Court has raised many important questions, including the fact that the Bengal police, the local police in a sense, failed to be on the side of the victim and the victim's family. Let's listen to all the political reactions that have come.
Ma'am, what is the main agenda of yours from the protest today?
And only agenda, we want resignation of Mamata Banerjee. He needs to resign.
And other than this, ma'am, we understand there's a lot of politics as well that is going on with respect to the case as well. How do you feel about the politicization of this case?
There is no politicization. We want justice. We want justice for Abhaya. We want justice for the men and women of Bengal. And we don't think that there is any law and order over here. Law and order has broken down. There is complete lawlessness, and that is being said by Honorable Supreme Court.
Ma'am, you mentioned the Supreme Court hearing. What is your response to that, and what is the expectation as well from the hearing?
See, we expect that CBI is going to give us justice, deliver justice. But again, the way Honorable Supreme Court has been saying today, his observation that evidence has been tampered and the original crime scene is not actually the crime scene which we have been shown, the public has been shown. Probably it's the room which has been broken down by PWD. So if this is the case, then where is the evidence? How will CBI give justice? It's difficult. But still we have hope against hope. And we want Mamata Banerjee should resign.
Taking a look at what the Supreme Court said now, well, the Chief Justice of India raised several important questions, even pulling up the Bengal government and reiterating the same question multiple times over as to when was the case actually registered, because the Supreme Court said that there was definitely a significant delay as far as the registration of case is concerned. Importantly, the Supreme Court has now directed the government, the Health Ministry, to open up a portal of suggestions from various resident doctors, nursing officers, because remember, one of the concerns was that they, including the resident doctors, said that they are not adequately represented as far as the National Task Force is concerned. The next hearing is on September the 5th. Listen in to what the Chief Justice of India and other judges on the bench had to say.
And now the record reveals the report which we have in our hand that UD was registered after the inquest Panchanama, after the post-mortem. You may be right, Mr. Sibal. This is something which even the Criminal Procedure Code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure which has been followed by your police, police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across in 30 years of my...
I know.
Let them investigate. This has been inserted later in point of time.
No. Page 4.
Yes, prima facie it appears.
This doesn't justify registration of your FIR. At 11:30 at night, body was recovered in soon after 9:30. What is the reason? I mean, now we've already highlighted that. We needn't go over it all over again. What is the reason why the FIR is lodged almost 14 hours after the discovery of...
Because we are...
And moving now to the other story that has shocked the nation, and well, that is the sexual assault of two minor girls in a kindergarten school in Badlapur in Thane. And now the Bombay High Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the case, and the Bombay High Court also pulled up the local police. In fact, in a strong remark, the Bombay High Court said, if even schools are not safe for children, then what's the point of talking about right to education? The High Court, remember, took suo motu cognizance and said that the local police and even the local administration failed in registering the case at the earliest. Listen in to all the reactions that have come in.
Today the court was heavily down on the police, the Badlapur police. There was a delay in the registration of FIR. The parents were kept waiting. The court said that we had taken cognizance based off of the news reports that were coming in and the protests that soon followed. The court expressed its disappointment, saying that if the protesters are having to rail roko, and because of that, the court has to take action. There's not going to be sense of the RTE, the right to education.
Will you be seeking more prayers in the days to come? Of course, suo motu has been taken, but will there be any intervention from your part in the days to come?
Currently, I mean, we are looking into it. We are not very sure. We trust the SIT investigation so far, and we trust that the court is going to look at the larger picture and ensure the safety of the children. They might also issue, we are expecting that the courts also might issue guidelines pertaining to children's safety with regard to POCSO, and even without, I mean, irrespective of POCSO, and those statewide schools would have to follow it. That's what we have expected.
Any particular directives that you'd like the court to be issued? Because you had mentioned this a couple of days ago.
The court has today mentioned that we are going to look into the matter. We are going to look at the larger picture, and essentially the state schools would have to comply by the POCSO rules, and the court is going to ensure that there are...
In terms of larger safety and security.
Yes, in terms of larger safety and security of the children, whether the POCSO guidelines are being complied by the schools or not of the state, that the court will look into.
And moving now to the other big headline, well, the Prime Minister's crucial visit to Poland and Ukraine. The Prime Minister, in a rather strong statement, said that there is no solution to any problem in the battlefield. He also recounted Poland's help to India in evacuating students amid the Ukraine war. This while the Prime Minister was speaking in Warsaw. Listen to what the Prime Minister had to say, then I'll bring in my colleague Vishnu from Kiev.
आपने 2022 में यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में फंसे हुए भारतीय स्टूडेंट्स को निकालने के लिए जो उदारता दिखाई, उसे हम भारतवासी कभी नहीं भूल सकते। फ्रेंड, इस वक्त हमने अपने राजनयिक संबंधों की 70वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। इस अवसर पर हमने संबंधों को स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में परिवर्तित करने का निर्णय लिया है।
And going across now to my senior colleague Vishnu Shom, joining us live from Kiev. So Vishnu, looking ahead at the Prime Minister's visit to Ukraine, what all is expected? All eyes on whether India can actually play the role of a mediator in the ongoing war.
Well, that's right. And the big question is, can India play the role of a mediator? India does have political capital both in Moscow and in Kiev. The fact that you've got the Prime Minister coming over here, the fact that you've got likely the External Affairs Minister and the National Security Advisor also coming is an indicator of how important India is using this or sees this visit. It's not just a display of familiarity or of friendship. It's one where India wants to play a role. The question is, what will Ukraine accept? What does Ukraine have in mind? And what does India have in mind? Will it make any difference to a war which is now stretched on for more than 900 odd days? It's going to be a brief visit of the Prime Minister when he does get over here. Remember, airspace over Ukraine is closed. He's likely to be traveling on a train as he comes across. And it's going to be a visit about 8 to 10 hours as we understand it. Will there be a joint statement which comes in? That's something that needs to be looked at very, very closely indeed. But the real hope, and there is a sense of anticipation here, is that India, representing the voice of the global south and as the largest democracy in the world, might actually have out-of-the-box solutions to put on offer. The fact that the Prime Minister has once again reiterated our position that the territorial sanctity of states needs to be protected, that there needs to be, this is not an era of war, that there needs to be a negotiated settlement, affirms what India has been saying, because this is a war where we've seen the loss of tens of thousands of lives in the Russian side, in the Ukrainian side. It's a war which has had a profound economic impact on Europe, and the uncertainty that we've seen as a result of it clearly has to end sooner than later.
Vishnu, as somebody who covered the war as it unfolded, a couple of years ago, what are you picking up from the ground as we speak? It's a war that the world seemed to have lost interest in, but it still continues to unleash a lot of damage on property and human life. What is the situation as far as the war is concerned?
I'm not entirely sure that the world has lost interest on the war. It is the dominant story in Europe. It always will. Because, if you've got a war involving Russia and, a war which directly impacts the land frontier with Poland, a Ukraine which is seen to be such a close ally of all of these European nations. Ukraine wants to be a partner of or a member of the European Union. It wants to become a part of NATO itself. This, and the fact that we are seeing the casualties that we are seeing, means that this remains front and center in terms of an ongoing crisis. What I have seen over here, and let me tell you very honestly, is that, as you see these pretty pictures of Kiev behind me, which is a gorgeous capital, it really betrays what the reality of this situation is. Beyond these wonderful environments over here, there are air raid sirens. I've heard 3 yesterday, none today. The Ukrainian forces have gone into Kursk in the north, which is in Russia, the first time that you've had an incursion made in Russian territory. The Ukrainians feel that this is essential for their military operations. International observers say that this relieves pressure on what is happening in the east of Ukraine, where there have been Russian gains which have been taking place. So the battle, the war as it were, continues. Where will it eventually lead? Because both Russia and Ukraine are absolutely bleeding in this. In human life, a devastating impact to their economy, and just in terms of the industrial impact that both sides have in sustaining this militarily, there are huge question marks. Certainly people in Ukraine will be looking at what happens in the United States. If Donald Trump comes to power, then perhaps that's one way that this war will come to an end, but not the way that the Ukrainians here want it at all to end. So it is a game of brinkmanship at a political level. What finally happens, only time will tell.
Absolutely, Vishnu, and the Prime Minister's visit to Ukraine also perhaps emblematic of the fact that India has been able to walk that tightrope walk, the tightrope diplomatic walk, in the sense that it has made the world understand its historical relationship with Russia, and at the same time reiterating time and again its position that it's not a time for war.
No, that's absolutely right. And I think this is something that we genuinely need to feel really proud of. The fact that we play our politics, we do our politics from an entirely India first independent standpoint. The word non-aligned has gone out of fashion, but we are independent. We have political capital in Moscow, we've got political capital over here. Just a few weeks back, the Prime Minister was in Moscow, where he told President Putin that, look, put an end to it, respect the sanctity of states, and let's end the war. We can't have war. And he's going to be saying the same thing over here. But what is the solution? And does India have the ability to generate a solution which works both in Moscow and in Kiev and with the Western allies of Ukraine? That's again something that we'll have to wait and see. So I am certainly, as someone who's covered the war and as somebody who's seen firsthand the devastating impact that the war has had across this country, because we traveled all over the country, desperately keen to see if there is that out-of-the-box miraculous solution which genuinely starts the process of putting an end to this crisis.
All right, Vishnu, thanks very much for joining us from Kiev there. But before I let you go, any sort of sense you can give us about what the Prime Minister's schedule looks like? Because, of course, I know a lot of it is tentative, but any clarity you can give us on the Prime Minister's schedule as he embarks for that crucial visit to Ukraine?
So there will be a small community event when he arrives early tomorrow morning. There are a limited number, a group of Indian families over here. They are pretty excited about seeing him. Narendra Modi, brings in the diaspora like no other Indian leader. And so there would be a very small, sort of community event in the morning. There'll be obviously delegation level talks that take place, meetings between Zelensky, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Will there be a joint statement? Will there be separate statements? Will there be a joint address by both of the leaders? Those are details still being worked out. These things often end up going down to the last hour. We are, as journalists, hopeful of an interaction, a press conference with President Zelensky as well. But again, that's not been formalized. But it's a short visit, less than 10 hours as I understand it. So I would suggest by this time tomorrow, we'd get a clear idea of what has transpired between the two leaders.
All right, Vishnu, thanks very much for joining us with all those details. Vishnu Shom there reporting from Kiev as he did 2 years ago when the war first broke out. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Karnataka, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize.
Welcome back. It's going to be a three-phase elections in Jammu and Kashmir, crucial Union Territory elections in which, of course, all eyes on whether Congress and the National Conference will be able to forge an alliance. Well, the Congress brass, including Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi, are on a two-day visit to Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, there you can see those visuals of their meeting with Farooq Abdullah and Omar Abdullah, which, of course, amid buzz over an alliance as far as the Congress and the National Conference are concerned. Well, Rahul Gandhi, in an important statement, said that democracy and democratic rights must be restored in Jammu and Kashmir at the earliest. Listen in.
हमारे लिए जम्मू और कश्मीर के लोगों का रिप्रेजेंटेशन, उनका स्टेटहुड सबसे जरूरी चीज है। गठबंधन होगा मगर कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता की इज्जत, रिस्पेक्ट मेंटेन करके होगा।
It is our priority in the Congress party and also in the India Gathbandhan to restore statehood to Jammu and Kashmir as soon as possible. We had expected that this would be done prior to the elections. We are hoping that statehood would be restored as soon as possible and the rights of the people of Jammu and Kashmir democratic rights will be restored to them. A priority for us that the people of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh get their democratic rights back.
जो अलायंस है वो ऑन ट्रैक है और इंशाल्लाह ये बिल्कुल अच्छी तरह से अलायंस चलेगी।
सीट्स का क्या हुआ है?
सीट्स का भी बहुत अच्छा अरेंजमेंट
फाइनल हुआ अलायंस आपने?
जी हाँ, फाइनल हो गया है। आज शाम को उस पर दस्तखत हो जाएंगे और ये सब आपके सामने आ जाएगा।
सर, ये पूरे 90 सीट्स पे
ये पूरे 90 सीट्स
पे अलायंस।
And looking at some other news now, well, disproportionate assets case being probed by the Lokayukta against Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivkumar. This, of course, after the Karnataka government withdrew consent from the CBI, but agency heat only mounting as far as the Congress government is concerned. This comes just a couple of days after the Karnataka governor gave his nod to prosecute Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in a separate case. That was a Muda scam, the alleged Muda scam, and now this is a disproportionate assets case. The allegation is that D.K. Shivkumar amassed disproportionate assets worth 75 crore rupees. So the Lokayukta, or the anti-corruption agency in the state, is investigating this particular case. In other news now, a biker was killed after a car that allegedly chased him on the streets of Bengaluru rammed his motorcycle from the back yesterday night. The police say the incident occurred after an argument between the two. The biker and the car driver escalated into road rage. That CCTV footage actually shows the car on the tail of the motorcycle zooming through a city street. So pretty horrendous there, and a biker has been killed in this accident. In other news now, at least 17 people have died and 40 injured after an explosion in Andhra Pradesh's Anakpalli. Well, the explosion took place in the special economic zone. The explosion occurred at a pharma firm's plant in the special economic zone. The injured have been shifted to a local hospital there, and the local administration says the incident happened not because of a reactor blast. So the exact cause of the accident is yet to be ascertained, but there you can see visuals of the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh actually taking stock of the situation and meeting the victims at the local hospital as well. Listen to what the police had to say.
DG Fire Safety and also an expert who is going to be part of this team, Mr. Pratap Reddy Garu. What is this? This is a wake-up call for sure, because we are talking about the biggest number of deaths in many years in an accident here in the SEZ.
It's definitely a very, very tragic incident involving large amount of human loss in the state in the recent times. We are taking it very, very seriously. We are going into each and every aspect of the incident, find out the root causes and address them. Mr. Subbarao Jetty is from Jain Pharma City, which is also closely located. Normally small incidents keep happening also there, and we want to see that these kind of tragedies are not repeated.
All right, a senior colleague Uma Sudhir is now joining us live on the phone line. So Uma, what exactly happened? Because this is certainly, as you put it, a wake-up call for the local administration, but what reports seem to suggest is that workers were at the factory trying to stop the leak when this reactor blast took place. Has the exact cause of the accident been ascertained?
Vedant, there were at least about 50 people in the very place where this accident in fact happened. Otherwise, the unit has about 381 people that it employs. It's a 5-year-old unit, and it makes both intermediary chemicals as well as the active pharmaceutical ingredients. And this is a firm where a chemical called NTBI is the chemical that we are talking about, and that had leaked and it had fallen on some electrical wiring there, and subsequently that's what led to the vaporization of the solvent itself, and that solvent's flash point is said to be minus 18 degrees. While all that sounds very technical, what I must say is that it vaporizes at that temperature and can get inflamed at that temperature, and a leakage in the tube there, that is what has caused the accident. And subsequently, of course, it blew over because there was a reactor in the same place. With the fire starting, the reactor also burst and led to this huge human loss of life. What we also understand is that the first floor of this 4-story building, in fact, the floor collapsed, because of which people who were there, the workers who were in the ground floor, they also got buried under the debris, causing this huge numbers of loss. Three significant things that I must point out. One, that the Deputy Chief Minister has also said that there have been several accidents that are taking place at the frequency of almost one every 2 to 3 weeks, and that's a matter of big concern for the government, and therefore safety audits is something that they want to bring in certainly. This has to be balanced with what the Chief Minister and the administration also is describing as that push for industry and jobs, which the Andhra Pradesh government has been talking about, but also along with stringent safety measures that they want to bring in. So one will be about fixing of responsibility in this particular mishap, about whether there were any engineering lapses, because the Anakapalli MP, CM Ramesh, who we spoke to, called this as a human error and not really a failure in safety otherwise. So therefore, that is something that will have to be fixed through a probe. Second part is, of course, the victims themselves, a huge amount of loss of life, and at least 40 of them grievously injured, and the government has announced 1 crore rupees to the families of the dead and 50 lakh rupees to those who have been grievously injured. The third part of it is about the road forward, saying that we will be putting in place these safety guidelines for industries so that all of them will undergo a safety audit, after which measures will be taken through a monitoring body, which will then determine what kind of how frequently this needs to be monitored. Will it be, with a frequency of every month, every week, will they be having to give their reports? So while trying to ensure that there is ease of doing business in the pharma units in Andhra Pradesh, they want to ensure that safety is not compromised at all. Just to give you some perspective, Achutapuram SEZ is one of the 2 pharma SEZs in North Andhra Pradesh, and it's an engine of growth not just for Andhra Pradesh, but for the country as well. Especially post-COVID, when we are talking about making API in India. Back to you.
All right, Uma, thanks very much for joining us with the latest here. As Uma is reporting, one of the worst such blasts in Andhra Pradesh in terms of the number of casualties that have been reported. At least 17 people have died in this pharma factory blast. But looking at some other news now, well, the UP government's latest diktat to government employees in this state. Well, the UP government has asked government employees to disclose details about their properties, both movable as well as immovable assets, or face action as far as the government is concerned. In fact, the government has said that many of them who fail to declare these details would lose their salary as well. In fact, the Yogi government has set an August 31 deadline as well, and thousands of government staff would be impacted. In fact, 18 lakh to be precise is the number of government employees that could be impacted. Remember, only 26% employees have declared their property details. The employees have been asked to upload their details about their properties on the UP government portal, and this, as I said, includes details of movable as well as immovable property, and the order is applicable to all category staff. Now remember, it was just last year when the UP government had also come up with a similar diktat, saying that if the employees do not declare the details of their property, they might lose chances of promotion as well. But listen to all the reactions that have come in.
क्या ये जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति, अब करप्शन के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस नीति का एक स्टेप है ये?
देखिए, उत्तर प्रदेश की जो हमारी योगी सरकार है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमेशा हमने उत्तर प्रदेश की व्यवस्थाओं को पारदर्शी तरीके से सुचारू रूप से आगे बढ़ाने के नियत के साथ काम किया है। साफ नियत के साथ सही दिशा में विकास, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है, और निश्चित तौर पे हमारी योगी सरकार पूरी ईमानदारी से अपने जो उसकी जिम्मेदारी है, जो उसके कर्तव्य है, उस कर्तव्यों का पालन कर रही है। और जो भी ये दिशा निर्देश हैं या जो भी आदेश होता है, ये उसी क्रम में उन चीज़ों को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए, पारदर्शी व्यवस्थाओं को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए, समाज का सरकार के प्रति विश्वास और मजबूत बनाने के लिए हम काम करते हैं।
हमने लेकिन देखा कि 2023 में ये ऑर्डर आया था, फिर उसके बाद दिसंबर 31 का टाइम दिया गया, फिर जून का, फिर जुलाई का, और अब ये फिर वापस अगस्त का भी टाइम मिला है, और अगस्त में जाके फिर ये बोला गया कि सैलरी रोकी जाएगी। तो क्या फिर से एक्सटेंशन हो सकता है, क्योंकि पहले भी कई बार हम देख रहे हैं एक्सटेंशन होते आया है इस चीज़ का?
लेकिन इन तमाम चीज़ों के लिए माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी स्वयं इन सब की चीज़ों की मॉनिटरिंग करते हैं, और जो भी फर्दर अपडेट्स होगा आपको माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के कार्यालय से इन सब चीज़ों को अवगत कराया जाएगा।
All right, my colleague Tanish Punjabi is now joining us live from Lucknow. So Tanish, as you rightly asked, there has been a sort of a zero tolerance policy as far as disclosure of property details are concerned. You know, last year, in fact, the UP government had asked various employees to reveal or divulge details about their properties or, you know, lose their chances of promotion. But what exactly is the strategy behind this thinking? Because the number is strikingly low, just 26% of employees who have divulged these details.
Well, Vedant, you know, this directive, of course, comes as an ultimatum because, as you rightly said, this order was initially passed last year, around same time in August 2023. At that point of time, the deadline was given of 31st December and they were asked to disclose their movable and immovable assets in order for the promotion to be entertained. But of course, a lot of people didn't do that, and then the deadline was again extended till June, and then again in July, again it was extended till July. But in total, around 26% of employees disclose their movable and immovable assets. There are around 1.8 million government employees in Uttar Pradesh. Around 18 lakh people are government employees in Uttar Pradesh. So around 13 to 14 lakh people are still remaining to disclose their movable and immovable properties according to the UP government's directive. Now this latest directive saying that if it is not disclosed by 31st of August, then the salary of the month of August will be withheld. This of course comes as an ultimatum to all the employees. Yes.
All right, Tanish, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So the UP government's ultimatum, as Tanish says, to government employees there. And well, that's all the time that we have on the show, but news continues on the top of the hour.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Tripura, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. Also, after the Supreme Court hearing today on the Kolkata rape and murder, several resident doctor associations have called off their strike. More details on that coming up. Let's take a look at the headlines. AIIMS and RML doctors in Delhi have ended their strike after the appeal by the Supreme Court today. The Supreme Court did say no coercive action against protesting doctors. States should not stop peaceful protests. The Supreme Court also said that they are concerned about the doctors' safety and want it institutionalized. This was on the second day of the hearing on the Kolkata rape and murder of a junior doctor. The Supreme Court also had some tough questions for the West Bengal government over the handling of the entire case of the rape and murder of the Kolkata doctor. It said the Bengal affidavit does not explain the delay in filing of the FIR. The Chief Justice also said, do not politicize this case. The law is taking its course. The Bombay High Court today made strong observations as it took up the sexual assault of two kindergarten children in last week in a school in Badlapur in Thane. The High Court asked why no action was taken against the school and pulled up the police for its shoddy handling of the case. In Bengaluru, a biker was killed after a car that allegedly chased him on the streets rammed his motorcycle from the back. This took place on Wednesday night. The police say the incident took place after an argument between the two escalated into road rage. UP government's diktat to its government staff. The Yogi government has told its staff that declare property or lose your salary. The deadline for declaring property is August 31st and nearly 18 lakh UP government staff will be impacted. The Congress and National Conference meet on seat sharing as Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are in Srinagar today. Farooq Abdullah confirms the alliance will be on all 90 seats. Rahul Gandhi says democratic rights must be restored in Jammu and Kashmir.
And also in the India Government.
And after the bilateral in Warsaw, the Prime Minister recounts Poland's help to India. He says Poland helped India in evacuating students amid the war and that Ukraine and West Asia conflicts are concerning. The Prime Minister will leave later today for Kiev. Our top story now, and resident doctors at Delhi's AIIMS as well as RML Hospital have called off the nearly 2-week-long strike and protest over the rape and murder of a colleague resident doctor in Kolkata. This is after an appeal. This was at the RG Kaur Hospital earlier this month. Now, in a statement issued today, the Residents Doctors Association said they have done so after receiving assurances from the Supreme Court, which called on medical professionals across the country to please trust us and return to their duties. In fact, the Supreme Court also said that no coercive action will be taken against the protesting doctors. Well, let's go across to Sunil Prabhu, and Tanishq also joins us for more from Lucknow. And Sunil, first to you. Today, the Supreme Court once again appealing to doctors to return to work, also assuring them on their safety. Give us more details of what took place in the court today.
Well, as you rightly pointed out, the Chief Justice of India and his bench reassuring, resident doctors and all other doctors for that matter, saying that, we will ensure their safety, no coercive action, no victimization, asking the state health secretaries as well as the health secretary of union government to speak with the DGPs as well as the chief secretaries to ensure their safety at various government institutions. Having said that, the Chief Justice of India made it clear that resident doctors and other doctors who have been on strike must resume their duty, because the poorest of the poor who have got medical operations and other various other investigations to be done have been held, and it puts them back by not days but even years. And it's in that context that the Chief Justice of India said that now is that we have taken suo motu cognizance and taken charge of the entire matter, and we are there to ensure fast and safety, speedy justice to this entire investigation. We would urge doctors to resume duty, and the National Task Force will look into all the aspects, even resident doctors and all other various stakeholders who are involved in the health sector in terms of their security and various other measures that have been pointed out.
That's right. And Sunil, also some tough words for the Bengal government, the police over the handling of the case. Tell us what happens now.
Well, two important points, as you rightly said, tough words and extremely, rare to see Justice Pardiwala say that in my 30 years, I have not seen an incident that has taken place in the manner in which the police have handled this entire case. There have been a lot of high-handedness and ham-handed the way the Kolkata police have looked at it. The FIR has been lodged much later after the cremation. Why was that? Even though there was an unnatural death reported, post-mortem done, how has that been done? The Criminal Procedure Code has been taken. So all those questions being asked, counsel for Kolkata Police, Mr. Kapil Sibal, trying to explain the various procedures of why they didn't file it. The victim's father said that he would want time later on, and that is why they kept holding it back. But all those points, having said that, there was also a mini political tussle with the Solicitor General raising the issue about the fact that, people saying that if you speak against our leader, we'll cut up your hands, which prompted a retort from Sibal, who represents the West Bengal government as well as the police, to say that, this leader of opposition is accusing of acid bombs and, putting bullets etc. on this entire case, which actually prompted no less than the Chief Justice of India to say, please don't politicize the matter, seeking calm and everybody to be cautious, and most importantly saying that we are for a speedy trial and finding, early, investigation into who was responsible for these incidents.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with those details of what happened in the Supreme Court. But on the issue of doctors returning to work, we do know that RML and AIIMS doctors have said they will return after the Supreme Court appeal. Let's go across to Tanish now for more. And Tanish, what has been decided there in UP? Because doctors there have also been striking in solidarity, with what happened in Kolkata.
Well, Gargi, the UPRDA is going to meet today at around 9 p.m. and then they will decide whether or not they should continue the strike, they should continue the protest, or whether they should end it. You know, the first time when FODA called up the strike, deliberations were held. UPRDA consulted with all RDAs of all the colleges, and all of them said that they do not want to end the strike and they want to continue the strike, particularly because of the reason that they do not want to lose momentum of this movement, and also that FODA did not consult them while calling of the strike. So these were the main reasons why RDAs decided to continue the protest. Now, after the first Supreme Court hearing, where strong remarks were made by the Supreme Court, then again, opinions of all the RDAs of all the medical colleges were taken by UPRDA, and different options were kept in front of them, whether or not to call off the strike, whether we should continue the protest, or we should resume our services with wearing a black band on our shoulders. So these were the three options that were kept in front of all the RDAs, and all of them collectively decided that the protest will continue and they will continue the strike. But again, now after today's Supreme Court's hearing, again a meeting has been called of UPRDA at around 9 p.m. after which opinions of all the RDAs of all the medical colleges will be taken into account, and then a final decision or conclusion will be given. Yes.
All right, so that decision in Lucknow by this evening. Thanks so much, Tanishq, for joining us. With those details, we're also now joined on the phone line by Dr. Kumari Archana, Senior Resident, Department of Neurology, RML Hospital in Delhi. Thank you so much for joining us. Ma'am, your comments on the developments, and now RML and AIIMS doctors have decided to call off the strike. So really reassured by the words of the Supreme Court?
First, I would like to correct that we are not calling off the strike. We are just withholding the strike, because yes, the Supreme Court, thanks to Supreme Court and the judiciary in this country, that they have acknowledged all our problems, and they have assured us, because they have made a national task force also, and our concern was that no resident was there in the national task force. But they have assured that residents will also be included in the national task force. And since CBI has also been given this case earlier, and so we believe in CBI also. And the court has also, gone harsh on the West Bengal government, and it has also scolded the police out there. So we believe in the court, we believe in the Supreme Court, and because the court has requested doctors to resume their work, and we are also sensitive towards the health care of our patients. So we unanimously decided that, yes, we will resume the work, but we will be observing if any point of time we find that the justice promised to us is not served, then we again will go to strike, and that will be in much severe form than this time. Like all the emergency services also will be closed at that time. So it's not a call off, it's just a withhold.
All right, so that too is a positive development. The Supreme Court asking all of you to return to work. So you're saying, but the protest in a sense continuing even now. With what the Supreme Court has announced, the setting up of the task force and looking at all these grievances, looking at the safety issues in hospitals, that is something that has helped the doctors. It's reassured you, and also what more is wanted? Of course, justice for the doctor who was killed, that case should be handled properly. But what more in terms of doctor safety is it that you're looking for?
Yeah, actually, our demand was for the Central Protection Act. So that directly they have not given, but in form of National Task Force. So National Task Force will give their opinions, and then I think they will come with some new, central health protection type of assurance will be there. And we would like to also tell that we continue to give support to our, West Bengal people and our Arjikar, soldiers. So we are with them, and we will be continuing our protest after our duties in some other form, like gathering and doing marches, etc. But we will be continuing the duties. But still, symbolically, we will be with them, and for that we'll gather now and then, and we will show our support.
All right. Thank you so much. That was Dr. Kumari Archana from the RML hospital speaking to us, saying, yes, we are going to return to work, but in a sense, the strike continues, the protest continues, and that they will keep a watch on what is finally delivered to the doctors that they have been protesting, asking for justice in this case and better safety for doctors. Well, if we talk about what took place in the Supreme Court today in this hearing, this was the second hearing that took place, and the CBI and the West Bengal government submitting their status report on the case. However, the Supreme Court had some tough words for the Bengal government, also saying that you shouldn't act on the peaceful protesters, that striking doctors must resume work, and Bengal not following criminal procedure code. As the Supreme Court went into detail, looked at the case diary as to how this entire case was handled that took place 13 days ago, where a junior doctor was raped and murdered in the RG Kaur hospital in Kolkata. The Supreme Court saying never seen such a case, many questions unanswered, especially about the delay in filing of the FIR. The Bengal government on its part said the centre is attempting to muddy waters. The Supreme Court saying West Bengal government unable to, however, clarify delay in registering of case, can't accept Bengal government's explanation. And so questioning the procedure that was followed and irregularities in the diary entry. The hearing in the case now will take place on the 5th of September.
And now the record reveals the report which we have in our hand, that UD was registered after the inquest Panchanama, after the post-mortem. You may be right, Mr. Sibal. This is something which even the criminal procedure code doesn't prescribe.
Yes, exactly.
The entire procedure which has been followed by your police, police of the state, it is something which at least I have not come across in 30 years of my...
I know.
Let them investigate. This has been inserted later in point of time.
No. Page 4.
Yes, prima facie appears.
This doesn't justify registration of your FIR. At 11:30 at night, body was recovered in soon after 9:30. What is the reason? I mean, now we've already highlighted that. We needn't go over it all over again. What is the reason why the FIR is lodged almost 14 hours after the discovery of...
Because we are...
Meanwhile, there was a protest in Kolkata by the BJP marching through the streets, and there you can see the barricades as well being broken down, being pushed aside by those protesters over the rape and murder case that has taken place, asking for justice and demanding the resignation of the chief minister as well. So the BJP there holding the protest, several leaders were even taken away after this protest. However, some sat on a dharna as well, demanding justice in this entire matter, and asking for West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to step down over its handling of the Kolkata rape and murder case.
Ma'am, what is the main agenda of yours from the protest today?
And only agenda, we want resignation of Mamata Banerjee. He needs to resign.
And other than this, ma'am, we understand there's a lot of politics as well that is going on with respect to the case as well. How do you feel about the politicization of this case?
There is no politicization. We want justice. We want justice for Abhaya. We want justice for the men and women of Bengal. And we don't think that there is any law and order over here. Law and order has broken down. There is complete lawlessness, and that is being said by Honorable Supreme Court.
Ma'am, you mentioned the Supreme Court hearing. What is your response to that, and what is the expectation as well from the hearing?
See, we expect that CBI is going to give us justice, deliver justice. But again, you know, the way Honorable Supreme Court has been saying today, his observation that evidence has been tampered and the original crime scene is not actually the crime scene which we have been shown, the public has been shown. Probably it's the room which has been, you know, broken down by PWD. So if this is the case, then where is the evidence? How will CBI give justice? It's difficult. But still we have hope against hope. And we want Mamata Banerjee should resign.
It is shameful on the part of the state of West Bengal, the police and the health department and the Chief Minister's department, overall, Home Department, that they have failed to save that girl. And for all these years, they have been failing to save the girls of West Bengal.
All right, an update coming in now from Lucknow. Let's go across to Tanishq for more. And Tanishq, the UP RDA has called for an urgent meeting now, so not this evening, but now they will decide on the future of the strike.
Yes, of course. The meeting was supposed to, as we were just speaking a few minutes back, the meeting was supposed to be held at around 9 p.m. But now the UP RDA has called for an urgent meeting with RDAs of different colleges across Uttar Pradesh. So there are many in around 67 around 67 districts. RDAs will be joining the meeting and of course will be giving their views whether they want to continue the strike, whether they want to end the strike, whether they want to pause the strike for now. And of course after that a decision will they will come on a decision, a final conclusion whether or not to continue the strike. Yes.
All right, Tanishq, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So that meeting by the RDA called urgently right now. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side, including the Prime Minister's visit to Poland. He will leave for Ukraine later today.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Ministry of External Affairs India posted on X, energizing India-Poland ties. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held constructive discussions with Prime Minister Donald Tusk of Poland today. Leaders also exchanged views on regional and global issues of mutual concern.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Welcome back. Now, the latest on the Prime Minister's visit to Poland, and Prime Minister Modi today kicked off day 2 of his Poland visit with a bilateral meeting with Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk. In the first such visit in more than 45 years, Tusk hosted the Prime Minister and his high-level delegation for talks. In fact, Prime Minister then speaking post the bilateral meeting also spoke for the second time. He mentioned not an era of war message. So it echoed once again in his joint statement. The Prime Minister underscored the need for dialogue and diplomacy to restore disputes between nations, describing Russia's war on Ukraine and military tension between Iran and Israel in West Asia as a matter of great concern for everyone. He leaves later today for Ukraine. In his joint statement, the Prime Minister also thanked Poland for helping evacuate Indian students stranded in Ukraine after the war broke out in February 2022. He also pitched for increased and improved trade and strategic ties with the European nation.
आपने 2022 में यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में फंसे हुए भारतीय स्टूडेंट्स को निकालने के लिए जो उदारता दिखाई, उसे हम भारतवासी कभी नहीं भूल सकते। फ्रेंड, इस वक्त हमने अपने राजनयिक संबंधों की 70वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। इस अवसर पर हमने संबंधों को स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में परिवर्तित करने का निर्णय लिया है।
Question is, can India play the role of a mediator? India does have political capital both in Moscow and in Kiev. The fact that you've got the Prime Minister coming over here, the fact that you've got likely the External Affairs Minister and the National Security Advisor also coming is an indicator of how important India is using this or sees this visit. It's not just a display of familiarity or of friendship. It's one where India wants to play a role. The question is, what will Ukraine accept? What does Ukraine have in mind? And what does India have in mind? Will it make any difference to a war which is now stretched on for more than 900 odd days? It's going to be a brief visit of the Prime Minister when he does get over here. Remember, airspace over Ukraine is closed. He's likely to be traveling on a train as he comes across. And it's going to be a visit about 8 to 10 hours as we understand it. Will there be a joint statement which comes in? That's something that needs to be looked at very, very closely indeed. But the real hope, and there is a sense of anticipation here, is that India, representing the voice of the global south and as the largest democracy in the world, might actually have out-of-the-box solutions to put on offer. The fact that the Prime Minister has once again reiterated our position that the territorial sanctity of states needs to be protected, that there needs to be, this is not an era of war, that there needs to be a negotiated settlement, affirms what India has been saying, because this is a war where we've seen the loss of tens of thousands of lives in the Russian side, in the Ukrainian side. It's a war which has had a profound economic impact on Europe, and the uncertainty that we've seen as a result of it clearly has to end sooner than later.
All right, moving on to other news, and today Chandrababu Naidu visited the victims of the SEZ pharma blast that took place, in which 17 people had died. There you can see the Chief Minister visiting those who were injured, and 17 people died in this. He expressed grief over this accident. NDTV's Uma Sudhir spoke with the Chief Minister.
One of the worst industrial disasters. I have with me Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, Chief Minister. Sir, you have just visited all the hospitals, met with the families of the victims as well. Many of them seem to be in the age group who are the source of livelihood for their families.
A very sad incident. By hearing this, we are shocked, very unfortunate. Today morning, straight away I went to console the victims. First, those who are all in hospitals. I went there. Then again I went to another hospital where dead bodies are there, post-mortem. By seeing them, unbearable suffering. very pathetic condition. Then I came here. I have seen the factory. There are so many issues we have to analyze. First of all, I want to console and also I want to give some relief to the families. I cannot get back lives, but I have to rescue their families. That we are doing. That's why we declared first time 1 crore compensation for the deceased, 50 lakhs seriously injured, and 25 lakhs light injured people. We have given money. Now, second issue, immediately I constitute a committee to go through complete details. All omissions, commissions, lapses, everything I want to analyze. We are having a problem of legacy problems also for the last 5 years. 5 years, 119 this type of incidents in Visakhapatnam. 120 members died. Previous government, by constituting a committee, they gave recommendations, no action has been taken. Now I have to streamline total administration and fix accountability. And at the same time, I have to sensitize all industrialists, especially red category industries. I have to take more precautions.
SEZ, of course, sir, is a growth in the engine and economic driver, not just for Andhra Pradesh, but for the country itself. Is safety audit and those kind of regulations a challenge? About prioritizing industry and getting jobs to the state. At the same time, when you ask for safety audit and safety regulations, become a challenge to a balancing act because industry seems to get scared away.
No, I want to discuss with everybody. We want investment. As on yesterday, we will talk about ease of doing business. Now we are speed of doing business. That is the issue now. At the same time, safety is important. How to do collectively. More responsibility by industry and also government. We want to regulate and at the same time, we should not harass. Industry should not feel that this government is harassing. That is where, as a balance, I have to act.
Final question. So you have spoken about upskilling and skill census as well. In your industries here, huge number of migrant labor come and work. Upskilling for your own people also must be a challenge because these are very sensitive chemicals and you need in-depth knowledge to be able to handle. Is that something that you're looking at because this area has huge potential?
No, what I'm saying, all industries, they need some skills. Every industry should have SOP, standard operation procedures. And at the same time, to supervise that, close monitoring, they have to watch carefully. Every person has to follow SOP, then only it is possible. If they should have done in this industry, this type of loss should not have come. I am confident on that.
You spoke about fixing responsibility.
Yeah, even company has to fix responsibility among their functionaries. Supervisory, everything, reporting and watching. Now technologies are coming, use technology. Like there's so many things. By using all these things, you can control very clearly this type of incidents.
You mentioned the last 5 years, has the numbers actually gone up steeply in the number of accidents?
More than double. Everywhere systems have been destroyed. Some of the systems are defunct. They have done otherwise. All these things, legacy problems. For the last 70 days, 80 days, I am streamlining everything. It takes more time. I am analyzing. Even this incident, I have analyzed. Now I am constituting a committee within 3 months' time. Here there is no trauma center. So many industries are coming. How to do it, we'll work it out.
Thank you so much, sir. So the Chief Minister is saying that they are going to be taking safety very seriously, even as they welcome industry and trying to create jobs in the state. With camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
All right, so that exclusive interview with Chandrababu Naidu after he met with the workers who had suffered injuries, as you can see, grievous injuries, a very shaken Chandrababu Naidu who said it's unbearable suffering. He also blamed legacy in this worst industrial disaster that has taken place in Andhra Pradesh, in which 17 people have died. He said he wanted to console and support the families. He, speaking about Andhra Pradesh, he said we want investment, but we also have to ensure safety. We don't want to scare away industry. He said that last 5 years, a lot of accidents and the system has been destroyed. So in that exclusive interview with Chandrababu Naidu, him expressing his grief over this accident, over the number of people who've died and have been injured, saying that Andhra Pradesh is going to look very closely at this, at safety in industry, but at the same time, they don't want to scare away those who want to invest in the state. All right, let's now go across to Poland, where the Prime Minister is visiting the War Memorial. The Prime Minister is on this two-day visit to Poland. He arrived in Warsaw yesterday and will be leaving later for Ukraine. Earlier, this is the memorial for the unknown soldier in Warsaw. The Prime Minister earlier held bilateral talks with the Polish Prime Minister, where they spoke about the two countries and the relationship, and he also once again echoed his previous statement about not a time for war. Let's just take a look at his Prime Minister's interview there. All right, the Prime Minister there paying tribute at the tomb of the unknown soldier there in Warsaw. Earlier today, as we said, there was the bilateral meeting and then the statement by Prime Minister Modi and Polish Prime Minister Tusk, where they spoke about the relationship between the two countries and pitched for increased and improved trade and strategic ties between both countries. The Prime Minister will now leave for Ukraine. Well, let's now go across to news now from Karnataka, where the BJP held a protest today asking for the Chief Minister Siddaramaia's resignation. This is after the governor had given a nod for the Chief Minister to be investigated for a probe into the Muda scam, that is the land scam in Mysuru, in which the Chief Minister's wife is said to be implicated. Now, the Congress, however, hit back, saying that this is hypocrisy by the BJP, that earlier the governor had also given prosecution nod against BJP leader and former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Yediyurappa.
It is a fight against the corruption. It is a fight against it. It is a fight for justice. Impressing upon this Congress party, urging upon this Congress party to take action against this Congress Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, immediately ensure he has been dismissed.
Last time when Yediyurappa ji was given the governor's sanction for prosecution, BJP stages anti-governor protest in Karnataka. They called for a Karnataka Bandh when they were in power.
Let's go across to Pratibha now for more. And Pratibha, the BJP turning the heat up on the Chief Minister, demanding his resignation, in fact saying they're going to continue with these protests till he resigns.
Well, that's right. The BJP has been staging these protests on two different grounds. One is condemning the actions as well as the statements of several Congress leaders against the governor. Remember, the Congress had staged protests earlier against the governor's decision to offer permission for prosecution against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. And the second point is demanding the resignation of Siddaramaiah, because the BJP leaders claim that these are grave allegations, and when there is permission for prosecution that has already been given by the governor, it becomes mandatory for the Chief Minister to submit his resignation. In the meantime, the day was full of events as far as the Congress government is concerned, because there was already a cabinet meeting that was done where they did take up a resolution and decided that they would be looking at providing more documents, aiding as well as providing advice to the governor in terms of the earlier cases where request for permission for prosecution was already done and was lying with the governor's office. They've said that there are 4 leaders, 3 BJP leaders and 1 JDS leader that is still lying with the governor, and that would be followed up by the Congress government. Right as we speak, the Congress legislature party meeting is underway. This is also seen as a show of strength, which has already been condemned by the BJP, claiming that this is nothing but a gimmick of sorts. But in the meantime, the CLP meeting is extremely important, because this is not just a show of strength, but also a meeting that will decide a strategy for Siddaramaiah, because he is headed to Delhi tomorrow to meet with the High Command there. With the Muda scam as well as the BJP heat that is being faced by the Congress government, all eyes are on the kind of strategy that will be implemented by Siddaramaiah now. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha, and staying with news from Bengaluru, now a case of alleged road rage. A biker was killed after a car that allegedly chased him on the streets of Bengaluru, then rammed his motorcycle from the back, and it's been caught on CCTV. As you can see, Pratibha, a terrible case. They give us more details.
Well, it happened late last night, and this happened at Bengaluru's Vidyaranyapura police limits. And it started off with a minor incident where the biker did touch the car, and this enraged the person who was driving the car. There were heated arguments that were exchanged between the two parties. But soon after that, the car began to chase the biker. The biker wasn't just alone, but he had 2 pillion riders. And on the way, he did drop them, but he was trying to go through the narrow roads to escape the car that was chasing him, but instead went and rammed against a compound wall. And that was the time when the car also touched the scooter, and this led to a fatal accident for the biker there, who succumbed to head injury. And soon after that, a case was taken up, a murder case that the driver of the car as well as another person seated inside the car have been charged with. Both of them have been arrested now. What is also surprising is that this comes close on the heels of another road rage incident that was witnessed in Bengaluru, where similarly it was an argument that ensued between a biker and a family inside the car. It all happened with the car not turning on its indicator while taking a left turn, and that enraged the biker because he was almost going to meet with an accident. And that enraged biker immediately took another weapon of sorts, a rod of sorts, and tried to break the windshield of the car.